What is up, folks, and welcome to the PGS APAC Qualifiers 2024 Phase 2. And as always, it's your boys here, Extreme as well as Contra, to be telling you all the stories of what's going on in the realm of the APAC region. And now it's already crunch time as we're heading into the third day of the finals, and that's going to be the midpoint of the tournament. So there's only a total of 12 games remaining. Extreme. Everything's on the line here. The road to PGS and also the PGC is at stake.
Yeah, you're right. And crunch time is definitely the apt term to use. We are at the halfway point. We passed the halfway point, really. And if you're not really performing now, which some of the teams are, I'm sure we'll talk about all of those guys as we go throughout the night. But if you're not performing now, if you haven't really figured out the lobby, if you haven't figured out what your game plan is, what you're doing, then you need to figure it out now or it's going to be too late. There are already teams in this lobby that look very, very dominant. There are already teams in this lobby that look like they've figured it out. They've got their strategy sorted. They've come into this lobby fully confident, and they're not running away with it. It actually became very competitive yesterday, but they're definitely looking much better. T5 seems like they've figured it out completely. You know, they seem like they're confident. They seem like they've figured out the tempo of the lobby. If you're someone like 𝐸 who hasn't yet done that, you've got to pick it up. You have too much on the line. Your expectations are too high for you to fall this short.
That's right, and certain teams, they have done so well to accumulate some of all these PGC points. It'll be a shame if it all goes to waste by not qualifying into these upcoming tournaments, and of course, the pressure is on. Now with only a day worth of reset for them to reevaluate certain things across what they've done for the past 2 days of finals. They really have to really show up right now, as these are your participating teams are up on your screen. Some, of course, are hot favorites out there, and right now there's only that 4 spot to advance to PGS 5 and 6.
Yeah, but as you and I talked about before we went live, there are 2 teams in this lobby that are guaranteed to go through to PGS 5 and 6 because of their global partner status. That's Cerberus and Daytrade. And so if both of those come within the top 4, then the slots are pushed down to 4 through to 6. So there's actually a little bit more leniency on the line. But of course, that requires Cerberus and Daytrade to actually come within that top 4. And if they don't come within that top 4, then it is still quite cutthroat. But yeah, this is what we've been through so far. We're at the 28th of September, if you didn't know the current date. We've got 2 more days of play left. The top 4, barring what I said about the Cerberus and Daytrade situation, they go through to PGS 5 and 6. Ready to get this one underway.
Yeah, me too. And of course, we've already covered the entirety of the play-ins where we've managed to see half of who's playing in the finals to be performing right here. And down to the final 2 days, it's going to be action-packed. And of course, we got so much more to eventually talk about once we do bring in the leaderboards on where these teams currently do stand. Of course, if you guys miss out on the action prior back in day 2, we've seen big surges coming from Team Bliss and many more. And of course, all the teams are fighting for a total prize pool of $80,000 US.
Yeah, it's an insane amount of money, and $25,000 for first is very, very, very generous. If you are anywhere on the leaderboard, you obviously want to do the best you can to see if you can snag a bit of extra cash. I like that it's top-heavy, actually. I feel like a lot of prize pools are too generous in esports nowadays, especially Battle Royales, but I like that this one is very top-heavy. Means that the winners actually get what they deserve. Those are the 8-seeded teams on top. They qualified months ago through good placements in their own respective regions, and the play-ins teams we saw qualify through 3 days of action last week. Although that said, a lot of the play-in teams have come through and actually quite performed to the expectations of the 8-seeded teams, FW being one of them. Still waiting for Q-Confirm, 𝐸, still waiting for those guys, but Buram have done quite well. Obviously, SGD have done quite well. Reluctant Squad, you know, kind of middling at the moment, but yeah, it's been good to watch.
Yeah, overall, it's definitely pretty surprising to actually see teams really thriving heading into day 2, where, of course, T5 have a stellar run of showing where they've been remaining consistent with their winning ways as they kickstart these rounds of Miramar, and then we've got a lot of high-kill action throughout the course of the map. Though, of course, you were casting some of all these matches. Was there something really massive that I missed out on that day?
I mean, this is the resurgence of T5, essentially. They performed incredibly well today, and like I said, I thought they figured out the lobby. They sorted themselves out. This was a nice kind of free kill delivery for Ranger X. Bleed just got picked apart as soon as they arrived. They were so low from their original rotate, and yeah, I mean, T5 just dominated the lobby yesterday, and it's I mean, it's good to see. One of the favorites going into this for sure. One of the teams you would expect to be up there within that top 4 and fighting for wins consistently, and they absolutely were. I suppose if you want to talk about an individual, Nawadra had a pretty decent day yesterday, at least in a couple games, whereas QC did not. So we're still absolutely waiting for all 4 players from them to come online. Bliss as well found some consistency. They got themselves a win, and they also had a couple other games where they definitely took advantage of the generous circle feeds. Buriram had a nice win to close it off as well, so they did quite well. They found themselves a little bit, but still waiting for them to reach that peak that we know Buriram can reach.
Yeah, I'm hoping to actually see them pop off throughout the course of the evening, and as well as those teams who are vying for that spot. Right now, of course, SGD is hoping to deny that spot since they've already got that PGC slot sorted out, but they definitely won in on the PGS 5 as well as 6, where, of course, more and more of all these prizes are on the line. And like you said, it's very top heavy, and who's sitting at the top? Zerocon 5 with 108 points, where the gap is still pretty much open for Team Bliss to still catch up to, but of course they got to put in a lot of work.
Yeah, it's almost kind of insane to see Bliss up there in second. Their results this year have not been the absolute best, but if they're taking advantage of what the game gives them, then of course they're going to be up there in second. We know how capable those players are. SGD up there in third as well. That's another team that going into this I thought was kind of I suppose going to be a bit of a glass cannon. They would either come towards the bottom, or they were just going to pop off and come towards the top. And so far during the play-ins, not only did they come towards the top, but at the halfway point they are in third, which is fantastic to see. FW as well, continuing their form from the play-in stage, doing very fantastically. Cerberus just on the cusp as well. Of course, the MVP from at least day 2 was 𝐏𝐼𝐼. Who else?
Yeah, 𝐏𝐼𝐼 has been phenomenal. He's got so many of all these great moments, bringing Cerberus back up into a top 5 ratio where day 1, we see a little bit of struggle coming in from Cerberus Esports, but they are slowly shaping up to what we've known them best for, fragging rights. And we also do have, of course, Fluky that's been sharp since day 1, and also Tanvu to be on the list. And for Team Bliss, I think they have definitely stood tall, and they've had that crazy run, but when we take a look at some of the sharpest shooters or the longest distance to be covered, it has now been taken over by Belmoth, where perhaps early in the week there was many different names, and 𝐿𝐿 also doing really decently, not only getting those big frags, but he definitely covers a lot of distance as well.
Yeah, as we've talked about throughout the tournament, this is not something that you're going to fight for. It's not something you're going to consciously go for, but if you end up with the eagle eyes, then of course you'll be happy. And this is another individual reward that you're not going to go for, but if you end up with it, then of course you're happy. And honestly, to see Scappy with the most revives tied with Jun up there as well, I feel like when we look at Forest and when we look at Reluctant Squad, Scappy and Jun might be the highlight players from both of those teams respectively. And so to see Scappy and Jun both up here with the most revives as well, it really shows you the impact they have.
That's true, and it also shows that these two teams have great tenacity for them to really survive the long run. And of course, in many of these battles, we see plenty of exchanges of grenades, but 𝐏𝐼𝐼 consistently puts in the impact. He's just basically an all-rounder by now. So I got a really strong feeling that he is going to be the overall MVP if this continues to be the case.
860 grenade damage. Yeah, look, it's definitely, it's not leagues above everyone else, but it's certainly the 𝐏𝐼𝐼 impact that you're looking for. 𝐿𝐿 and 𝐿𝐿, and they all have some work to do if they want to catch up to 𝐏𝐼𝐼. But it's good to see that the player that kind of should be at the top of this lobby, I don't want to say all the time, but most of the time, is actually putting in the work.
Yeah, they definitely do. And of course, we will kickstart our run with those double Erangel starters, and then we move over onto Rondo and Tego for our mid rounds, and to end the night here with the double Miramar. So it's going to be a stock standard as always, where of course you'll be super happy for tomorrow because we're ending in Erangel. So of course, yeah. With that said, I am ready for what's about to happen in moments time, where, you know, we get back to the drawing board with a lot of teams getting perhaps a much needed reset into this, where we expected a whole lot coming from 𝐸 who have yet to really deliver up to what the expectations were actually set. Now, they definitely will have that concern. Will we actually see a better side of 𝐸? I think this is that day for them to prove it, because tomorrow will be too little too late.
Yeah, we need to see it from a team that, as I've said multiple times, recently went overseas and performed quite well. We need to see it because the players on that team have expectations and have standards that are much higher than their current performance. I was not worried on day one. I was getting slightly worried on day two, but obviously not super worried. With 12 games left, you can still have a great performance. It's going to be dodgy, and those 12 games run out very quickly, but you can still pull it through. Now, if we don't see it happen within the first few games, if we don't see it happen by the end of the day, that might be opportunity lost for the likes of 𝐸. The other team that I'd love to see perform much better than they currently are is QC. The Nawadra pickup, and then obviously Dynasty going to Buram, kind of a swap there. The Nawadra pickup seems to be working. Nawadra is performing, right? On a macro level, though, and potentially on a team fight level, on a synergy level, when it comes to QC, or maybe just a lobby matchup, they're not actually performing. So Nawadra seems to be pulling his weight quite a bit, but the rest of the team in this final stage just aren't doing it. And that's to the contrary of what they were doing in the play-in stage. They actually were very good in the play-in stage. We loved what we were seeing from them in the play-in stage. 𝐏𝐿 was one of the MVPs of the lobby, if not the MVP of the lobby, and so we loved what we saw from QC in the play-ins. When it's come to the finals, though, they just haven't performed, and I think they're one of those teams that could absolutely snag one of those top 4 spots if they reach their peak. You could probably say that for most of the teams in this lobby, but they're the other one alongside 𝐸 that I'm really looking at to pick it up today.
Yeah, speaking of which, of course, certain teams are very momentum heavy, and I really do hope that we will see perhaps a dark horse in this tournament to be able to rise up here in day 3 as we begin our run inside of Erangel. So, with that said, of course, QC is definitely one of the names. We've got even TMP, TEM, who's currently trying to dive perhaps a little bit deeper into how they could basically work things out for the final 2 days. So here we are with the first flight path, and it seems like it's going to be a decent balanced flight path that does intersect from the northwestern end heading into the southeast. So options are plenty.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. A good plane for us to start the night. Everyone should get a pretty steady landing and a pretty easy shot into this zone, unless the zone goes somewhere absolutely crazy. But yeah, this is a good plane path to start the night. Nothing crazy, nothing that's going to throw you off guard or tilt you or throw your strategy into disarray. This is totally fair, and we should see everyone landing relatively cleanly. The only kind of action we've seen, we had one hot drop on Rondo yesterday. I believe it was Reluctant Squad and one other team, I forget. And then since then we've had, or throughout the entirety of the rest of the final stage, we've had nothing, which is incredibly unfortunate. I was very excited when we saw that hot drop on Rondo yesterday, but again, nothing crazy elsewhere. That circle is kind in one way and not kind in another. And a lot of teams are not inside it. It is in the plane path, but it's on the extremity of Erangel, so it finds itself plonked on top of 3 teams, and everyone else has yet to move their way inside.
Yeah, kind enough for at least phase 1 as well as phase 2. Phase 3 onwards, who knows if it skewers right in between the city of Jersey. Teams will really have to scratch their heads out to figure out, is it going to end up over on the north side? Is it going to go into the south of the containers? We'll see. Maybe it might not be either one. It could go all the way up to 𝐿𝐻 for all we know. So
I wish.
I really do hope so, because I've never really seen the 𝐿𝐻 circle for ages at the very least. When's the last time you've seen one?
Years ago. When I wasn't even... I've never casted one, and I feel like I've played in maybe like 4 or 5 in my entire career, you know? And they often shift towards the south of 𝐿𝐻. They don't even go near it, right? I think that there was one game as well, years and years ago, that it might have been an EU game, I think, that finished on the northwestern peninsula of 𝐿𝐻, and everyone was losing their mind, and there's like flat ground up there with a couple shacks, so that was fun. That was fun, but we haven't had anything like that since. It's almost why, like, because of how the water shifts work, you often, I mean, you're almost guaranteed, at this point, especially on Erangel, to get circles you've played hundreds of times before. If the water shift didn't exist, obviously it would be much more RNG heavy, and that's why the water shift exists as it does. But part of me, even as a player, part of me is like, yeah, but like if it didn't exist and we went to Zaki or we went to this place or we ended in 𝐏𝐆𝐒, like that'd be really cool sometimes, you know. But to keep that competitive integrity, to keep it fair and balanced and mitigate that RNG, yeah, that's why the water shift exists.
Yeah, I definitely love what the guys in PUBG Corp has done over the years. You know, like I remember I've been into certain games where it just ends up directly in the waters. Nobody gets to shoot. Everybody's swimming, and we're just, you know, waiting for the inevitable for somebody
Back to 2018.
Yep, 2018. Those were perhaps what people say were dark days, but it was also a whole lot of fun. You know, like, but of course, when you're playing for, you know, your nation's flag, when you're playing for plenty of prize pool on the line, you don't want to leave it all to just RNG. You gotta have at least some element where it's somewhat predictable for you to still play through. So of course it is absolutely necessary. But that being said, you know, like it might take away certain possibilities of certain areas to be played out, which, you know, we kind of hope to see, you know, island endings and stuff like that. Like, when we talk about island endings, I'm talking about maybe Spawn Island, for all you know. I'm just kidding.
Imagine.
Imagine that.
Imagine that. The Miramar Islands too, to the east. That'd be chaotic if it was allowed to end on them more often. But yeah, nah. I mean, like the game the way it is. So not going to complain too much. Just bit of a pipe dream, bit of reminiscing. But back to the game. For the most part, most people are moving quite slow. 25 seconds until the zone starts to close in, and there's only 5 or 6 teams currently in the zone. The Expendables just now leaving or rotating through 𝐏𝐿𝐒. Reluctant Squad, Cerberus, FW, Buram, E-Arena, SGD. They haven't moved yet at all. Tem Entertainment as well, just starting to move. So people starting to move now. And all the teams that are outside of the zone who understand that they probably don't have the best access to priority are not going so quickly, which I think is a bit of a shake-up to what we've seen on day one. I feel like a lot of the time on day one, maybe it was the circles, but I feel like a lot of the time on day one, we saw teams really gunning it for priority no matter what, whether the circle was close to them or far away from them. But in this circle specifically, there's a few teams delaying it a bit, getting as much loot as they can. 4 cars, though, for FW. That's one of the reasons you stay a bit later. Get as many vehicles as you can. They are obviously very valuable. In a zone like this especially, that could shift north, it could shift south, those vehicles are going to be of great importance. And if you end up playing terrain somewhere to the north and you need that car fort, then obviously you want to keep those cars up.
Yeah, what I would really expect by perhaps the end of Phase 1 or even 2 is to perhaps see a couple of teams to be battling for a little bit of control over on that bridge to cut across towards the north side. So who knows, certain teams who are late to the scene might be booking areas like ruins, or if they're desperate, they'll just hook by the edge of 𝐏𝐿𝐒. But if it goes all the way into the city of George, I think it's just going to get a whole lot messier. So it's just the calm before the storm that we're looking at the moment. BRU well on their way, as they seem to have at least a clean passage as they started off inside of build-up power, but it's going to be a really long journey. We expect them to perhaps tank the early stages of the zone, but likely or not, they should be eyeing up for those land over at the North Point. Reluctant Squad already at work trying to shred off some vehicles coming from SGD, but no casualty thus far. Only a couple of shred onto Mingzi.
Yeah, just warning shots really. No reason to get in the fight that far south. 𝐿𝐿𝐒 finds himself in crates. Making sure he can save his car. Forest have a nice split up here on the north. One of the teams on that right side of the leaderboard that I mean, fought their way back through that play-in stage, definitely, but are they capable of making it to the top 4 of the final stage. Maybe you wouldn't have put them there on paper, but I think we've seen great enough things from 𝐏𝐿𝐒, we've seen impact from KM99, some highlights from Olympus, and Baron to me has always seemed like that guy, at least from what I've seen, who just gets his one. You know, gets his one, does his job, and moves on. So I feel like Forest are solid enough to reach that top 4, but do they have the capabilities at least of getting that really big pop-off game that seems to be the thing that's putting these teams towards the top of the leaderboard?
Yeah. So ever since phase 1, it really feels like Forest, when they have impact in the match, they have super high impact. And there are games where, of course, they are definitely pulling up with certain tough decisions to make, which ends up with them having to pick up certain battles where they don't always seem to like they've fallen out of form, with, of course, seeing incredible plays coming in from the squad from the play-in stages. So I really do hope that they would be able to at least put up a really good showing here in day 3, where, of course, it's a tight race being in the middle pack right now. Forest with 66 points. Right above them is BRU. And these guys have been showing up as well. So it's going to be tough, no matter how we look at it. And speaking of a tough spot, SGD are just looking for some areas to play at the moment. At least there's some wiggle room left coming in from south. But RS, they're trolling right in. So I hope that they'll be all right, at least for the next minute.
Yeah, SGD is in a bit of a weird spot where the only thing they can really do is move forward. There's a limbo that they're in where they don't want to commit too deep because they don't have the information just over the top of Everest. They haven't scouted beyond it. And so they can only kind of push themselves and do some micro movements to get closer to Everest. And yet, of course, they don't want to commit to the center of the zone. They don't know whether it's going north. They don't know whether it's going south. But they do want to set themselves up so that they have that option if it does go north. So a bit of a weird spot for SGD. A couple of the areas around them are taken too. So difficult for them to do much, but I like the pre-drive from them, sending it straight through the west side of Everest. It's a good pre-drive to make sure you're ready if this does go north, if this does go south, guaranteed. It doesn't, but they should be able to at least backfill 1 or 2 teams here.
Yeah, take a look at the current update as well. I think whoever's up in the north is going to at least enjoy a lot more space to work with, whereas the south side, it's looking pretty much clustered up with plenty of teams out there, so it's going to be some dangerous driving coming in from the side of Delta Squad. And we see a flip coming from Delwyn. This is going to be tough, as they will lose one. The Expendables being caught up just like that. 3 points here for the side of Forest Natural Gaming. Well, the massive what a spray that was! It hits on the dome of 𝐏𝐿𝐒.
That is incredibly sharp. And you can see Clory's already fighting with Take Me Please in the kill feed. He's got his own problems to deal with elsewhere. Tanvu is stopped though, going to try and get that res onto 𝐏𝐿𝐒, but I don't think it's going to come out. Forest look hungry for it. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 is not going to let a kill that nice get away from him. No shot. I think Tanvu also realizes that. Trying to find some line of sight that he could use to run out and grab that res, but far too risky. As soon as 𝐏𝐿𝐒 shoots at him, I think he's going to call it off as well. Yeah. And they're not going to be, they're not committing to that knock either, Forest. They know that they've got 𝐏𝐿𝐒 on the ropes. Now that they've flushed him out, Tanvu's going to fight back a little bit, but it's just anger. It's just revenge shots for taking down his teammate.
Yeah, it's just so tough to make such decisions. The Expendables had to force their way through, now find themselves into the north side of the apartment buildings. Whereas over onto the side of Cerberus, they will have the entirety of the west to hold out. But BRU is also around the corner, so they also will have to keep a watchful eye out. As I say that, they are actually driving towards the crash site, or should I say a couple of compounds where BRU is currently holding out. They should suspect that there are players around the vicinity, which is why 𝐿𝐼 is just pushing very cautiously.
Ooh. If FW gets involved in this fight, it could be very dangerous. QC have the hard cover to survive, but FW would be the ones making the push. And that means Buram could get involved, any rotating team could, Tem Entertainment could come over as well. So FW, I think, recognizing that, don't want to get overzealous. MG3 straight through the apartments. Historically difficult to clear, but I trust Trick out of anyone to do it. Does Teddy get shot on the cross? He does. Is that the trade coming in from the NG3? It is. The 3-gear helping Trick tank a little bit more bullets. Now it's just down to Ranger X and Flucky, who just came off of a parachute, by the way. Orphan almost guaranteed to get this knock. He puts him down very low and does finish it off. Ranger X down. T5 were very dominant yesterday, but coming into day one, they've run into Bleed, and they seem to be a massive issue. Good trading from the side of Bleed.
Yeah, that was beautiful. As he also brought in the Panzer right in the perfect moment.
He basically said, don't worry, guys, I'll defend you. I'll run to the front door. You guys can go get that res outside. And yeah.
Yep, that does the job perfectly. While Flick is the only one carrying the flag for T5 at the moment. Still needing to deal with Tanvu. Both sides pretty much isolated. These two Lone Rangers will just hold out because they're directly in the center. That's going to be absolutely interesting, but take a look at that minimap. We have Daytrade putting over on the bridge. Daytrade's about to arrive to this block. Expected to eventually pay a visit towards the rest of Bleed Esports, so this could either go really well for Bleed, or it could be otherwise.
This is a very interesting circle. I mean, it's not interesting in the sense that we've never seen it before. It's just interesting in the sense that I haven't seen it for a while, and
it's been a long time.
It's been a long time, and given the context, it could become very interesting. FW and Take Me Please rotating parallel with each other at the exact same time. Everyone shooting at what is basically 8 cars diving to the north side of North George. The Expendables there to defend. They've successfully thwarted FW's plans of hitting those north side apartments. Razor's hopped out of the car, dragging off in his face. KM99 takes him down. The rest of FW seem to make it not unscathed, but certainly alive. Raze, the heavy hitter for FW, loses his life on a rotate.
I just love how smart Forest Natural Gaming plays themselves just by the outskirts and some wrapping around the edges of this North George. Make it so hard for other teams to actually go in for that clean entry. And there's bound to be even more squads that'll be running towards the passage where Forest, Bleed, and the rest that's holding over onto the outskirts of the apartments. So right now, as it stands, teams are slowly finding their way into the city. And it's going to be BRU that will have them being shot down by Tom K's beautiful spray. He's looking for more, trying to tag them out, but it's going to be tough to even go in for that revive. Meanwhile, this is also working up against TEM.
Inside's got 3?
How on earth did he actually get all these? While Insight's going to be brought down. Only 2 members left for the side of Team Bliss. The nades are being sent right through. Let's over on to 𝐏𝐿𝐶, and that is perfectly sorted by Insight.
Damn. Impact from Insight as well. Disciplined to wait until that player hopped out of the car. Didn't want to overstep his mark and run out of bullets. Well done from Team Bliss. Yeah, they lose... Is it 1 or 2? They lose 1. They should get the res on the third member. They should get the res on Insight. HiMass is creeping over though, recognizing Team Bliss is weak and now stuck in the corner of that field. There's a defensive grenade. Bliss are aware of HiMass's endeavors. He's got blue zone grenades of his own though. A couple thrown out, landing in those smokes where Insight's getting res. 𝐾𝐿 now the only one to defend, but he's not peeking. He's not getting aggressive. He can see the nades coming in. He needs to defend his teammates here. Insight's down to HiMass's nade. Immediately re-knock. Those blue zone grenades make the res awkward. He can go on the other side. 𝐾𝐿's taken down by HiMass. As soon as he peeks, it is over. Team Bliss now on the ropes.
The hunter becomes the hunted right now. HiMass leaving no space for Akita, but he managed to find a little bit of cover through the trees, but for how long? He hops right into the US, but he's just going to try to full set it outskirts perhaps, but I don't think that there's a way off the hooks of Haisaki. And the further he goes, eventually it's still going to be bullet sent this way. Perhaps he might still be able to squeeze past, but it's going to be flat ground terrain to work with, while Reluctant Squad is also shooting out. So I don't see a way that Team Bliss will be able to survive.
It shows you the importance of finishing fights quickly in a lobby like this. Finishing them quickly and cleanly as well. Even if you just have 1 or 2 players knocked and one's getting rezzed, you finish the fight, one of them's already getting rezzed, it still might be too late for you to recover well. HiMass and the rest of Cerberus were very quick on that, and you were right. Akita cannot find a spot in the zone. Team Bliss go out in 15th. A nice 4 points to keep their spot on the leaderboard at least competitive, but they certainly would have wanted more out of this game. They were in a decent spot to do so. Now Cerberus owns that position. In the meantime, 𝐏𝐆𝐒 got taken down from 𝐾M99. One of the 𝐸-Arena players managed to pick him off. I'm not quite sure how. It looked like 𝐏𝐆𝐒 had access to the hard cover. Obviously, he was next to the apartment, so I'm not quite sure how he lost his life, but definitely an impact kill. 𝐿𝐿𝑒x on the entry. Baron knocked. Can he survive? There's a teammate to cover the road cross, but are 𝐸-Arena that aggressive? They're just going to throw nades. Smoke's out now. Is this the opportunity they want to pounce on?
Perhaps so. Just waiting for the smoke to come up, and they just probably look for opportunities to go in for the full send. They also spot out 𝐾M99, so this is going to be an efficient work for 𝐸-Arena. Now that they've gotten all the intel that they need, it's all about making their way across, but of course, that's not going to be easy with KM's watch being dealt with by 𝐿𝐿𝑒. While it seems like over onto the other section of the apartments, things are a little bit more quiet, but we shall see whether if this will be successful. Meanwhile, Jervis with a big nade just obliterates the entirety of 𝐿𝐾onfirm. I really do wonder what really went on there, but yeah, it's just rough in the city.
Yeah, 𝐿𝐾onfirm were hiding next to that electrical tower just outside of the city. 𝐿𝐿𝑒 currently roaming up in that territory, just recognized that, threw a nade over, and 𝐿𝐾onfirm go out. J-Die knocked her on the cross of the road. Take me please in a rough position. Bleed looking to capitalize on that very much. J-Die might get stolen away as well. SGD if they look across, or Cerberus if they manage to get some high ground. UNQ realizes there's no better option but to just hop in a car and rotate elsewhere. He's probably going to run into Cerberus, but this is definitely the best play. He's actually going to go for the res. That is ballsy. There's a ridge there, but nades are also coming in. Teddy, as soon as he leaves that single, the rest, or the entirety of Bleed recognize they can just run across that road for free. The LOSs allow for it, and it's an easy cleanup on the side of Teddy. Bleed, well played, well recognized, and Teddy's going to get away with it as well. Well, like, he could get double-headed as he's crossing the road, but he doesn't. So, well done from Bleed. They move up to 5 kills.
Yeah, what a chat. I think he just pushed in, just having perhaps certain areas to be cleared out. So he had that confidence, and he will secure it. So far, BRU is also stuck around the same vicinity as they trade, so with a potential of double stack up against Bleed Esports. It could be rough later on for Bleed, but so long as they can hold out for now, it should be just a-okay. But so far, it's been really interesting that RS was not punished for holding on to the outskirts of the Spider Hill, as that circle has lasted at least 4 phases, well enough for RS to really gain great control over the northern region. Now they have to take up this fight up against AG Global. I believe 𝐿𝐿𝑒 has already been spotted out, especially with those smokes now being primed in. 𝐿𝐿𝑒 hopes to lurk across, but it's not going to be an easy ordeal, especially now with a little bit more of a rival coming in from SGD from the south side. It seems like AEG and RS, they might just be kept by the Malaysian side the moment that they step inbound to the circle.
Yeah, you might be right. This is a competitive fight, though, for certain. Talked about the members of Forest and how I view them so far. Let's see if those roles that I've allocated to them ring true. Olympus has to kind of be the star player here in the bottom floor. Backup from 𝐾M99 outside as well. His impact has been pivotal for Forest so far. And there's Baron. Probably just going to need his one here. And 𝐸-Arena trying to make this push happen. It's a delayed fight too. No one wants to make the entry. I think 𝐸-Arena smartly recognizing they can just sit outside. A little bit of hesitation. He wanted to hop in the car, but he can't. Zizzy's now stuck out in the blue zone bag. The only thing stopping him from not getting knocked here. 𝐿𝐿𝑒x has to make this push out of the doorway. He doesn't have the luxury of a blue zone bag. 𝐸-Arena now trapped inside this apartment at the mercy of Forest. Baron pushing forward. He can't get his one. He runs out of ammo. Luckily traded. Helped out by MML and Olympus. Zizzy on the corner. Baron's here. Zizzy down low. Again, he didn't have that luxury. He's out. He's gone. Forest survive. Olympus might go out. SSG had an impact in that fight too. But Forest do succeed.
I love that fight. That preemptive nade really sets the tone up, and eventually they have been able to hold out the entirety of 𝐸-Arena from even crossing by. But of course, the fight continues here. As we expected AG Global to be sandwiched in between. They have the pressure coming from the top side of the hill from both RS as well as SGD, where they will just take on each other. Sophia, if he's not looking, he will be caught out. Speaking of which, he will be. SGD, they crash out.
A rough spot for them to be in. It was great for them early on, but as soon as the circle got claustrophobic, as soon as teams were moving in on top of them from left, right, center, you name it, right? It got very tight for SGD. They just couldn't really make it work. Torn apart. MML obviously looking for the forest fight. His team was fighting towards the northern side, so yeah, not ideal. Not the easiest spot to manage. There's a player underneath the shade of that tree. And Teddy is at least looking that direction. This could be a really good game for Bleed. Trick still has that MG3 to work with as well. Behind that car is Sololzi. Should be an easy pickoff, and it is. Trick opens this one up for Bleed. They push forward. If they can wipe 𝐏𝐼𝐼, they've got this entire ridge to work with to get lines of sight to everywhere else in the zone, and it's still into that next one as well. This is a luxury that Bleed definitely want to fight for.
They're absolutely fighting for it. And ask, how much can he do all alone? We've seen him drive with those grenades, and he will at least take down Trick. He's now sent flying in. I don't think that 𝐏𝐼𝐼 will be able to spot that one out, and Cerberus Esports crashes at 10th. And now, Bleed Esports takes over the control of the ridge, as you say. But first, it gets a lot more hectic as teams are exiting the township of North George. More of these fights taking place. 𝐏𝐾 now catches Baron off guard. First Natural Gaming did not manage to outlast those trades. And now it's all about racing out of these compounds, and it's just getting tougher as it goes. 𝐏𝐾 barely surviving, relying on the smoke covers. Now makes a run for it. 𝐏𝐿 caught out as well.
Whoa. Yeah, 𝐏𝐿 goes down here. That's a big mistake. AGG shouldn't be losing any members up there. As difficult as it might be. That one was costly, though, for Bleed. Only 2 up now. Imagine if they had kept 4 up on that ridge. They'd be in a much better spot. A spot where they're actually able to defend against Daytrade. But as they made that push, Daytrade pushed from behind them, took down Orkaran. And Bleed were still trying to deal with 𝐏𝐼𝐼 at that time. And so this is looking better for Daytrade now, funnily enough. Funny how quickly the tides can turn in a game of PUBG like this. Bleed and Chimoy now left to throw out defensive grenades. It's Molotov stopping Flash from entering that smoke. How much utility do Bleed have to work with? 𝐏𝐼𝐼 would have expended his. Cerberus would have expended theirs, sorry. And obviously, Bleed did the same when they were fighting towards Cerberus. So the utility is probably going to be quite scarce for Bleed. Daytrade, quite the contrary. They've been sitting inside the city, not having to use any of it for the most part. Just smokes up now for Daytrade. No damage utility on Norans. I'm sure his teammates have some. 𝐏𝐿moth has got to have at least a couple, but they're deciding that push isn't worth it. 𝐏𝐿moth knocked. This is looking a little bit dodgy for Daytrade.
Yeah, they run all the way back, and they realize that that is a power position coming in for Bleed Esports, but by turning the backs, they are susceptible for all these open angles for AG Global to just nail them down. Speaking of AG Global, look at that update. It favors the entire squad. Nothing but the still squeeze by, and of course they've been dealing with that pressure. Meanwhile, close range trades coming through. Bleed. They look to pummel down the rest of Daytrade.
I'm pushing over, trying to take down Daytrade, but the peaks are too undisciplined. Bit too callous. There's no smokes up to defend against AGG's angles. There's no teamwork. Dynasty peaked, I believe, then Khan peaked. Timings weren't there for Breweram. And that's going to cost them. Down goes 𝐾𝐿. Khan already knocked. 𝐾𝐿 flushed immediately by Clory. The Expendables have survived really nicely in these apartments.
Yeah, they took a really slow approach, and it actually pays off dividends. Of course, it's been a massive, staggering 9 points that Bleed Esports have been able to gain. Honestly, I thought that if Daytrade just committed into that area of push up against Bleed, they could have actually done the job well enough, since it's going to be a 4 versus 2. Of course, given a little bit too much respect, and now it's going to be reluctant third to actually go in for some trades. Clory is now locked over in the corner of the apartment, having the attention of Tycon. He swears by seeing somebody looking around these corners, which is why he's still keeping his eyes over on the top end of the roof, while Daytrade's last stand up against Teddy. Will not see him last too long, but that's actually taken over by Reluctant Squad's Van Dye. What a sharp shot into the spill.
Well done. Expendables fall. AGG taking full advantage of the control that they have. We're into our top 3. Barely even had a chance to mention our top 4 before we switch straight to the top 3. Bleed stuck on the outside of the zone, nowhere to go, evidenced by the fact that Teddy's gone down, and 𝐏𝐿 just has to use his car and find somewhere. It's already on fire, it's already smoking, 𝐏𝐿's already down to 50 HP, nowhere he goes is safe. He can pull up, but he's going to go down. He gives the point away, mind you. Reluctant Squad used that timing to push. All of the members of AGG, if not most of them, were focused on 𝐏𝐿. And so now a Reluctant Squad, of course, going to take advantage of that situation. AGG up to 9. Reluctant Squad with a chance now to win this game.
Yeah, they're definitely going in for a little bit more of a forced push. Bad Knight might not have the cleanest of angles, as he's susceptible for certain to still tap it out from that corner map. So it's all about taking control over the spot on the kill. But as I do say that, take a look where the circle goes. It will force both of these teams out into the open over onto that flat ground where we saw Bleed crashes out. So it's all about waiting for the right time to strike before they were forced to eventually going for the descent. Tycon now, please have a little bit of that rich for him to work around to be able to spot out Van Knight as well as Fong. So far, both sides depleted out of those crack grenades. As I say, there's still probably one or two left. That's going to be Tycon being spotted out instantaneously. What a trade that was from Xiaoyu.
There's such nice shooting from Xiaoyu. Flashes out, blue zone on the left, but I think Reluctant Squad want to peek the right. The backup from Xiaoyu is working wonders right now. FAP's just confident though. The smoke allowing him to peek on that right side. Hwang caught completely off guard, and Van Knight can't trade it. AGG using all resources available and taking these peaks perfectly. Xiaoyu's now moved up. A nice nade actually to get a re-knock onto Tycon. Van Knight still yet to peek over this ridge, yet to take advantage. No trades coming out, and that res could still come through for AGG. It is funnily enough reluctant from Reluctant Squad because they don't have a defined advantage. Now they do. 2 knocks. We're into a 2v2 right now. Sir-T still going for that revive. Tycon has been res, but he's down to 1 HP. Van Knight, now is your time to peek. You just have to be careful of FAP, but there's an LOS. No, there's not. FAP takes him down. FAP gets the second one. It is a well-controlled victory from AGG.
Perfectly in control, like you said. Though they were being zoned away, they took that fight with such precision on top of a controlled manner of pace where RS just really had to show a little bit of respect and to really full send it over on bomb side of the field, which was pretty predictable coming from the side of AG Global, and they got this one from the wraps, or else, you know, RS would just swamp through and really find them all. And that was quite an amazing run. We've seen plenty of action here in game 1. I can't wait for the next.
It's a testament to what AGG can do, that even in that fight when it becomes dodgy, you still have players playing the fundamentals well. As soon as that second knock came in, you could see FAP went basically immobile. He didn't move at all. He waited for Reluctant Squad to be the ones to peak because he knew he would have the advantage at that moment. So even when it gets dodgy for AGG, even when it's not going to be the cleanest 4 versus 2 or 4 versus 3 that you've ever taken, the players still know what they need to do. When someone makes a mistake, there's someone else there in the right position to fix that mistake and mend it and remedy that. And so that's what AGG did very well in that 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2.
Yeah, the moment that one of their members fall in the melee, go in to try to look for those trades, and with so much time being given, we also do think that perhaps they might be able to go in for a revive where RS were also holding back because there was a knock around their end. So it kind of hinders their progress of trying to push all together in tandem. But, well, we've seen all these very bloody fights inside of the north side of George where we see the arena being clipped out, and eventually, of course, Natural Game also follows suit. And, you know, this was an interesting fight. We had Cerberus being taken down by Bleed Esports, and I thought Bleed Esports may not last that long, but hey, they managed to finish third, which is the best that they could have done from that low ground.
Yeah, I thought it would have ended much closer to 5th or 6th for them, but yeah, they did survive. Top 3 is great for Bleed. They're in a spot where they're fighting for not only PGC points, but a spot in PGS 5 and 6 as well. So yeah, Bleed need to put themselves up there on that leaderboard. They survived quite well. Not the cleanest, but I mean, what can you do here if you're 𝐏𝐆𝐒? There's basically nowhere to go that you're not going to get shot at. So, yeah, and this is just a back and forth 4 versus 3 for 𝐴𝐺𝐺. But like I said, the positional advantage that 𝐴𝐺𝐺 had, it's something that you don't want to throw away, and the players seem to recognize that as well. Even when �nox came on their side, even when the comms might have gotten hectic, a player like FAP doesn't lose his cool. He sits there, he waits for you to peek. You are the one to make the mistake, not FAP in that scenario.
Yeah, overall, I have been so satisfied with 𝐾𝐿's performance in this game 1, where he not only looked for a lot of those pickoffs inside the city, but he really took charge and control of that whole situation. Or else, like, easily, if you don't really take hold over that south side, RS would get that free access. And of course, we saw that initial knock, but it wasn't directly being traded out because they at least sent 2 members from the side of 𝐴𝐺 to be on watch. So it makes things harder for RS to eventually crack through that defense. And maybe RS could have just maybe played a little slower and wait for time where the rest of these 𝐴𝐺 members will be forced into much more open space. And I guess they were trying to leave nothing to chance. They just really want to go and annihilate them while they've been weakened with a member down. But of course, 𝐴𝐺, they got plans of their own, and they played it out perfectly to secure the game.
Yeah, Reluctant Squad chose their timing right in that end game. The bleed player 𝐏𝐿, when he pushes in, I think there's like 2 or 3 𝐴𝐺𝐺 members looking at that UAS driving in. That's arguably a mistake. 𝐏𝐿 is not going to have that much impact. He's certainly not going to drive up the hill and into you and you know, destroy your chances of winning. You could say leave him down there alive, and he's going to cause trouble for Reluctant Squad. And then your biggest threat in the lobby now becomes a much easier target to deal with. There's probably different ways that 𝐴𝐺𝐺 could have dealt or played that. They obviously want that kill point as well. In the end, they didn't get it because he threw himself out of the vehicle. It is what it is. But I think they made it hard for themselves, at least at the start, and that kind of snowballed into making that fight with the Reluctant Squad a lot more difficult to deal with. But with that man advantage, a couple players obviously with some very key knocks, yeah, they ended up playing that very well. I would have probably loved to see them have more numbers towards Reluctant Squad, or at least hard staring at them. Maybe just one to shoot at the car. I don't know. Like, in a moment like that, it's hard to dictate what to do quickly, I suppose. And everyone obviously wants that free kill driving in. That's a very tempting free kill. But I think FAP absolutely deserves the MVP in this scenario. He got the double kill towards the end, and it was a double kill that if he had not at least got the first, the situation would have been far, far, far different than it was. He absolutely deserves that MVP. If not for the 5 kills, then for at least how he played that endgame fight.
Yeah, he was the absolute backbone for the team as well. He just won those trades outrageously so, and at the very same time, he wasn't really showing any sign of panic, though it could get so hectic towards that endgame battle. Of course, we got to give credit to the entire squad because they really do rack up those big numbers alongside with 𝐾𝐿 offering 4 kills as well as plenty of damage of his own. Or if we take a look at the rest of RS, of course, I give them credit for holding the best possible location for almost the entirety of the game. It's just that they couldn't really convert it. But of course, 𝐴𝐺, they were really wise on how they really take up the endgame battle. So that being said, that's plenty of amount of points being earned by our top 4 squads out there. And of course, a whole lot of exchanges. We see them really utilizing everything in the bag.
That is 15 nades on 𝐴𝐺𝐺 and 16 nades used from bleed. That is, I mean, that's what you want. That is one of the most strongest elements of the current PUBG meta, and I feel like most of the time it's usually like 19 smokes, then like 9 grenades. Never, I feel like it's maybe oftentimes not that high, but that was a circle that certainly called for it. And 𝐴𝐺𝐺, obviously, I feel like not necessarily having high used utility numbers is always a surefire sign that you're using it well, but obviously in that situation, 𝐴𝐺𝐺 did. Keeping 4 up towards the end game is a sign that you've used your utility quite strongly. Bleed coming up there in second. They came third, but bag themselves more points than Reluctant Squad. A very needed win on the side of 𝐴𝐺𝐺. We were talking yesterday, or on day 2, about how, or day 1, sorry, about how 𝐴𝐺𝐺 coming together as a new team. Why are they struggling? Well, I said it's probably because they are a new team. 𝐾𝐿 had to go over and compete in PNC. The roster is mostly new, so it's a struggle to try and find that chemistry and find that synergy and find how you want to play the game when you don't have that much time to practice. But I mean, look at them there, 8th on the leaderboard right now, 80 points. Maybe they are finding their stride.
Yeah, they definitely are. And when we take a look at the high climbers into this matchup, the Expendables, they might have actually bowed a little bit earlier, but with some slip ups coming in from SGV and other squads, now they find themselves into third position. Though, of course, the race seems to be really tight from second all the way down to six. So we will expect changes to come into effect even after the next game concludes. So that being said, AGG now finds themselves in a really good spot with that 80 pointer out there to at least separate them from the rest of the pack.
What's interesting as well, if you're an audience member who hasn't been caught up to speed yet, if Cerberus and Daytrade make it into the top 4 here, then that pushes the qualification slots for PGS 5 and 6 all the way down to 4th through to 5th through the 6th, sorry. And they are on the cusp right now. They are both just outside top 4. So we'll see if that that narrative comes true. But before we go to our second Erangel, we've got a very quick break.
World updates to 𝐏𝐿, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐏𝐿. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into 𝐏𝐿. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We start off the day with AG Global taking the big win as they give themselves high hopes to be able to secure perhaps a spot in the PGS 5 as well as 6. Now we will continue with Game 2 here in the APAC qualifiers of Phase 2. So, of course, with all of these big names now starting to make their mark, you did mention AG Global. They went through that roster shuffle and now finally showing great signs that they are here to play it out against the very best.
Yeah, it'd be kind of crazy to see HiMass or Cerberus, sorry, and Tycon on a separate team both go through to PGS 5 and 6. That'd be kind of crazy to see Tycon there, not on the same team as he was before, but competing against them. It'd be a very interesting narrative, and then obviously to be even more interesting to see how Tycon can do on an international stage versus his previous team. Also, I don't know if FAP has been to an international tournament before, but he's been a name that has been running rampant throughout the APAC scene for quite some time, and so it'd be very cool to see a name like FAP actually perform on the international stage. 5 seconds before we get into our second Erangel. The first plane path was very fair. Is the second one going to be nice to the players or not?
Yeah, the plane path might be fair, but the circle might be devastating for some of them to play out, so we shall see how this will eventually turn up. So that said, first we always get our bird's eye view of all the beautiful scenery that Erangel has to offer, because this is going to be the final time that we're going to be looking at it for tonight, as we will have to play out all the rest of the other locations of maps. So this is match 14, ladies and gents, as we are getting ourselves pretty much a stacked lobby once again, the very best out of APAC to try to make it to challenge some of the best of the world in the PGS 5 as well as 6. Now this is skewered over on the southern end, so
okay, well,
we're gonna have maybe fights for those vehicles, I guess.
Yeah, this is not what I had in mind when I was hoping for a fair plane path. It's probably not as bad as it looks. It is just very southern. And so some of the hard spawns are going to be more contested. Some of the ideal vehicle spawns are going to be more contested. Most teams will be okay, but there are definitely going to be some that find themselves a little bit more stressed than previously. Tem Entertainment and Bliss probably have the same idea of the cars that they want to go for. Bliss seem to be giving up the Crossroads hard spawn and just going a little bit further, opting for cars further north. And I mean, seemingly everyone else has also avoided any early disasters. 3 teams on Millie, and probably one of them is going to stay there on this zone at least, see if they can camp that bridge, because yeah, it does look like it's going to go north, but we've seen it go south before on zones like this, and in a lobby like this, if this one goes south, I just cannot wait to see what we discover.
Yeah, and I do have my concerns for Forest Natural Gaming now that they decide to also move into the islands. Of course, it's not going to be easy to cut over on that bridge, where, of course, there's a very slim chance that it might still end up inside the islands. But I don't think they really want to stay for far too long. So what do they really have to do here? Because Novo has been taken, and same goes to the middle base that goes to SGD side. Meaning to say, they may not have started off with the best amount of gears as well as loot as possible. So I hope that they are battle ready, because eventually, no matter how they do it, they just have to at least get to a decent spot of their own. But of course, take a look at the rest of the pack. It's been pretty okay as a starter. We don't really see any form of casualties. RS, also hugging by the corners of Fair Pure as always, might actually look to really guard off the western corner of the bridge. And until then, we might actually see a few members of all these islanders to drop out.
Forest is going super early to that western bridge. They were one of the teams that landed on Millie, and they are gunning it straight to that western bridge. They are cornered on both sides by Reluctant Squad and SGD, but neither of those two teams are actually on the bridge or at fire station or anything of the sorts. Forest can completely slip through both of those teams if they're quick enough. They're taking their time to loot the Yellow's compound just to the east of the bridge. Let's see if the timing actually pays off for them. I'm worried, because if Reluctant Squad go to camp that bridge from the northern side, SGD then combined from the south, Forest could find themselves in a very, very awkward situation. But we will see. We will see. Reluctant Squad probably not going to camp the bridge. They've got much better spots to take. Farmers is one of them. The bridges, or the Yellows I don't even know. There's so many compounds on Erangel that are called Yellows. And as my years since competing fade away, I'm losing the names of some of them. I gotta look at a core map out again. But Reluctant Squad have some just on the northern side of the bridge, not the southern, and that's obviously a priority position for them to take. So probably no reason for them to camp that bridge. SGD though, if they think they can get ahead of Forest, then absolutely they can camp that bridge. But right now they are miles behind.
Yeah, it seems like they will just perhaps hold out for a couple more minutes and read the room for a little bit. before they make those hasty decisions, because it's definitely a tough one to make, where it could just either get you a couple of points of forcing yourself into a fight, or just completely drop out in the earliest possible manner. Meanwhile, certain teams have stretched all the way on the outskirts to be able to at least gather up certain loots before they regroup back into the central area, where it still covers regions like Pachinki and also plenty of space over on Gatka. Those spots could very well be claimed. Speaking of which, here we go. As far as plans to capture at least one of the members of SGD, so also does spots out Jervis.
No.
And he walks away scot-free, or should I say drive off, while not really getting punished for it.
Well, that was a bit of a fumble. The Iron Sight AK isn't easy, don't get me wrong, but there was more than one player shooting at him at that time. Yeah, he does get away with it. Okay. Well, now Forest find themselves in a very odd position, because Payne is on the south side on military, and the other 3 members of SGD are on the north. And Forest, if they wanted to rotate across that bridge, they might find themselves pincered. That said, Payne is going for a boat, I think, on the coast of military. And so Forest weren't quick enough. They were very quick to go and loot around the bridge, but not quick enough to actually cross it. SGD, far quicker. But yeah, now Forest find themselves a bit stuck. Obviously, the gift shift for them would be a southern one, but on a circle like this, you're certainly not banking on it. So what do they do now? Bridge, emergency parachute, grab a boat that hasn't yet been taken, send it across to the docks on the other side. We'll have to see, but yeah, not ideal for them, especially considering how they started.
Yeah, and the longer they wait, you also do keep in mind that there's another team inside the island.
Yeah, you're
and that
right.
is 𝐸-Arena. So from my map feed that I'm looking at, there's a potential of 𝐸-Arena also moving into that western corner of the bridge. So they are absolutely stuck in between. I think like the best option for Force is just to really wait. There's no other choice, because they've already drawn that attention coming in from SGD, with them not picking off any of these members. SGD, they're dead set at locking that angle, not allowing them to cut through. Speaking of which, it's Jacob that actually spots them first and foremost as they move back into the base, trying to look for any form of loots. This could be very well a trap to be set perfectly by 𝐸-Arena.
Yeah, Forest were like, well, we've screwed the pooch on this one. Let's just go back and see if we can get all the loot that we could ever want. Let's just loot military. And yeah, 𝐸-Arena are here. Payne almost collided with 𝐿ERIX on the western side, but Payne has since gone further north. And 𝐸-Arena find themselves, now that they've spotted them, yeah, they find themselves in a unique position where they could actually catch 1 or 2 off guard and bag a few points before they also go over towards the north. Day trade, Nuren's inside of the glider, being picked off by SGD members, but no damage to himself personally, just the glider itself. And he's probably going to turn around after discovering that kind of information. Go off towards the west, see if there's anyone coming in behind Day Trade. Once Nuren's has cleared their back, they've got a lot of freedom to maneuver inside the circle. I feel like this is just, like, even if you have a goal with the glider, like, say you hop in a glider and you say, okay, I'm going to go scout this position. It's still a decent idea, at least while it's phase 1, phase 2, you're not being pressured too much, to just stay in the air and gather as much info as you can. Stay in the air late, potentially even, and maybe catch a team rotating wide that you wouldn't have otherwise been able to spot, because obviously you're in the air. And I think that's probably Nuren's idea, until you run out of fuel, of course. Oh, Team Bliss find themselves right up next to Bleed. Trick gets 𝐾𝐿, and I don't think Bliss are going to want to commit to this. Bleed find themselves in a much better position than Bliss do.
What a cheeky angle coming from Trick as well. Absolutely overwhelms the rest of Team Bliss, as they weren't expecting anyone to be wrapping around the northern portion of the map. This is not even within that phase 1 circle. And Team Bliss has to work through a tree right now without the presence of 𝐾𝐿. And back towards Nuren's, he's still trying to trade blows up against SGD. I think he's had just about enough of taps. He's starting to feel a little bit more startled. But what's interesting to note is that the rest of SGD, they're extending towards Very Pure. So with just about enough info, this is where 𝐵ELLMOUTH gets to work it out. So he tries to flush them all back. Not to be safe for SG to play out. With Norns continuously trading blows up from the air. Honestly, if that clips, that will be the best shot in the game so far.
That's one that you put on social media for sure. Also, that rotation from Bleed is crazy. They started this game in Lipovka and then went all the way to the north, outside of zone. Didn't even come in directly from the eastern side. I don't know what their plan was, but they collide with Bliss, who's just coming in from the north because they've looted late. So Bliss are going to be questioning why the hell Bleed are there. Bleed will happily take that freebie. Bliss rotate into where I thought Bleed were actually going to go, and look at that. Bleed, if they had come in direct from the east, they'd be in a sick position right now. They'd already be set up with Hacker. They'd already be set up with those yellows. They might even be set up in school apps, and they'd already be making moves, already be puzzling together their mid to late game. Now, instead, Bliss find themselves in that position, albeit a little bit late.
Yeah, I think that the rest of Bleed definitely overthink on how this could easily just be straightforward coming into the region of Rozhok, where there's just an ample amount of space now. Now, Team Bliss gets to take over that position and might actually find themselves in a very powerful spot up from those skills, provided if they could take that claim as soon as they can. But for now, inside of Pachinki, we still have the rest of the Expendables taking refuge inside the urban terrains, while SGD continues with the pickoff, this time finding a member of Reluctant Squad and perhaps even more as they try to leave that quarter of the compound. There's going to be a little tough decision to make for the rest of RS now that they're kind of stuck in between multiple teams. So they're kind of holding back. But my question here is, how's the rest of the team over on the islands going to manage this position? And Mingzi, what on earth was that shot?
Oh, I was looking at the map feed. What did Mings just hit?
On a moving vehicle, he smashed a headshot, and now looking for even more. Huang, it doesn't seem like he's got enough speed to hightail out of that situation as MML continues to give chase. Well, thankfully, he's got a little bit of wiggle room, so not that easy to just land those. While
look how many teams are already here, though. Cerberus is already here. Daytrade have rocked up at Potch Hill. Take Me Please have arrived as well. All of a sudden, the south is very claustrophobic. All of a sudden, the zone itself is... Well, most of the space has been taken. Apart from Team Bliss's quadrant, up there on the northeast. So... And Forrest, you asked how people were going to get off Military Island. Well, there's one of your answers. Forrest chose the emergency pickup, land themselves on top of Potato for free, mind you. So they get themselves Avesting. Okay, well, see you later, SGD. Sololzi with the Panzerfaust just pops out of the shack and blows him up. That is beautiful. That is stunning. And that's the dream shot that you want to hit with a Panzerfaust as well. If you land that Panzerfaust on the car, it's an easy 2K, 3K, 4K, depending on how many people are inside. Beautiful from Sololzi.
Perfect moment. He pulls it out. Just like that, claims to. SGD has been really marking onto so many other members, and now at least somebody's out there to deal with them. So that's quickly sorted out. The Cerberus claims those 2 pointers out there. Daytrade also taking a good control over on the hills of Pachinki as they spot out the rest of Cerberus members being scattered right across.
Oh.
Now, over onto the farm area, we have the rest of EA walking up around, but this is going to be a powerful spot that Dimisty's hiding at.
The entirety of Bururama here. The entirety of Bururama here. 1, 2, E-Arena caught completely off guard. Tigger now just has to back off. Zizzy's trying to fight back, but I don't know if there's any more space to take. Bururama have not locked this one up just yet, but they've taken a lot away from E-Arena. 2 members almost now. Tigger's down low. Khan pushing up. That is a well-sprung trap by Bururama. Tigger almost may be able to get Khan, but nah, no chance. Just down to Zizzy now.
That was a nasty setup, and Zizzy, what more can he do? If he could, he just walks out of this area, find a vehicle, and just get the hell out of here. But chances are there's just not enough space for him to play out. The rest of BRU will give chase. Only smoke to cover his own tracks. As they will also have a quick run over, perhaps. As the CF flies by, they did not manage to spot him out just yet. Eventually, it will be sorted out. Jacob slowly bleeding out while BRU still wondering where exactly could he be. CZ still looking around. I'm surprised he could last this long, but as I counted, that's at least a good 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's easy surviving, but I think also realizing he didn't really have anywhere to go. If he ran down the hill, he was obviously in the complete open. If not to Buriram, then definitely to Team Bliss on that northern side, who did try to come over and flirt with a third party, but that fight ended much quicker than Team Bliss would have liked. Very well sprung trap by Buriram. Necessary points too. They're probably going to start pulling off those kinds of maneuvers. Most teams who are on the cusp or fighting for their life in this tournament are probably going to pull off those kind of maneuvers. Now Rogue rocked up to FW Esports. 𝐏𝐿𝐾 with one on the defense. Thanawat's gone wide, and so Raze has to look towards him, but 𝐏𝐿𝐾 is doing a good enough job in this flat top where that's okay. But Raze gets taken down instead. On the balcony now, lots to do. Teammates arriving, backups here. Banana One's got another one. And 𝐏𝐿𝐾 can spot Thanawat out in the open. He just can't get the knock, though. The bullets hit the edge of the balcony. Thanawat's going for that flush. Raze is desperately trying to survive that nade, and 𝐏𝐿𝐾 is not looking behind him. Thankfully, throughout all of that chaos, FW get it done. The backup is good, and they can get reses on both players. Raze's one is risky, but they should get 𝐏𝐿𝐾. HiMass is already here.
Oh, the server is trying to weaken the rest of FW as well, but they didn't really take too much of a heavy casualty of damage coming from Tem Entertainment. I thought Tem would have actually hold that out so much better, but the Blue Zone nade is doing its job. 𝐏𝐿𝐾 now back on the ground, but that one should be able to still go in for the revive, but the pressure is piling onto these compounds. Big nades now sent right in. HiMass wants to clear it. There is definitely a hole by the bottom floor. This is not going to be an easy task for the rest of Cerberus Esports, so they will have to slowly check all these corners. He's also taking a little bit of that Blue Zone grenade at the very same time. The rest of Cerberus Esports, they want to work this out cleanly, but it's definitely looking tough.
What a sick molly from 𝐿𝐿𝐼. Just mollies the balcony, catches Banana One, and that nade might even finish Banana One off. It does. 𝐿𝐿𝐼's got it done. Cerberus have arrived again. Another perfect third party from them. Now just one member to find it. 𝐿𝐿𝐼, he's blind, has no idea what's going on or where to go. Down he goes. Tem Entertainment and FW both fall again. How quickly do these teams pounce on top of a third-party opportunity? Cerberus doesn't lose a single member, makes that look easy.
Yeah, perfect utility usage all across the board coming from all these members of Cerberus Esports. That's how it's supposed to be done. Like, you gotta really pounce on the right timing. That they did, and you saw the pressure coming from HiMass in order to get all these points back for the side of 𝐿𝐿𝐼. You want to see more of this coming out of Cerberus Esports, while Arcitet is the next one running out in the fields. Quickly gets picked up by Megalos. CMP at least getting a lot being done inside the city of Chinky. Whereas AG Global now tries to at least take a little bit more of that space over in Northern Fortress. That is actually a warehouse, of course. But AG Global, I think like they will have a decent chance overall to play over on this area, while of course some pressure will come in from the side of Team Bliss as well as they trade eventually. It's gonna be a little tough one. West BRU looks for more.
Okay. Alright, 𝐾𝐿𝐼. Oh, Cerberus is here. It's not a third party this time, though. They're just rocking straight up. They thought maybe it would be a little bit easier, but they're greeted by KM99, who just can't get more than one. Impact, though, helping out Buriram. This is a historical fight for certain. Cerberus versus Buriram. Like the good old days. Although maybe it was day trade more so in years gone by, but still certainly two formidable opponents on top of Potato Hill at the moment. HiMass, all of Cerberus alive, and Buriram have their reses as well. This is a straight 4v4. Lots on the line, including some storylines for us to work with. Nades out on both sides, but none of them land to do much damage just yet. So 𝐿𝐿𝐼 and the rest of Cerberus have this ridge to work with. Buriram, the onus is on them. Khan exposes himself, but there's a good trade from 𝐾𝐿𝐼. He continues to step up, but he can't do it all. He gets that flush, but he's traded out. Now just two up for Buriram. Eddie and Dynasty down low. They've maneuvered past these smokes. How much can they really do, though? Duckmai could peek on the edge. He does exactly that. Dynasty's not ready for it. Or Duckmai just hit good shots. He's hit good shots on the second one. Cerberus wipe Buriram. It's not clean, but it's clean enough. Up to 9 kills.
But 9 kills to actually kick off this phase 4 is just pretty insane on their work rate. They continuously hunt out teams after teams. And the moment that they get that reset done, I believe that they're definitely going to be looking for a whole lot more. My server is absolutely on fire at this moment. Having decent areas to work with coming from the eastern quarter map. I guess they only have to worry about the closest target being QC over on to the south. And eventually we'll be able to at least go in for some long-range trades against both Bleed as well as AGG. The rest of day trade now found themselves stuck in the predicament with big nades being sent right in from 𝐏𝐸. They should be able to at least hold out for now, but 𝐏𝐸 is trolling through the smokes as well. Nades being exchanged from inside of Norin's. 𝐏𝐸 alone, trying to do whatever he could to bring a little bit more points towards the hands of Team Bliss. Haven't found anything just yet, but any form of exchange will be good enough. Now, Flash gets to spot him. So I don't think he gets to play for much longer, though. He does what he could do best.
No. And look how competitive it is in that pack of 2 through the 5th, 2 through the 6th row. 99, 95, 94, 94, 94. So games like this, if you're FW, Team Bliss, SGD even, you can't afford to have games like this. Not when it's this competitive, not when it's this cutthroat. Cerberus moving themselves up does push the qualification slots down by 1. Day Trade yet to do that. So it may become a little bit more lenient, but if it's going to be this competitive in the top 6 with AGG and Day Trade slowly closing in, then you cannot slip up like this. Jervis in that blue zone grenade will out-heal it with the first aid, but I don't think T5 are going to let him go too easily. And it does allow the Expendables a little bit of time to get closer to T5. T5 are aware, but still have to deal with their threat, and that might cost them. Haisaki down, nice shooting from AGG. Simoy tries to steal it away, but Sapao does get it in the end. The Dragunov continues to ring out. Bleed have found themselves in a great spot. A better day from them so far, all things considered, in these first couple games. Even if they were to go out now, down goes Jervis. T5 finally deal with that threat, and Q-Confirm push straight up towards Cerberus.
Now dropping that nade, but not quick enough to respond to Duckmine over the top. There is Petret now trying to go blow for blow, and eventually will find the entire squad, with Opons also clipping the final member of Cerberus Esports. For what it's worth, it's a massive 9-pointer for Cerberus Esports in this round, as they almost breached the 100-point mark to also catch up to T5. 𝐏𝐸's been holding on for a very long time now. I think that Daytrade's had enough, going for a push while those stuns have been popped right in. Tandal eventually will give enough space for Flash to close it out. Team Bliss, that's a decent hold to secure a top 8 position, but no ill missions thus far for Bliss for this round. Well, of course, you did mention Team Bliss. They've been absolutely consistent with their form of a run. Now finds themselves a good compound to work with. The other team who has got good region of whole will definitely be AGG.
It's looking like a much better game for AGG, isn't it? Could continue their streak of goodness today. T5 though, unlike yesterday, their first couple games haven't been too great. Fucky and Ranger X stuck on the road ridge, and as soon as they move in, well, the angles don't get better, they get a lot worse on that road. Day Trade almost have line of sight towards T5 as well. This is Day Trade on the cusp of top 4. They are just 5-6 points away from entering top 4, which is good for some teams, obviously not good for others. AGG, they've got a task on their hand to defend against one of Thailand's best. Will they do it successfully? They've got Tycon still on the south road, and smartly so. They put 3 members up towards that northern side. That warehouse is notoriously difficult to breach, but with enough smokes, I've seen plenty of teams do it in the past. Defensive grenades go out. That one rebounds inside the warehouse. That UAZ is parked really smartly to block Day Trade from entering. And it does its job for the most part. Norins, though, just quick seat swap to duck inside. The Expendables fall in the meantime. Flash loses his life on rotation. AGG pulling off this defense, but they've let Norins slip inside.
Yeah, he's just sift through the cracks, and this could be potentially deadly for the rest of AG Global. Now that Fab's going to be down, Zapao will follow, and it's Belmov here to offer whatever he has. They trade, they just plow right through it. And just like that, AGG is overwhelmed, only left with 2 members to play this one out. It was so tough for them to really hold over onto that corner of the warehouse with so many of all these deathlists being thrown right in. QC now find themselves in the top 4, just wrapping around the hillside. They could also rush towards AGG at this very moment, and this could be devastating.
That's why you have 𝐾𝐋 on that southern side, though. He's got 1, and 𝐶𝐸 actually helps him get the 2nd. AGG have fully backed off of this. QC weren't ready for that. They thought they were coming into an AGG that was focused on day trade. That's just not the case. QC lose 2 members on that breach, and now it's just down to 1. 𝐶𝐸 smokes out. Down goes that final member. It's Bleed, though, to clean it up. Into our top 3 again. Bleed consistency so far. AGG as well. Daytrade looking to make their mark. They've done well to breach the compound, but more work yet to do. Would love to see Bleed now start to spread out. They know that AGG and Daytrade have been fighting over here. There is so much ground for them to take. 𝐴uKuRan already there on the south side. Now they've got all the world to play with on that northern side, including a nice ridge to work with to stop Daytrade from getting towards the center of the zone. This is so free for Bleed. They just have to shepherd both these teams into destroying each other and then claim the victory after that.
Yeah, especially for 𝐴uKuRan's position. He went in for that deep flank up to the hillside. If he cuts in a little bit deeper towards the compound, he might be able to actually catch some of all these players off guard as they now have to move out of the compound. So this is definitely a Bleed's game to play out for a chicken dinner, so long as they do it right. They trade. Maybe they might not look to commit against AG Global after all. It's going to be hard to actually cut across the roads either ways. And speaking of which, AG Global, they have 𝐶𝐸 to be able to put a dent towards Bleed Esports. So now, with a little bit of information gained, they will definitely pay close attention onto that southern position that Bleed Esports holding out. But it's definitely going to be tough for AG Global now that they're only down to these 2 members. But we're seeing the impact that 𝐾𝐋 and 𝐶𝐸 has been able to offer throughout the course of the battle. A little tough to decide right now, but they're going to take their time. They don't really have to move too much.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is they just have to wait for AGG to make the move, and hopefully it's clean. Hopefully Bleed help them take AGG out, and then we can get into the 3 versus 4, but I'm not sure it'll be an easy win for Daytrade here. Bleed just have so much positional advantage. Stepping outside, 𝐾𝐋 exposes himself. 𝐿 guaranteeing the info for his team, and does even better by landing 75 damage total. 𝐾𝐋 now has to heal. That's time wasted, time spent. Bleed making it very difficult for AGG to move. Trick makes it almost impossible. A headshot onto 𝐶𝐸 just now leaves 𝐾𝐋. Does he go for the res? Does he go for just the pure survival? I think the corner of the compound might be in, so he could just try and survive on the corner or inside smokes, but I'm not certain. And even if he does try that, I don't think Daytrade are going to let him get away with it either.
Yeah, there's really not much that can be played for AG Global, especially with the full squad locking that position away. Bleed Esports is not going to let them go off scot-free. But now I believe that there's opportunities for Daytrade to also extend out in the open while the attention span has been drawn from the rest of Bleed Esports. Let's see what they make do with this. Still not looking all too easy. 𝐴uKuRan will have to find something through these smokes. Daytrade, they're just hoping at least they could just guarantee that 2nd place. And speaking of which, AG Global will eventually bleed out to the play zone. Now, it's just going to be a direct 4 versus 3 hustle. Daytrade could still find perhaps a little bit of an opening, but they first have to catch out 𝐿𝐿, which is in the best possible angles up over on roofs.
They get closer. They get closer, but is it close enough to catch Bleed making a mistake? Do they have the utility to throw over towards Bleed? 𝐿𝐿 does have to leave this rooftop, so that denies one very powerful angle for Bleed. The timing's also got to be perfect. If he's caught on rotation off the top of that roof, if he gets caught floating down, then that's a problem. A headshot onto Orkarin, opens it up, gives a little bit of freedom to Day Trade, but not that much. There's still two players hard staring towards Norrøns. The nades come in, they haven't had to use them at all this end game, and so Norrøns is nothing but a dead man. Caught in the open. Now the smokes come out. It is a 4 versus 2, a situation that Bleed should have no trouble closing out. It's just about manpower. It's just about getting those trades. And as long as you have the information to work with, that shouldn't be too difficult. 𝐏𝐿𝐻 stuck in smokes on the left-hand side. They're wrapping the edge of the zone. Norrøns is flushed out. Thanadol, was he spotted or not? Maybe not, but still problems for potentially Bleed. Teddy lost without a trade. This could be the downfall if they don't get that trade very quickly.
Great isolation picks out there. 𝐏𝐿𝐻 now soaking in some damage. His position absolutely revealed. Now they're forced to play deeper into the center, where it's only a small little ridge to actually cover by. Bleed Esports somehow taking a little far too long to wrap this one up, allowing a little bit of space for them to wiggle with, but Bleed Esports still does the job by the end of the round. They've been rewarded with a third place finish for the efforts back in game 1, and here they are securing another massive chicken dinner to put themselves up there amongst those teams who are battling for that spot for PGS.
Yeah, it's a super important victory for Bleed. It's got layers to it as well. Well done to them. They do close that one out. It looked potentially dodgy, but I mean, not for very long. I think Bleed knew the advantage that they had, and even if one person on their roster was to make a mistake and get knocked, then they would have the manpower to follow that up. This is how they started the game as well. I would love to talk to Bliss and figure out whether they had any idea Bleed were going to make that kind of rotation, because that one definitely caught me off guard. But who am I to criticize? They won the damn game. So my word means absolutely nothing. Well done to Bleed. That was absolutely nutty. And Solzy definitely happy to get that one. SGD not happy though, on the other hand. They were looking to have a decent game. And I think that was a bit of a compound bait on the side of Cerberus.
Yeah, on top of that as well, like, how exactly did they rotate from that position, from catching out Bleed to Ruins, and then eventually to that God spot where they managed to eventually secure the win for their own? We're seeing a lot of all these close proximity fights, especially a beautiful trade out where Cerberus Esports have been able to haul their massive 9 corners by also ambushing Force Natural Gaming eventually, and also closing things out against Miramar United. It was beautiful to watch, while Cerberus Esports might have actually taken too much time to actually rotate inwards, which sees themselves dealing with a little bit of pressure coming from the south side. But it's been a tough fight to even get into the zone, where by the end of it all, it was those who are holding areas closer to school to be able to reap the rewards.
Yeah, not much more to say about this game, unfortunately. Bleed had that advantage, capitalized on it. 𝐏𝐿𝐻 looking like maybe he could have got something done here, but very quickly traded out by the utility, and Thanadol too far back to actually do anything off the back of that. So yeah, I mean, deserved win from Bleed. You can argue they got fed. You can argue that they had massive circle advantage. I'm not going to argue against you, but of course, what I always say is that as long as you can convert those games, as long as you can get those wins when the circle gives them to you, then that's all that really matters. Out of a 24-game series, most teams are going to catch 8, catch 9, and as long as you can convert them, then you're in the books with the other teams, essentially. Bleed did exactly that. We saw Bliss do that yesterday. T5 even had a game yesterday, I believe, where they got fed. It doesn't matter, right? It's just how PUBG works, and they took full advantage of it. So yeah, well done to Bleed. And as I said, very important win for them. They are fighting for PGC points as well. They need a decent amount if they don't want to get overtaken by the teams below them, and if they want to stay within that top 3. So yeah, valuable win from them. Not quite at the top of the leaderboard yet, but making their way up.
Yeah, definitely. When we take a look at the leaderboard, you can see how close these teams are. Everyone's neck and neck around that 90-pointer region. So, of course, our storyline gets better along the way. So, it's really down to some of all these upcoming rounds, especially in Rondo as well as Taego, to see perhaps if any teams might have actually fallen off. Well, I'm pretty sure that they've played enough rounds of Miramar back in the past in many different tournaments to still have a decent way to actually play that out. So I guess the big curveball here is, how are these teams managing in Taego as well as Rondo? But back towards this game, where you are just seeing all these dogfights in the early game, and a lot of all these mental warfare, especially when we start off with teams getting gated off over in a corner bridge. I was really thinking, how would Forest actually pull it off? They were playing it really smart. They took the emergency parachute and also found themselves in the take of a battle where they had no other choice. They really have to just find ways to earn those points, and I believe that they did, but it definitely come at a cost.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I feel like a lot of situations in that game came at a cost, right? Teams doing things that were very costly for them. Third parties that were costly, taking fights that were costly. Cerberus? Nope, I can't even say the sentence. We saw Cerberus, yeah, it's double S's. Take full advantage of a couple of those third-party situations as well. It's a fun game to spectate. Very fun one to spectate. I think that game as well, if it wasn't going to be game 1, then definitely game 2, the leaderboard has become very, very, very crazy. The MVP for that game is Trick, and well-deserved. Out of the 8 that Bleed got, he got himself 4. Hit a very nice shot with the Dragunov onto one of the members of AGG inside that flat top. So, yeah, I mean, Trick, always a highlight player, and showing us why in that game.
Yeah, overall, he's been the guy that's very willing to really take all these risky plays, and he always converts it when he's given enough of that space to do so. So far, Bleed Esports, they just really had to wait for the right moments to really drop all the things that's within that baggage of troubles, where, like you highlighted at one point of the game, where they didn't really have to expend it, they just have to wait for that final fight for them to just really drop everything on the line up against the rest of Day Trade. And first, it was a decent fight between AG Global as well as Day Trade, but they were not given any room to play out for that circle shift. So kudos to Tier 5 though. We also did see them really do a lot of damage to those who are hoping to move from the south side into the regions of Pachinki. They gated majority of them, just they couldn't really had a better area to work around up against some of the Day Trade members that eventually sees the better off of that trade.
Yeah, T5 had to deal with Jervis inside of Pachinki, and that just it delayed them so much, having to try and make a push into that circle. They maybe could have taken a fight with Bleed on levels and towards mini Poch, but I don't know. It's very dodgy. Yeah, T5 definitely had too much to deal with that made their game quite difficult. When they made that rotation, they lost 2 as well, I believe. But Bleed with 18 points, Day Trade with a very respectable 13 coming up in second, T5 with 10. Given their situation, yeah, like you said, that's a very respectable number to have. AGG came third, and yet they only get 9. QC, decent game. Cerberus, keep up the consistency. Like I said just a second ago, though, I think this game makes that leaderboard even more competitive than it was when we initially saw it. We had, was it 2 through to 6th was like all 90 points. I feel like it's going to be very similar. Look at that. Look at it. Look at it. 99, 97, 96, 95, 95, 94, 92. Dude, that's obscene. That is insanely competitive. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is very, very obscene. We've never seen a lobby like this where everyone is just 1 point away from another. And even to the spot where AGG has been really piling up these points for the past 2 rounds, they will be next in the running to also challenge whoever's currently within top 1 to 8. So T5, they can't be happy for now, but they gotta really work their butt off in these final couple of rounds in order to still maintain at the top. So there's not gonna be a round that will be a freebie for either one of these teams, where every single mission will matter by the end of the run.
That pushed, that's Cerberus and Day Trade in the top 6 too. That pushes the qualification slots down by 2, which makes it even more competitive. SGD are now pushed out of the qualification spots going through to PGS 5 and 6. They're in 7th, not in the top 4 anymore. Insanely competitive. That is halfway through the tournament. I did not expect it to be like this. I thought there'd be a couple teams running away with it, but we have got the best case scenario so far. Do not go anywhere. You absolutely do not want to miss any more of the action we have going on today. We've got Rondo coming up after a very short break.
World updates to 𝐏𝐿, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐏𝐿. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back from the short break, and if you just joined us, this is an ultra competitive lobby that we have right now. Anyone within the top 8, or should I even say top 10, could make their way into PGS 5 or even 6 with such a close distance to even close up within those margins of points. We're definitely in for a showdown. That really shows, Extreme, that all these teams, they use that one day of a break to really do their research, and it has definitely paid off handsomely for at least the upper portion of bracket. And of course, the other teams who are looking at the current position over the bottom, they're also piling in some points as well. So the race is definitely on.
Yeah, well, I feel like a lot of the teams that were doing well in the first 12 games that we saw are now potentially falling off, other than T5, of course. And then the teams that needed to find form, the teams that needed to find themselves coming into this tournament, they've started to do well. And it's kind of created this perfect storm that finds 7 teams on 90 or on that 90 point mark, 99 down to 92 or something like that. And then the team just below them is on 89, and I think the team below that is on like 84 or something. So it is ultra competitive, and it's insane when especially when you consider that Cerberus and Daytrade being within that top 4 pushes those qualification slots down to 6th, and that makes it even more lenient, I suppose, which makes it even more competitive. I don't know, it's insanity right now. I never expected we'd get to this kind of a position. I thought there would be more teams running away with it. I thought there'd be more teams on the 100 point mark by now, but nah, man, everyone has come to play, and it is a joy to watch.
It definitely is, and at the moment I thought that Cerberus would be the next team to be able to join it, and they were denied. And we saw how aggressive they played out that match, securing that 9th corner. And of course, the rest of these squads really have something to say about each of their performances. And here they are showing us some of the best PUBG esports possible. As we hit our way into Rondo, I believe this to be the map to perhaps break that momentum and cause a little bit stir and shake up onto where these teams are currently being placed. So they got to be really, really careful heading into these upcoming 2 rounds.
Alrighty, well, we'll see what happens on one of the tertiary maps in Rondo. Team Bliss going over to the western side, the arena all the way in that northwest. 𝐿 confirmed, dropping Xiao Tin. Not expecting to see any early action, not when the leaderboard is this competitive. Not when people seem to be, I mean, seriously fighting for every single point. It has been so fun to watch. And, well, I suppose moving on to Rondo and 𝐿𝐷𝐻, it makes it a little bit more interesting. Rondo, not necessarily an unknown quantity, but certainly parts of this map and some of the tendencies have yet to fully figure out how this map plays, yet to fully figure out kind of the, this was the hot drop we saw yesterday. There you go. So it is continuing. Reluctant Squad versus Daytrade. Daytrade need this one desperately. 𝐏𝐵𝐿 opens it up. It's a nice one-pointer to start. Van Nye, whether he had a gun or not, it didn't seem to matter, and 𝐏𝐵𝐿 is looking for more, but the rest of Reluctant Squad have run as far away from this weapon as possible. They didn't even have guns, I don't think, to be able to trade out Van Nye, so Daytrade with that opening advantage.
Yeah, Daytrade's been looking super hungry for all these points from the get-go. And just like what you mentioned happened yesterday, they continue to haul. And Reluctant Squad sees a little bit of dip of performance. They had that crazy run for a top 2 finish, which they could have also gotten a chicken dinner for themselves. It definitely hurts them a little bit, especially with last round not really gathering any points at all. So they don't want to bow out in that same manner. So I do believe that the rest of RS will try to fight back at the very least, unless if they don't really find themselves any decent weaponry or even vehicles to rotate with, then it's just going to be a real tough one up against Daytrade right here. Lock right in. Doesn't seem like these 2 members, Zayu as well as Huang, would be able to do much. So it's really down to Jun on how he plays his position, as he's on the outskirts of the current city. If he could look for a wraparound to spot out at least a target from Daytrade, this could be a very good even fight.
Curious to see whether Daytrade actually commit to this or not. As I said, very important points being picked up for them right now. They're in a volatile spot on that leaderboard. Yeah, they're guaranteed to go through to PGS 5 and 6, but there are still PGC points they need to grab. Still money up for grabs as well. $80,000 prize pool, that's no joke. And because it's top heavy, even if you are guaranteed to both PGC and PGS 5 and 6, doesn't matter, man. You want to get that first place bag, 25 grand for yourself. So there are reasons to be ultra competitive throughout the entire tournament, no matter what. Everyone will be playing their absolute bests. So yes, very important for Daytrade to win that. Reluctant Squad, arguably, also probably more important. They are not in a position in which they are fighting. They are in that mid-pack that has yet to break into the ultra-competitive pack. We'll see what happens. If I'm in Daytrade's shoes, I feel like I'm staying. I'm seeing if I can isolate one. If I can get guaranteed information that there's one guy in this one spot and we can actually push him and make that a reality, then I think I'm going to go for that. You know, I'm just going to use that manpower, gun that guy down, and then probably commit to it after that. If we can't get it done, then yes, probably time to back off, especially if the zone is close to them and they have priority that they can take advantage of, which in this scenario they do. They're close to the center of zone. So no reason for them not to at least think about taking priority. Because the more time they spend in that hot drop, the more chances anyone else is going to move into those great spots that isn't Daytrade. And the Expendables are doing that right now. The Expendables have already done it. They've gone past Daytrade and Reluctant Squad. They've moved into a couple central locations. SGD is now coming in from the north, almost guaranteed to do the exact same thing. So Daytrade, yeah, a lot to consider.
Yeah, but it seems like they're playing it a little bit more conservatively, because they understand the risk versus reward, where every team right now neck and neck. If they drop the ball, they make one tiny little mistake to be punished by RS. They're the ones on the losing end, where all these other teams who are looking to really vie for that top 4 spot could still make a better run right now, looking for those positions where they're currently being stuck inside of that city, not allowed to even move out of. So they will try to settle scores while they're still within the area of the zone. TE, they rock up not too far off as they manage to take a little bit of space deeper into the central area of play. While Tier Tom 5's also found Patampong in an unplayable area, but he was not going to be staying all too long in the Tong Garden. Whereas the rest of Forest Natural Gaming, they start off over South Side, which is a great spot for them to really play things out safely. As I say that, Pat is actually not too far off Patampong, to be specific.
Yeah, risk the pronunciation every time I say his name. That's for sure. Circle filling up now. Everyone going towards the center. A couple teams straggling behind, but no big worries. AGG and Cerberus almost colliding on that northern side. The arena very far out to the northwest, as they were when the zone popped. They haven't moved. They've just been looting up as much as they can. I feel like we've seen a good, a decent mix, I suppose, of macro strategies. I haven't really seen one team that's played very heavy towards the edge, and or at least not heavy enough to where I've noticed it. Most of the time we're seeing stock standard priority central play. And then obviously if you can't make that priority, then you come in late, you loot up, or take that emergency pickup to bag yourself a spot, C2, C3. So that's kind of the mix we've gotten so far. And it's been making these mid games and end games incredibly good to spectate. We have had non-stop action from about the 10-minute mark onwards, basically every single game. That hot drop didn't even result in more than one death either. We lost, I believe it was Huang on Reluctant Squad, could be wrong. And then, oh, it was Van Nuys, sorry. And then Day Trade and Reluctant Squad separated. And so even when we do get a hot drop, it's just one kill out of it. Tells you exactly how much is on the line here.
Yeah, a lot colder than what we expected to be. And you did mention that certain teams, since they're going to be a little bit late on that rotation, what I really love about BRU is that they're always very mindful of making sure that the passage for them is going to be cleared up before making those drastic measures of convoying altogether. They should be able to open up that northern passage for themselves to eventually get a good hold over on north. EA, however, they're going to be moving very slowly over on the east corner. Or should I say west, actually. Got my map a little flipped. So, who knows? They might be signing up for a battle against Cerberus Esports later on, while Team Bliss spots out some parachutes up the year as certain teams are looking to claim that unplayable eventually. Monty continues to pile in a little bit of pressure. That seemingly to be members of Bleed Esports trying to move into the city of Rinjan. Should be able to also stock up plenty of all these utilities. And it definitely will be essential, as we saw how many times when we play inside of Rondo, where the final few moments, it's always going to be on the outskirts of some form of terrain, which can be very difficult to move around, but so long as you have a couple of smokes to at least buy some time as well as space, it will be proved valuable in return. So for now, we're getting probably just a little bit of trading done here in the phase 1, but rest assured, 10 minutes onwards, we will get that big fight underway.
No one taking any fights as of yet. It is going to go from 0 to 100 at some point. Most likely on that zone 2 pop. Or now, Orcarin opens up, but he target switches and just can't get it done. 𝐏𝐼𝐿 much more ready to take that fight than Orcarin was. Tried to go for the card, recognized one was up close, and at that point, it's almost too late. Bleed, after their win, they do lose one early. Cerberus now has this high ground, looking over the entirety of Bleed, stuck down there in Rinjiang. Where does this phase 2 go? All the way to the north. E-Arena, Probably a bit upset with how that one has shifted, given the amount of freedom they'd have if they did decide to come in on the northern side. But it is what it is. The circle goes where it wants to go, and now everyone on the south who banked on it donutting or going south has to move through a humongous amount of teams all the way through the center of that zone. Or hit that western wrap, hit that eastern wrap, but how viable are they really? Khan driving straight past Belmoth, and he's just trying to pufferfish right now. He doesn't want to get breached. Smartly so. Day trade, obviously a volatile spot on the leaderboard. As I said, Blisco rotating through a couple different teams as well. T5 on their left, FW behind them that they've already passed. How did Khan... well, there you go. He wasn't rotating through. He was rotating above. He'll be parachuting all the way down now. Try to find somewhere good for Buriram to reside.
Oh, he's only got a shack for his own. I don't think his teammates are going to be able to hold out in this space, even if he calls for this spot to be taken. As shots are being fired from the side of the expendables. Day trade also looking for a little bit more SGD. Finds the entire squad of Team Bliss cutting across the corner. And Team Bliss, they just full send it from the south, moving directly towards the north. Now has to deal with the entirety of Tirtan 5. And this is going to be a little bit of a daunting task for the Australians to be able to find big impact in perhaps a fight that they're putting themselves up against. As I say that, they managed to eventually spot out Dynasty. Takes him out.
Okay, down goes Dynasty, but an even trade. Monty as well. Cal, though, fighting back as ever. Khan flushed as well. Monty will be lost. Stolen away, though. Buriram don't get that kill. Buriram down to 2 like that. Team Bliss make that rotate straight into Buriram's territory and make it work. How many more did the... Oh my gosh.
What?
They should be able to out-heal it. Get it off in time. But another Blue Zone grenade or a Molotov through this shack, and Team Bliss are all but dead. And look how close they are to Buriram as well. That cross between Buriram and Team Bliss is so tempting to make. And the reason Buriram aren't pulling it off right now is because not only did Bliss have one person covering that isn't in that shack, but also the open lines of sight that would be had on that cross. So Buriram disciplined for the moment, but I think that's a cross they're going to want to make later on when everyone else around them is occupied, when they can actually get close to a grenade. And if they have 2 Blue Zone grenades in the back pocket, then Bliss are almost certainly dead. Have to see the timing that they choose to make that run, but yeah, it is certainly tempting. 𝐏𝐸 moving around now maybe is the timing they could take, but it isn't. In fact, one of those players has left the shack. 𝐏𝐸 picked up a car and drove away. 𝐏𝐸 moving around now maybe is the timing they could take, but it isn't. In fact, one of those players has left the shack. 𝐏𝐸 picked up a car and drove away. Buriram, are they fighting this? Are they continuing? Do they want Team Bliss in their area? Are they okay with it? Is 𝐾𝐋𝐈 going to try and get some alternate angle? It looks like it. Pulls up on that ridge. He's going to try and match 𝐏𝐸's aggression.
Yeah, that's the best he could do right now without overcommitting into that potential hustle for that 2-pointer inside the shack. Very risky, especially when you do have the rest of SGD up over on the hillside. So long as they're not drawing SGD's attention, they're going to be A-OK. As we do get another quick update, it does pull to the favor of SGD. And
ping-ponging.
It definitely ping-pongs really far off. And I guess Team Bliss, they're happy enough that they're just by the edge of it. But that battle between VRU, that will definitely continue on with maybe eventually some pressure coming from E-Arena. Tirtan 5, they've been really playing perfect game throughout the course of the evening and continuously find themselves in the perfect spots. What? Come on, with the revolver, MML. I don't think you're going to get that.
SGD's position, it's good for the moment, but I think it could also fall apart really quickly. If they find themselves on the edge and a 4-man decides to breach that low ground compound that MML and Jervis are in, then you better hope the high ground cover from the other 2 is perfect. But I think still it's a power position. Tem Entertainment find themselves on the western edge, and they are just staggering the blue, controlling as much as they can. MML hits a blinder onto Eddie as he rotates through. And that's Buriram trying to find a better spot to sit. They didn't like where they were originally. They were down too many members to justify trying to fight on that northern side, and so they're trying to go elsewhere. Just find somewhere to bunker down and see if you can get to placement points, but they lose Eddie on rotation. 𝐾𝐿 now sending it into the center of the zone. Cerberus rotating through as well. Probably a similar idea to Buram, but they've got 4 up and looking to make an impact here. Q confirm. Oh, if you look at that minimap, it doesn't look too good for them, does it? Down to 2. FW completely surrounding them. 𝐾𝐿 and Cerberus did collide. 𝐏𝐼𝐿 knocked, but I think there's going to be 3 other members of Cerberus right next to 𝐾𝐿, and there is. He goes down. Buram out in 16th on Rondo. Opon's tagged very low, and the nade finishes him off. It's a 90-degree turn that 𝐏𝐾 can't make, and for that, he loses his life. 𝐏𝐿 close enough for that trade, not close enough to save his teammate's life.
Yeah, love the snap coming in for him. If he was any closer, that could have been a big opening for Q Confirm to still have a decent trade out up against the rest of FW members. Force Natural Gaming also pushing upwards, so this is not going to be an easy task for FW to continue on with that pursuit, but...
Dude, look at that kill feed. That's the emergency cover. Teddy just knocked. It dropped on his teammate.
What? Never thought it would happen.
Neither did I. Oh, no, he's knocked again. I hope that doesn't result in a disaster for Bleed. That would be very unfortunate. Forest surrounding FW. Banana 1 and 𝐿𝐼𝐿 top floor of this building as the blue zones start to engulf it. There's a player from Forest out on that edge as well. Smartly picking up the DBS. Trick knocked again. Oh, I have a bad feeling about that team knock actually being a disaster for them. But we'll see. Forest, they lose Olympus on that push. Banana 1 good for 1 and doesn't take a single lick of damage either. That's Forest on the ridge actually, I believe. That's the Olympus. Yeah. Cover player knocked. So far, FW doing their job. DBS still has yet to find action. I believe that's 2. It doesn't actually matter. There's 2 off the back. Instant from Banana 1. Is the turnaround good enough? It is. Banana 1, all 4. Tally him up. He just saved FW's game.
It's insane. This is not the first time that Banana 1 unleashed all these shotgun shells on a squad.
You're right.
This is the second time that he's done this. Unbelievable. FW, they won that trade out of his effort. And of course, we continue on. FW perhaps could salvage a couple of fallen allies. We're looking at the squad now, moving over to the south side. Could potentially pose a little bit of threat to the members of FW rotating out later on. For the moment, they are holding out against QC. Timeass also wants to have to stay up against E-Arena over on the northern region. Cerberus Esports so far has been super sharp today. Already scoring in 5 points. We might not get too much of a glimpse over on what happens in the North, as that will quickly draw to a close with SGD's involvement taking down E-Arena.
Looks like that team knock from the side of Bleed, while it probably hurt them, it looked like their position on the map was much harder to navigate than I originally thought, so not sure they would have actually survived for that much longer. It looks like they were just out of it completely. So many angles that they had to worry about. So either way, it'll be devastating. Either way, it's a mistake that definitely cost them at least something. As you said, E-Arena fall 2 still down there in 13th. And there's a massive gap between them and Forest in 12th. Not E-Arena's tournament. Still got PGS and PGC points in the bank, but you definitely want to qualify to the next one. See if they can make a run for it in these upcoming games. Flash knocked, 𝐿𝐼𝐿 at distance. And yeah, I forgot about the Banana 1 shotgun antics. He just seems to know how to use them so well. It's allowed FW a lot more freedom and potentially a lot more kills. They are on edge, but they seem to have this weird situation where they've got better lines of sight on the people in front of them, but the people in front of them have enough cover to where if this shifts off of FW, which it almost certainly will, then the people in front of them are at the advantage. Daytrade just moving out of the way of that rock. They recognize they're in a much worse position. Shots taken now by Take Me Please. Daytrade, a tire popped on that. It's so slow on the acceleration, and for that, Flash is knocked. 𝐏𝐿 now trying to find any form of cover that he can utilize, but there's nothing for him on that side of the zone. Nothing at all. He loses his life too. Just down to Thanadol now, and he's stuck in the blue trying to ruin FW's day.
Yeah, it's just a tough position to play out. Now, at least now being popped right in, AGG trying to actually keep the rest of SGD from pushing inwards, and this is going to be a very, very tough position to also play out for inside of Zapao. Just really taking this time to just deny that spacing for the rest of SGD to put right through. 𝐏𝐿 does actually connect that big nade as they are now rocking up to the rest of TMP. SGD though also having a little bit of hustle up against Cerberus Esports as we go back to day trade. Match to spot out 𝐏𝐿. As we last saw, FW, they didn't really have that spacing to work with. But the squad is the next one to fall. Look at those names on the board.
Impossible to keep a track of.
I can't. Not a single chance. The squad is the next one to fall. Look at those names on the board.
Impossible to keep a track of.
I can't. Not a single chance.
It's all happening. Cerberus with 6. Nades over the top. Limus wants to get out of there. Justifiably so. His team have better spots in the zone. No reason for him to go out. 𝐷𝐷𝐿 was trying to make it back to his car, but he's caught out in rotation. 𝐿𝐿 doing his best to stop 𝐷𝐷𝐿 from getting flushed, but there's nothing he can do. Mings and Jervis, or one of them, will make it to 𝐷𝐷𝐿, and there's no chance that any of these Cerberus members go out to res him. Either he goes down. A mistake that might cost Cerberus here. And there's one more member of AGG up here on the north too. Remains competitive still. Down goes 𝐶Pow. Nice shooting from HiMass. It's the teams that are on the bottom of that competitive rung. More teams are now on 90 points, by the way. 2 more teams have entered that bracket, but they are both out. So they did well to get to 90, but not well enough to fight with the rest who are already there. And I think this game, we've seen 3 new teams hit that triple digits mark. The Expendables, Cerberus, and FW all enter that club. T5 still on top. 4 men up as well. If you had them booked as the winners of this tournament, you're laughing right now.
That's right. And I believe that day trade as well as SGD, they will fall suit to join the triple digit club. In just a moment's time, if it's not this game, probably the next round, we'll eventually see them still be in that tight race up against anybody within the region of 2nd all the way down to 5th, at the very least. Of course, Team Bliss still on board with these 3 members, could still work it out. And remember this, Team Bliss, they were in such a tough spot around Phase 2, Phase 3. I don't know how they're doing this, but overall, they remain to be safe, and they managed to cut all the way downwards to the southern end, and now finds that space to also call their own with that shift that does favor Team Bliss to hold out against some of the rest of the squads who are over on the southern end of the map. As the sceneries seem to be a little bit calmer as compared to moments ago. It could easily erupt to another messy fight in a moment's time. Talendal unfortunately bounced out to the play zone, unable to move deeper into the cut. We'll settle for 9. Still brings at least a pointer back from the team. But the rest of FW Esports, they're just making very desperate moves that will see them caught out by Team Bliss.
Well done. It seems like Team Bliss have found themselves a really nice bowl to sit inside of. Completely covered as well, 360 cover. If they can survive, they've also got a ridge in front of them that they can then use to maneuver around this late game. So a lot of pressure on them, but I think they're in the spot to do it. Tem Entertainment find themselves a little bit exposed. It's a nice spray from inside. He's been on point tonight. Down goes Thanawat. Thunders is very close by, though, throwing some utility in, but there's defensive nades thrown back, and Thunders looks incredibly exposed. There's a mutant from distance from Ranger X to get it. Team Bliss still put on notice, though. As soon as they peek these ridges, the Expendables are there to shut them down a bit. Insight not afraid, though. Maybe he should be. Duckjuice puts him down very low. He has an angle they definitely were not expecting. Tanvu was knocked, though, by Insight on that one. Flushed out as well by SGD. Team Bliss are being assisted by everyone. As soon as people try and throw nades towards Bliss, peek towards Bliss, they're getting knocked. This is Bliss doing their absolute best. Somehow in a bowl as well and dodging all these grenades.
And here comes Rodans to try to rock up close as Tem are full setting it up against the Australian squad. They only have smokes to rely on for the moment, and they are just blind towards this trap being set up. Now only with one member true, it's going to be Rodans that secures it. We thought that bowl would have actually done them a lot of favors to actually hold out, but like you said, all it really take was nades coming in, and the Expendables were also spotting them out. There was just no way that they could hold out a little bit longer. But over up north, it seems a little bit quieter, where the Expendables are hoping to go in for all these pickoffs. Of course, getting a little bit cover for Delwyn, as he's been not early on. T5, the whole time in this game, they have not really moved all too much, as they've really hunkered down on that position and currently controls at least 30% of the map.
Been playing exceptionally for the last 9 or so games. Weren't really there on day 1 until the end, and they definitely showed up day 2. 𝐏𝐼 alone for Cerberus. So out of the competitive pack right now, it's SGD, the Expendables, Cerberus, and Theraton 5 alive. One of those teams in a league of their own. 𝐏𝐼, Blue Zone Grenade, and a HE Grenade, but lands on the rock instead of past it. That one lands above it, and because of that, the Blue Zone Grenade deals with him. Cerberus out in 5th. Decent effort from them. Just lost too many members trying to defend that northern side. SGD now move into that position. Got 2 alive for themselves. 5 kills as well. But I think T5 is going to stop them from moving any more forward. SGD might be the prime threat for Theraton 5 in this moment. Especially considering they have to move and there's a couple powerful positions in front of them. If they get to that ridge that T5 is on, maybe SGD can start to make that fight, but as soon as that happens, the Expendables are going to get involved. Tem Entertainment are also getting involved. It seems like they're already getting involved. Moving out into the zone, closer and closer to T5. They actually get a knock onto Rossiter Jr. We were sitting here thinking T5 had this one on lock, that they had all the control in the world. Tem seemed to have caught them off guard and landed that flush as well. The nades come railing towards Theraton 5. Are they good enough, or are these flashes defensively decent for T5 to stop this Tem push? It's seeming like that. Mings chimes in as well. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 gets ever closer, but that Blue Zone Grenade stops him from moving any more forward.
Well defended by Theraton 5. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 did manage to eventually spot out Fluky going for that flank. A little confident in doubt perhaps coming from Fluky, and that sees one more member being person down. T5 now left with 2, being overwhelmed with the pressure of teams cutting in from the back. Hot Long did not actually even get any room for himself with SGD coming in from the north. Sandwiched in between. Perhaps this could be a little bit of time to be bought by Ranger X, where there's only so much he could just do but to hide for the moment. His exchanges go through. I want Broken Vest, and now Quarries from the eastern corner spots the member of SGD. All hands on deck. Home for teams outbounding out. Come on, goes down. And my, Theraton 5 has done enough damage. Now it's only down to TE versus SGD.
Everyone taking full advantage of Theraton 5's misfortune. The Expendables now rock up. They're the 3-man in this circle, and it's just going to be Mings. He lands a banger onto Duckjuice, the Dragunov. Excellent working at this range. Chlorys pushes up, nades out. This is a 1v1 that Mings has to take almost. If he can isolate Chlorys, he can get this done, but he can't. It's a wide angle from the Expendables that makes it work. They claim the victory after everyone else just implodes on top of each other. Well timed, well done from the Expendables.
Wow. I didn't expect to see such a fight in the top 4. And as a matter of fact, the whole entire lobby within the top 8 ratio, they've been remaining alive for the longest run here inside of Rondo. And with the turn of events, at a brim of a moment, we thought, hey, it could be Theraton's 5 game, until they were overwhelmed with everybody just putting the pressure on top. And TE, they just took their chances, knowing that all the attention is being drawn right there. They looked over the back and found themselves this beautiful win.
Well done to them. Well timed. Thought that was Theraton 5, to be honest with you, but nah, they just couldn't get it done in the end. The timing from Tem Entertainment and SGD collapsing onto them was too dangerous, too deadly. So the Expendables make the most of it. So does Mings, though, to be fair. Hit some very, very, very nice shots. Banana one and shotguns. At this point, name a more iconic duo. I don't think you can. All 4 for him up against Forest. Got that opener with the barrel through the window as well on the covering player in Olympus. So very well Very well thought out fight from him. The 𝐸-arena, they rocked up, seeming like, you know, these are some of the criticisms that are levied onto Rondo. There's just kind of not very steep hillsides with barely any cover other than rocks and trees. It can be very difficult to play. Felt like 𝐸-arena found themselves in that spot. Felt like Bleed, other than that Team Knock, also found themselves in a very similar spot. AGG can't really move in. It's probably needs a bit of patching, but the teams in good positions made the absolute most of it. Nice spray from Insight and 𝐏𝐸, but yeah, difficult for Bliss to do much here. Would have loved to see them not get knocked, but at the same time, you can argue that Insight peeking over towards the Expendables and getting that knock actually stops them from pushing over, but at the same time, it gives Tem that opportunity to get those nades off and take out Team Bliss. So many ways they could have played it, but it allowed Tem a very fantastic opportunity here. T5 either expecting it or not, they get that opener onto Rostered, and it all falls apart after that.
Yeah, one by one, they fall like dominoes, and we just saw this all-out trade where it resulted in the Expendables just claiming all that open space with all the other teams funnel over onto that corner of Rich. It was just inevitable overall. So SGD, Minx looked like he could have actually turned the tides around, but it's hard to actually spot out the direction where these two other members are running around. But of course, kudos to him. He managed to still bring in that second place finish, a much needed haul of points for the side of SGD. And of course, for the Expendables as well, who are definitely within touching distance against TierCon 5. But now that we see, you know, all these names that we're holding on to, at least the top 5, to still be within that final zone, I don't think that we're going to see too much of a drastic shift in comparison to what we saw prior to this. But it will definitely have maybe a little bit more gap to be created as compared to what we last saw. Everyone's just touching probably 1 or 2 points apart. Tem winning the game changes it a bit because they're obviously towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They desperately need those points, but them getting the win also takes points away from Daytrade and SGD, who are fighting towards the top. And so if one of those two teams got that win, then it would be a little less competitive towards the top. We might find one team breaking away from the pack other than T5. But that wasn't the case. Tem actually stole away a decent amount of those points onto T5, onto SGD. And so it remains a little bit more competitive. Yeah, there are a couple teams now that would have built a bit of a bigger gap between them and the teams around them, but it's still incredibly competitive. And what we've seen in this lobby so far is that I suppose the traditional shifts of a leaderboard, they don't necessarily seem to be in place now. I feel like it shouldn't be this competitive, you know? I feel like something's wrong with the code. It shouldn't be this competitive. So anything traditional that you see in normal PUBG leaderboards with a couple teams running away with it, the top 4 being set in stone, everyone else fighting for just one spot, that's not the case here, you know? All of that stuff is thrown out the window. Everyone seems to be able to pick up 15 points, 20 points just like that, right? And put themselves right in fighting distance. So yeah, we remain competitive going to the halfway point of the night. Yeah, that's what we really do want to see, where teams are really showing that they are hungry enough to fight for the last 4 spots for potentially the biggest event of the year. SGD, sure, they've already locked in for PGC, but you don't want to be AFK for a month or 2 leading up to the biggest event of the year. So they are definitely fighting for that slot to PGS 5 as well as 6, where teams will also be able to collect just about enough PGC points out there. Of course, it was unfortunate for 𝐸-arena to not even find any form of momentum compared to all these firm teams. Now, the race for the teams to secure that PGS slot is even more important to really fend off those who have collected back in phase 1. I say that, of course, we will have to give the players a little bit of a break, and we will come back for more PUBG esports action.
World updates to 𝐏𝐸, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐏𝐸. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
สวัสดีครับผมกรีน 𝐏𝐿นะครับจากเต็มเอนเตอร์เทนเมนต์นะครับผมเป็นทีมชาติไทยครับก็วันนี้เราจะมาเล่นมินิเกมเล็กๆน้อยๆมารอร่วมสนุกกันนะครับผม
Hello mọi người, mình là Sabo đến từ PGC. Hôm nay mình sẽ chơi trò chơi cùng các tuyển thủ khác.
ครับสวัสดีครับผมยูนคิวมาจากทีมเทคมีพีครับก็เดี๋ยวเราจะมาเล่นมินิเกมกันครับวันนี้
ตอนเด็กฝันอยากเป็นนั่นเป็นนี่แต่พอโตมาไม่ได้เป็นนั่นแต่ดันเป็นนี่เฉย
โอ้ซาเปาโซฮาร์ดไอติงมีโซฮาร์ดได้มาคุ้นๆว่ะ
Plus, plus.
อยู่
สแคปปี้นะครับสแคปปี้ครับ
เราสแคปปี้เหมือนกันปะ
ตอนเด็กฝันอยาก
อยู่
เป็นนั่นเป็นนี่
ที่รอกันบ้านเลยนะเยี่ย
แต่พอโตมา
ถ้าเป็นต่างชาติน่าจะยากนะ
แต่ดันเป็น
เอ
นี่
อ
เฉย
ต่างชาติจะยากหน่อย
Dạ dạ AB và tôi đã chuẩn bị kèn và sẽ làm tốt ở giải đấu lần này. Dạ sao?
ซาเปาอู้
Don't know.
โอ้ my god
So hot.
โอ้ my god มีเสียงมันแหลมกว่านี้เสียงเขาแหลมกว่านี้
ดักเฮียวแล้วกันครับ
ผมโซลาซี่เลยกัน
Thi Duy. Yes.
AB và tôi đã
ยูเซ่
chuẩn bị
ฮะ
kèn
ซาเปายูไลน์นี่
No, not live.
ก็ตอนนี้นะครับผมเนี่ยที่บ้านแบบอยู่คนเดียวค่าไฟนี่ยังก็ขึ้นผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าน้ำจะขึ้นหรือเปล่าน้ำก็เริ่มมาแล้วแต่ละเรื่องการแข่งเกมเพราะว่าทีมผมเนี่ยก็เอาเรื่องอยู่เหมือนกันโดยเฉพาะพี่ชายคนใหญ่ของผมเนี่ยโอ้โหโคตรลั่นเลยแถมมีน้องๆในทีมอีกโอ้โหยิงอย่างดีเข้าวงก็ดีแต่เสียอย่างเดียวตายวงแรกบ่อยไปหน่อย
โซฮาร์ดซาเปา
So hot,
hot,
so
bro.
hot. I don't know
เย
him.
อะผมมีในใจเรียบร้อยแล้วของผมเรียบร้อยเดี๋ยวผมรอตอบผมว่าใช่เอ้าผม
ไม่ใช่ทีม
ผ
คุ
ม
ณกี
ฟัน
ใช่
เล
ไหม
ย
ไม่ใช่ทีมคุณกีใช่ไหมไม่ใช่เต็มใช่ไหม เลนเจอร์เอ็กก็กันใช่ป่ะไม่รู้
โอเค
Yes, same answer.
ผมพิกผมคิดว่าธนวัฒน์ทีเฮดผมว่าใช่ผมว่าใช่ผมเสียงตอนแรกเว้ย
Ah.
คือคิดไว้ในใจแล้วว่าไม่เต็มก็ทีไฟอ่ะ
ขึ้นผมก็ไม่รู้ว่า
เสียง
น้ำจะขึ้น
เสียงมันให้นะมันให้ข้อนนะตอนเปิดอะ
แต่ละเรื่องการแข่งเกม
แต่มันอัดเสียงเว้ยอยู่
เอาเรื่องอยู่เหมือนกัน
ฮีเฟกซาวซาเปาฮีเฟกซาว
แถมมีน้องๆ
I can't.
ซาว bro
So hot.
เข้าวงกัน
So hot
แต่เดียวตายวงแรกบ่อยไปหน่อย
ผมเป็นหนึ่งในทีมไทยที่อยู่ในการแข่งขันนี้ แต่เป็นใครก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะ ลองทายดูสิ
เดี๋ยวผมตอบคำสุดท้าย
ผมทายว่า ผมปิกเลย QC cheating เฮ้ยอยู่ยิ้มดิ
ครับ
I think same you and Q again. I think he know he's smiling.
เคสซิ่งครับ
เฮ้ย
ผมเป็นหนึ่งในทีมไทยที่อยู่ในการแข่งขันนี้ แต่เป็นใครก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะ ลองทายดูสิ
Tôi là một người rất thích âm nhạc và tôi rất thích ngắm cảnh
Wow.
thiên nhiên ngoài rừng núi.
Oh my
อี
god.
จิวแต่บ้า
เอา
อี
ยัง
จิว
หัว
Wait. Let me
You?
think. Let me think. I don't know. Wait. Triple seven or the hill. I think the hill.
แม่งคุ้นว่ะอยู่ผมเคยเห็นเลยเสียงเนี้ย
ผมคิดว่าถ้าเป็นไทก้อนอ่ะมันเป็นเอกลักษณ์อ่ะเคย
มันแหลมเว้ยไอ้ก็มันจะแหลมเหมือนดึกมีอ่ะ
เป็นจุนแล้วกันที่เป็น JUN อะไรสักอย่างหนึ่ง
โอ้ฮาละโบโอเค
Long K.
อย่า
Tôi là một người rất thích âm nhạc và tôi rất thích ngắm cảnh thiên nhiên ngoài rừng núi.
เฮ้ซ แต่เปล่า you like game
I don't play with him a lot มั้ย I don't play with him
อ๋อโอเค
เป็นเรื่องแล้ว เป็นเรื่องแล้ว
สวัสดีครับ ผมเป็นผู้เล่น PUBG นะครับ ก็เสียงที่ยินนี้ ผมคือใครก็ไม่รู้นะครับผม
yeah
I can't อะไรวะ
yeah I can same อ่ะผมมีชื่อผมขอตอบคนสุดท้ายเดี๋ยวตอบก่อนเลยตอบเบสิกแจ็ค
คานาดอน
บานาน่าวันแล้วนะครับ
สวัสดีครับผมเป็นผู้เล่น
You lie to me You lie to me
เสียงที่ยินนี้ ผมคือใครก็ไม่รู้นะครับผม
นี่
น่าใช่
kiss me
Let's date kiss me
พร้อมยังครับ
โอ้
หัวชน ขออีกทีนึงครับ ตาเปาเอโคลูเซีย I love you
I love you too I love you too
รายการ APAC นี้นะครับยังไงก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราด้วยเต็ม Entertainment นะครับจะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็ดีที่สุดครับแล้วก็คว้าตั๋วเพื่อไปรายการต่อไปให้ได้ครับก็เรียกว่าอยากบินครับยังไงเป็นกำลังใจให้ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณนะครับ
Các bạn hãy cổ vũ và đón xem tụi mình tại giải PGS lần này và hãy ủng hộ PUBG nhiều hơn. Cảm ơn mọi người nhiều. Sawadee thank you.
ก็รายการ APAC รอบนี้ครับ ฝากติดตามพวกเราทีมเทคมีพีด้วยครับ ก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดและคัดเข้าให้ผ่านไป PGS ครับผม ขอบคุณครับ
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
This is day 3 of the finals, and we're only down to 9 more games remaining. And overall, we're seeing a very ultra-competitive lobby, and it really backs the question, who exactly is holding that #1 spot right now? T5, when they started off that round of Rondo, they look really good. They have been able to secure a top 4, and then a chicken dinner, which was somewhat likely for them to secure. we saw eventually all these teams were wrapping around them, sandwiching them in between, and they were absolutely denied. So who exactly would it be? And that was also the Expendables also taking a really massive win. So I don't know, Chief. You tell me, Extreme. Like, what is going on in this lobby right now? Because everybody's really clawing their way to the top.
Yeah, it's crazy, but it just feels like every situation that could potentially lead us to a leaderboard like this has happened. Teams that have needed to fall short have fell short. Teams that have needed to have big games have had those big games, right? It's I don't know how we've ended up with this leaderboard, but out of the entire APAC, if this continues all the way through to tomorrow, all the way through to game 24, this was undeniably one of the most competitive APAC lobbies we have ever had, if not the most competitive. It's obscene. It is truly obscene. But it's a joy to watch. It's a joy to spectate. It also means that no matter what, when you say we've got 9 games left, it sounds crazy. Like, it actually sounds like insane. I said at the start of the show that these games are going to go quickly, and they felt like they've gone quickly for me. Imagine how the players feel, right? Your MVP from last game was Delwyn. TE got that. What? Am I stupid? Did TE get that win? Am I forgetting? I was gonna say, yeah, they came in. Dude, I'm all jumbled up because I'm not even. I am like. Either way, TE get the win last game, and Delwyn is your MVP for it. Yeah, I mean, look, it was a win that TE probably... it's not the way that TE usually get wins, I would say. They usually like those 16 kill, 20 kill bangers, but if you're going to take a win like that, then you'll certainly be happy to. A total of 5 kills, which... I mean, look, it's not much, but when you walk into a situation like that, when you walk into a T5 down to 1 member, when you walk into an SGD down to 1 member, yeah, I mean, Mings might put up a bit of a fight, but you'll still take that win every day of the week. TE definitely need it as well. They were first with a commanding lead after the end of day 1. First with a commanding lead. 64 points, I believe it was 55 second, and then it was like 40 in third. And since then, they definitely have fallen off quite a bit. Looks like they are still very much in form enough, though, to get that win.
This could regain them that form of tempo to be able to really upkeep themselves to push all the way to challenge all these Titans right now holding over onto that top 5 position, especially denying that chicken dinner from Tier Clown 5. It means a whole lot to everyone on board because they were starting to create that gap after the rounds that they had by the end of Erangel, and this seemingly becomes a lot more doable even for themselves to also be racing up against all these big names out there. So 𝐏𝐼𝐹 definitely have shown up huge for many occasions, as he is currently holding the most MVP points at the moment for his T5 full suits, alongside with names like Fuki, Tanvu from TE, and not forgetting Tycon from AG Global. Despite, AG Global having a really tough time today, they start off really well in Erangel. I will expect them moving a lot better hitting into those rounds in Miramar. But going to Tego, it's definitely a little bit odd.
Wow. Okay. So when we started the day, Belmoth was the longest kill leader at 560 meters. Since then, Van Nye and Flucky have both had kills at a longer distance. 577 meters for Van Nye and almost 600 for Flucky. So he's just come out of absolutely nowhere and stolen this one away from Belmoth. It might change throughout the next 9 games, but at the moment he's in charge. 𝐏𝐼𝐹 as well hasn't lost his lead in terms of grenade damage either. Looking consistent enough to probably bag this one by the end of the tournament if he is looking for this individual prize, which he probably isn't, to be fair. He's got much larger problems to deal with, much bigger things to focus on than picking up more grenades from him. Might be something that he looks to do. Or if you're 𝐏𝐼𝐹, Solozzi, or Jervis, you might want to pick up an extra grenade over a smoke or something like that if you want to be a little bit selfish. We'll see if they do opt to do that. This was the leaderboard from that last game. It was so competitive that your top 3 from the entire game had 15 points total, 15 points total, and 14 points total. Then the Cerberus with 10. That is how competitive and close that last game was, and it's almost how competitive and close the entire leaderboard is.
Yeah, it's really crazy to think about it when you take a look at all these teams who are actually gaining massive points all the way up to 7th right now. Tim Bliss worked over onto that south side and found himself a lot of pickoffs, eventually getting overwhelmed by even names like Cerberus. Cerberus throughout the past couple of games, they have not really played with that priority on getting the position. They're just maximizing on their kill threat, and take a look at that. They're still within touching distance up against TE on second, but T5 have been consistently on that top 4 run, which sees them hold on to that #1 spot. For how long, we did not know. Maybe there's going to be a point where they will fall off, and whenever they do, you know, the entire pack of the lobby will be really vying for that hope to go for that overtake. But we look at the 100-pointer mark. We've got SG, the FW, TB, still, of course, going for some massive haul points heading into this upcoming round. But given the middle of pack of the table are starting to also shape up into the point where they could still breach through and also put their names up there on the block.
Well, with Cerberus up there in the top 4, technically, that pushes the qualification slots down to top 5. Daytrade fell out of the top spots, and so it's ping-ponging between being very lenient, top 6 qualification, and being quite harsh, top 4, top 5 qualification. Hopefully, for everyone else's sake, we can have Daytrade reach that top 4, and so people will actually have a chance to qualify through by reaching the top 6. If that was the case, a team like SGD, a team like Bliss become... it's much more realistic for them to qualify through to PGS 5 and 6 as well, if that's the case. But, of course, that requires Cerberus and Daytrade to remain consistent. They move themselves up there into second, which is a resurgence from them a little bit, considering their performance on day 2. It was crazy. They came out on day 1 with a banger. They looked like the best version of themselves, and then day 2, not the case. I said on day 2 that the TE are hot and cold. Cold was day 2. It seems like maybe now they're a little bit more warm coming into day 3, bagging themselves a nicely timed win. If they can keep this up, they might put themselves up there into first place, and that'd be fantastic for them. I'd love to see the Expendables on an international stage yet again. They did some exciting stuff last time, sometime last year, I believe it was, and I'd love to see them show that display again. I mean, they've got some very talented individual players that I feel like would go to waste not qualifying through to an international tournament.
Yeah, and I'm definitely happy to also see names like SGD really putting solid fights throughout the entire course of today, where, you know, we've looked into all these stats, and they definitely got that Malaysian spot for PGC already. They can choose to just sit out, but no, they're just not resting at all, really putting up a fight, and understanding that, you know, when they do go into PGC, they will fight perhaps even tougher opponents, or opponents of the similar caliber of what they're up against for the rest of APAC. So I'm definitely excited that the host nation of Malaysia, which of course where SG is coming from, will have a very solid squad under their name.
Well, 30 seconds until Taego, and yesterday Taego didn't really play out any differently to how it did on the first day, so I'm not expecting it to do so on day 3. That said, the action is very entertaining on Taego when it does come. We had a bit of a wacky circle yesterday as well, but not yesterday. It feels like it was yesterday because we had that day off. It was very weird to have that day off. I almost got stuck in limbo, didn't really know where I was, what I was doing, just sat here with nothing to do. But yeah, on day 2, it was a rough Taego for a lot of teams, but entertaining nonetheless. We go there now for our 4th game of the day. And like you said, 9 games left. If it wasn't crunch time at the start of today, then it certainly is now.
It definitely is. And, you know, just like what you said, Extreme, I was sitting in front of my computer yesterday thinking that, hey, I'm just going to be getting myself ready for the show, and I forgot it was weekday.
Yep.
How time actually flies. And of course, speaking of flying, here we are with Flame Path set right through. Now, this would be as even as it could possibly get for all these teams to be able to reach their destination. I don't expect to see much of these early caches like we did for all the other maps, though. Of course, I've talked about the tendency of the Islanders over the Nerf to eventually get into a little bit of the action, especially around Palace, but I wouldn't expect it for this round, especially with how this leaderboard is currently being shaped up, where you see, even on that last game in Rondo, we saw a hot drop that could potentially be a big fight between one of the spots against Reluctant, and that didn't exactly pan out what we expected it to be, like a full-on fist fight, whatever of sorts. They just want to play it as safe as they could and have an even chance to fight it out later on.
Yeah, no early action. Unfortunately for us. Teams getting close together as they have all tournament long, but no one extending out to take any fights. The circle is very central on that main island. A little bit of water in, but no one's going to bank on it going towards that northwestern edge of the northern island. No chance you bank on that. So everyone's going to be heading to the mainland. Terminal, powerful position. Everywhere to the southwest of Terminal, also quite powerful. Lots of hills, compounds, ridges, everything that you could possibly want in this phase 1. So Pao, he gets himself off that northern island, groups up with the rest of his team down there on the south. Expendables are the team looting Terminal. Off the back of their win, being so close to the center in a zone like this, you'd imagine their confidence is quite high. They have a little bit of momentum now to help them with their decision making. See if they can bag themselves a nice spot. No reason that they shouldn't kind of dive themselves a little bit center early on. Would be a bit of a waste of priority positioning to delay too much. Unless, of course, you want to control Terminal, which is totally viable. You can absolutely do that if you want to play a little bit more off-center. But I think I already see Delwyn diving far more central than Terminal. So I can already tell that the Expendables have some sort of plan lined up. FW as well. A little bit more closer to the eastern side of the zone. Just to the east of the Expendables, actually. See if they get into any action. Delwyn's alone right now in the center of the zone, but no one else is anywhere near him to breach him as 4 at least. Payne's the closest member, but I don't think that he's going to take a 1v1 just yet. He'd much rather wait for his team to take a compound fight than risk losing his life for it. And, I mean, looking at the map, it's TEM. It's TEM and Cerberus that are the only 2 teams right now making early rotations. Everyone else is just sitting pretty, man. Everyone else is sitting on the outskirts, getting as much loot as they can. To be fair, only 2 minutes to go until the zone starts closing in, so the timings aren't too terrible. And on cue, there they are. TEM arrives, 𝐏𝐿𝐿 puffer fishing, but is it enough? It's enough to at least stop TEM from just directly breaching into 𝐏𝐿𝐿's side of the compound, and he's got a matter of seconds to try and get out of here.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if the rest of Cerberus will be able to follow suit to give him a little bit of a backup, but this could be very deadly very quickly for 𝐏𝐿𝐿 as he tries to bypass all these pressure shots coming in from TEM Entertainment.
Oh, he's going
it falls
towards
back
Norns.
to the hands of Daytrade as well. Where exactly is he running to? Because I don't see him regrouping with his rest of the team. Oh, there we go on the minimap. There they are. So
yeah, but
decent decision, but risky nonetheless. Norns now going for a trade as well, looking for 𝐏𝐿𝐿 as he reached right into the palace before long. He could not have any time to even fill up. Quick one coming from Norns.
Nicely done from Daytrade, and that's 𝐏𝐿𝐿 not recognizing that this compound was taken. He was trying to get to his teammates, but then he saw that this compound was free and thought, well, if it's free, I may as well take it. It was not free in the end, unfortunately, for 𝐏𝐿𝐿. Daytrade take a freebie. Looked like he might have been able to drive past, but driving past is a risk in itself. Stopping and taking the fight, or stopping and having the cover to be able to get a first aid off is a tempting decision to make. That's the one he did. So Cerberus, a man down going into this zone. And if they have to cross it, you can tell that might be a little bit more dangerous. Bleed up here in Airport. Started out the first couple games quite well. Very consistent. Bagged themselves a win as well. But that last game wasn't the greatest from them. A team knock with the emergency cover. As I said in the moment, though, I'm not sure that would have made too big of a difference. I think they were in a spot where they were bound to fall out regardless. They had pulled up somewhere that just seemed far too dangerous for them to survive. So hopefully that team knock and how that game played out last time round for Bleed doesn't hinder their momentum going into this one. Because even if you are in a spot where you're just going to die no matter what, if you're Bleed, if there's a team knock or a team nade, any team damage in the mix, it makes that situation seem so much worse, right? Like, even if you were guaranteed to lose the game or or go out in this position, if there's any sort of team damage in the mix of that situation, it makes that situation so much more frustrating, right? It's something that you can easily blame that on, but I'm not sure I want to blame that situation on the team damage from Bleed last game. So yeah, hopefully they can keep that momentum, because a consistent 2 Erangels is good signs from them.
Yeah, I hope so too. Overall, they've been looking super sharp in those Erangel matches, and of course, small little blunders here and there could also disrupt, you know, not only the momentum of your teammates, as well as a certain dynamic of how they ideally want to play that one out. They had 10 minutes to just sort whatever problems that they had to eventually play upon this very round itself. I think that Bleed will still have a very decent run into this matchup, but they find themselves over onto the far east corner of the map. Later on, needing to deal with RS, while G-Boy, he just runs over that member as I speak of this potential fight. Wong not quick enough to actually respond with shots of his own. No damage being traded out, but Bleed, they're happy to go in for that 1-pointer out there. And RS just lost one off the bat. Of course, going back to what you also did mention about, you know, all these other squads, like for what we saw from the Expendables, who have won out that last chicken dinner. Also, to keep track, back in day 1, the Expendables have also won in this very map of Tego by taking over on the corner of Terminal. I like that form of extension. They're playing a little bit more central, but that also sees them sandwiched in between currently TEM Entertainment, FW Esports, and a little bit further down the south side is also SGD. Of course, we don't really get to see all that in the minimap, as I just try to paint a little bit of a picture of what's really going on with the direct central. Q confirmed, though, you know, despite all these messy runs that they had from yesterday. I keep saying yesterday. Day 2. Okay, day 2.
You and me both, man. You and me both.
Oh yeah, speaking of mess, like, here comes one. And it's like, now getting caught off in between, but that was beautiful from the Patton Pong. Oh boy, is it going to be a double?
Oh, I hope not. Not how you want to start this game if you're Bliss. Patton Pong taking long range shots. Wow. Monty's found him though, so has 𝐏𝐿. Down goes Patton Pong. He has no idea where 𝐏𝐿 is, so he takes a little bit of damage on that knock too. Stuck behind that cover though, should be able to get res. Flucky's up in the air doing his best for aerial cover. In fact, he's going for that flush. He's got all the angles in the world to work with to get that flush, but that knock is inside the car now and driving as far away from Flucky as possible. Now, the attention is turned towards the other knocks on the other side. I was going to say that, but Flucky's got both. A knock and the flush. The glider actually pays off for T5, and 𝐏𝐿 desperately looks for revenge. He's blown it up. Flucky can no longer use that thing in the sky. He lands, it's not clean, but he doesn't get knocked. And now he's a bit of a target for Team Bliss. They want revenge, or do they just want to get out of here? They're going for that res, putting that player inside the car. They've lost this one. No point in continuing to fight. T5, though, they're hungry. They're on the hunt. It's another headshot. It's all falling apart for Team Bliss. Mistakes like this cannot happen. They just can't. In the mix there, in 6th, on the cusp of qualifying through to PGS 5 and 6 in this game on Tego. It's all over. Flucky, what a magnificent play from the glider.
I honestly did not expect him to just full send it up in the air and had that mid-air shot to connect so perfectly. And also, I guess, like, that's the reason why we actually see him between some of the very best in long-distance coverage of shots from the list of names that could potentially be up there. And yeah, back towards Team Bliss. Pretty sure it is a very heartbreaking run for them to be caught out like that and absolutely got punished for it. Of course, they still have hopes to do a little bit of something in this match, but there's only 𝐏𝐿 left in the round. Tigger now tries to open up a little bit of that space, moving up north. The rest of Forest tries to at least catch one. No chance at all, but at least they're getting just about enough intel for them to work around with. As I mentioned about intel, it's going to be KM99 that catches Opons and finds more member of QC out in the open.
It's rough for QC, hasn't it? Oh, Chexing, he can't even get out of there. It's KM99 again. Mark 12 silencer and the lightweight grip. We've seen that do work in the early stages of this game. That exact combo, 𝐏𝐷𝐻𝐼's rocked up straight towards 𝐸arena. 𝐏𝐾𝐄 has to put on a good show. He gets a bit blocked by that vehicle. It's all shambles. He can't figure out what's going on. His movement's all bamboozled. 𝐏𝐾𝐄 goes down. Zizzy's been flushed. In the meantime, though, 𝐏𝐼saki and 𝐏𝐷𝐻𝐼 also fall. Cerberus go out in the weirdest display of I don't even know what just happened.
I was trying to digest that as well. I don't know.
I don't know how 𝐸arena have... I don't know how both of those teams survive, but 𝐸arena do. Whether it's as 1 or 2 is yet to be decided. Should be as 2. But yeah, that was very weird in a micro sense. Some third party as well made that very difficult for both of them. But that fight took place on the outskirts of a mountain, on the outskirts of a hill, so that'll happen. Seems like we're not really letting go of the W key in this game of Taego. Everyone taking fights. It's 4v4s around the map. We've already lost one team. We've lost multiple more players. Buriram now has to defend up against SGD, who are relentlessly aggressive, and Buriram's position is so claustrophobic. They are pinned down inside that single. SGD have far more movement to play with. The entire other side of the compound and the hillside if they want it, whereas Buriram cannot cross through those smokes onto the hill. They would be completely exposed. So the only thing Buriram can do right now is smoke up, bunker down, wait for SGD to use all of their utility, and then take the fight after that.
Smart placements coming in. Like, oh, what a shot coming from MML. But there is also trades coming in from the outskirts. Duck Juice finds one of the members of SGD, so they're not exactly often because they are denied from going for that direct push up against the rest of Buriram United. But we saw a lot of all these effective blue zone grenades just to try to hold Buriram United by the corners of the wall. They should be able to go in for that quick reset, and then they will recommit. This is where they will draw a little bit of line, as they will still find a couple more nades to be squeezed right across. Unfortunately, not really finding the mark just yet. Down to Sophia to try to find a little bit through the window panes right now as he slowly crawls alongside with Mingzi. Usually, Mingzi has found a whole lot of success in these close quarter combat. They will have to rely on him for that first contact, but he's already soaking in a big nade, dropping right across. Jervis wants to get down. It's from Aquarin.
Yeah, third party. Aquarin being a cheeky boy on the edge of that hill. Makes it easier for Buriram to take control of a fight that was once looking like it was far out of their control. Another... Oh no, that's a team grenade! MML takes down his fellow brethren, and now Buriram absolutely will make that push. No chance they won't take full advantage of this. Aquarin is still here, but that shouldn't matter too much. They do have one res, but that has allowed Buriram to get much closer than SGD would have liked. There's no one in this room to catch Eddie off on that vault, so they move in off that flash, though. Jervis is good for that one. Dynasty's better, though. MML down. Dynasty's got a second one. He continues to perform for Buriram, and it's clean. SGD gone in an instant. Buriram United take control over that fight. SGD make far too many mistakes, and Buriram capitalized on every single one of them.
They saw that opportunity. They absolutely took that one clean. And all these small little nuances, tiny little mistakes really have cost the teams a whole lot. Last game, we saw maybe off the screen, it was Bleed Esports trying to get those revives through, and it was multiple knocks against Drake. Back and forth. And this time, this was in one of the worst situations possible where BRU were absolutely ready to pounce on them. And SGD, you know, their streak of incredible runs right now diminish in this very round of Taego. They still could play catch-up in these upcoming matches of Miramar. But my, they could have gotten so much more out of Buriram in that instance.
Yeah. I mean, this is a Taego unlike we've seen before, I feel like. 47 alive, 15 minutes in. Obviously, Taego is a map that incites fighting, it incites greed, it entices you to take fights you may not take on other maps. But the lobby is very aggressive right now. I'm loving it, personally.
Mm-hmm.
This is some good stuff.
Oh, yeah, loving every moment of it.
Yep. QC, a team that, in the play-ins, we saw fighting a lot. QC were very happy to take a bunch of fights, take a bunch of control, put themselves in situations where they had to win fights or they was going to go out. But in the plains, or the final stage, sorry, we just haven't seen that from them. We've seen Nawadra do his job. We haven't seen MVP performances from 𝐏𝐿𝐒, though, who was the play-in stage MVP, or at least one of them. Looking for them to definitely do a lot better. Loving the split from FW on that northeastern side. That looks incredibly potent. So much control for them towards the south and the north. Both Banana 1 and Raze can fight back. Orca run down. 𝐏𝐿𝐒's got him. 𝐏𝐿𝐒's the solo man for Team Bliss, and that's a point stolen away from them that 𝐏𝐿𝐒 will not appreciate. He's still looking for a spot to call his home, but has yet to find one.
Yeah, it's tough luck for 𝐏𝐿𝐒. He tries to also save pass over the south side. Now, 𝐿𝐿𝐒's could be able to at least catch out Petre. And like you said, QC, they look hot in form back in play-ins. And similarly, going into the finals, they are just showing us a little bit more of that reserve side, which I'm really uncomfortable watching some of their gameplay other than, you know, Nawadra having his pop-off moments out there. Very far from what their maximal potential would be. But of course, in a stack lobby like this, everybody's really showing every best move that they could potentially put up. And maybe it's just the rest outshining QC in many of all these instances. Not only in the matter of, you know, mechanically, but more like the form that they're currently having. Now, 𝐏𝐿𝐒 gets spotted out. Trick will end the run for Team Bliss here inside of Taego. Decent effort, I would say, for 𝐏𝐿𝐒 to be able to really hold up against so many of all these players over the south.
Yeah, it's too devastating of a way to lose the first 3 players, though, for Bliss. Hopefully it's something that they can shake off, because losing 2 like that to a glider and having that be your demise is very frustrating for them. T5 now pushing towards the expendables. Padampong back down there in the fields. Probably running to his car, because Flucky's opened up with some grenades, but they haven't hit their mark. Ranger X also grouping up. T5 split 2-2. So maybe they don't actually want to commit to the expendables. Now that they've seen Late in the open as well, it might be the fight that they want to take instead of this one with the expendables. TMP seem far more vulnerable than the expendables do. I mean, the expendables have a compound. Take me, please do not. So there's an easy decision for T5 to make, but if you can take the expendables out of this compound, if you can weaken them just a little bit, then that's a very powerful spot for Ferroton 5 to work with. And Take Me Please aren't going to make this push towards T5 either, so the priority really should be the expendables. They can push out of this compound whenever and ruin T5's game. So putting too much manpower towards Take Me Please, as tempting as those kills might be, probably wouldn't be the smartest play. And this is just a waiting game now for Day Trade. Opening up, though, is Eddie. Dynasty flushes it out. Reluctant Squad continue to lose members.
Look at the flock of crowd over the south side. Even a Reluctant Squad wants to at least claim a little bit of that position with only June remaining. And it does hard shift in favor of AG Global up by the hillside. TE will sit pretty into the compounds where they're expecting to hold this one out. So it is not going to be an easy area to hold up against the rest of T5, which we last saw through our screens. But of course, with those traits, we see a couple more teams actually bow out E-Arena. Reluctant Squad to follow suit. And it's all down to a majority of all these teams with full stack other than QC, with only a member remaining at the moment. A lot of all these open space are getting tough to be played on. So whatever vehicles might need to be turned into a little bit of a cover in moments time when these teams coming from the outskirts flock right in. In which, here comes TM. Quickly turned out by Norris. He's going for the double, goes for the jump shot as he clears all these angles, eventually being brought down. Oh, that would be a really hairy situation for Tem, and it continues to be as they get sent off by Day Trade.
They try to make that push. They run into Day Trade first off, and then Forrest is there to close it out, helping Day Trade almost. Norris is still knocked on that rock, though, and Forrest want him dead. Danadol's close by. They've got Flash in the background with supporting fire of that Dragunov. Forrest aren't making these pushes hastily, though. They're being quite disciplined on this, to be honest with you. the blue is coming in. Flash is their priority right now. Once they've dealt with Flash, they can look to the other two members of Day Trade. This is well played so far by Forest. If they overextended their mark here, then maybe Flash is able to get one. It opens it up for Thanadol and Nurans to chime in, but they haven't done that, and they've now just taken down Flash. So this should be an easy cleanup for Forest Natural Gaming. They secure 2. Thanadol now the last one alive, and he is getting out of there. Doesn't want anything to do with Forest. 4 up, 5 kills on KM99. It's looking like a very good game from them. Sitting currently in 11th, almost towards that top pack. That's how big that top pack is, but still much more work to do.
Definitely a whole lot. While the rest of TMPF seeked out players out of FW Esports. Perfect line of sight for AG Global, but Fab's not really taking the shots just yet. At least they got a clear idea of how Bleed Esports is going to approach them, so they could slowly focus with more members sent towards that area to choke out the rest of the Indonesian side of Bleed. Whereas, like you said, Forest, that was beautifully done by Scappy, one-upping in that moment. And here comes Delwyn, both lurking next to each other side by side. I don't think Thanadol has a hunch at all. He saw the bag popping out. Is he going to go for it, though? Gotta be really careful about this. Fab eventually finding Trick. It's going to take a while, but I want to see the conclusion of that. AG Gamers Global, they got this perfect region to really form up a hailstorm up against the rest of Buram and also Bleed Esports eventually.
I'd also love to see the conclusion of that. But we've also got some pretty big fights happening here on the eastern side. Bleed stuck on the edge of blue. Nades coming their way. Buram on the south, AGG on the west, and then you may as well count Take Me Please on the north. All three of these teams making life living hell right now for Bleed. And none of these teams actually overextending either. They all recognize that Bleed are dead men walking. It's just a matter of time. Also, AGG has to worry about Take Me Please. Well-placed smokes from Fap mean that he doesn't have to worry about that angle. He'll recognize that Latte just got knocked. He has no idea how close Latte was to just getting knocked. Those nades give it away, though. Latte flushes himself out. AGG now aware of how dangerous their position is. And Forest still with a bunch of control. Every team is so close to each other. Once Bleed has been taken out, this lobby is just going to go crazy.
It's happening right now. Fap gets traded back. Baron also immediately stealing that point away from AGG. My goodness gracious. Bleed Esports, first thing we're in a really tough position to not really hold out. And just with a drive-by, Baron secures it. AG Global gets sent off. And over south is starting to open up. Now it's between BRU as well as TMP. Shots through the smoke, finding its mark. Down Eddie, and he will go in for the spray. Finds it. Down to 6 teams remaining. That Nate should be able to eventually land that score for the side of TMP. Much better run, but being dead bottom, I guess like they should just play for whatever they could just to maybe get a little bit more of that cash prize. But of course, it's all about pride right now. As far as Natural Gaming, still having Baron on this nasty op as well as P90 setup. He's been really putting up a whole lot of damage, and now Timothy still trying to wiggle through that smoke. Snake should be able to eventually hit the target. But over on the flank side, there's also Khan trading blows.
Out of the blue. Yep, straight into Pat and Pong. Well, straight into KM99, sorry. Down he goes. TMP activating on the other side of the zone, have taken down 2 of Theraton 5. Dynasty, last one up for Buram. How much can he get done? We know how potent he is. That's 1, that's 2, but too many men on the side of Forest. They are up to 11 kills now. And Take Me Please trying to get up to that kind of a number as well. They are destroying T5 on this side, but there's one member still fighting back, and it's enough. Take Me Please go down. Rossiter saves T5's game. How many reses can he get? None. No reses for Ranger X. Tanvu steals it away. We are in our top 2. Just like that. Did we even hit top 4? Did we get anywhere near it? Doesn't feel like it. The Expendables have had this compound the entire game. Forest as well have had an absolute slapper. How much more, though, can they get? 4 members alive. Same cannot be said for the Expendables. In all of this process, they did lose 1. making it more difficult now for them to control this endgame circle. Both teams have ample space to maneuver themselves around, take either edge, and mark their territory. Forest, though, have a much easier time doing that as 4. The Expendables have to play a little bit more conservative because they have 3.
And to add on top of that, for Natural Gaming, they were pretty well oiled up, especially with all these loot crates dropped directly for them to go in for a heavy arsenal of artillery. Now, sees them coming up with perhaps a little bit higher of a firepower. Of course, with those crazy setups, we saw what Baron was holding. So, right now, taking plenty of space for the south side, as it will be a little tough for the rest of the members of the Expendables to be able to eventually squeeze some of these rooms, though they are having 2 members closer to the center at the moment. Perfect formation coming in from the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. We might still see them overwhelm them in the form of numbers. Chances are looking pretty good for Forest Natural Gaming so far, but it's really down to the opening pick right here. If the Expendables find it, this fight could still go evenly on the trades.
Delwyn has such a good line of sight towards his two teammates. Almost makes me wonder whether having 2 players towards that direction is what the Expendables should be doing right now, but they're doing it to make sure that that side of the zone is clear. It just seems a little bit too open to make that push. Olympus is ready for it. So is Scappy. In fact, they are making that push up here. If Delwyn can see this kind of line of sight, then the Expendables are going to be more confident to make this push. But as soon as Cloris hops on that car, he's immediately put on notice, making the Expendables situation that much more dire. And they are probably slowly recognizing their reality. Down goes Scappy. Orm plus Org gets it done. Tanvu opens up this fight. Scappy was the only man up here defending. That's the knock that they were looking for. This fight now turns a little bit more even than Forest were looking for.
And they could always represent by the back end of the hill to cause a little bit of stir of not really getting all that information back for the side of Forest Natural Gaming. Suddenly, ties could just turn right here, especially with Tanvu. He's got that arm in his hands, holding the high ground. Make it life really difficult for the rest of Forest Natural Gaming to even push upwards. Very sticky situation right now. Delwyn, he's been holding on to the compounds for quite a while. Really down to Olympus to see if we could actually do something about that. If they manage to catch Delwyn, they should be able to actually flood those 2 members up the hillside, because that circle will basically pull directly in the center. So Cloris and Tanvu might just get exposed in the moment's time.
Funny how 1 kill can change an entire situation. All of that control that Forest once had. I mean, the anchor was Scappy. You lose Scappy and all of a sudden you lose all of that control. Baron's not even confident now to extend himself up that way. If he did go too far, Delwyn would catch him. Now it looks like the Expendables are the ones in control. Looks like Forest have barely a sliver of the zone to work with, and once Phase 9 starts to close in, the Expendables will have much more control over the star than Forest will. So a fantastic opening for Tanvu. Now they just have to follow this up, and smartly so, I think the Expendables are backing out of taking fights towards Forest. They recognize that they have the star, they're going to have the center of this Phase 9. May as well wait for Forest to move towards us. Let's not give anything up. Let's wait for them to make the play.
Looking rather concerning for Forest Natural Gaming, as they are clumped up over on the south side, not really having as much space as compared to the rest of the members of TE. This setup coming from Tanvu really covers off his members really well, as I do say that. That's him just causing a little bit of distraction as he drives past. Kim99 gets perfect vision, and Tanvu, he's being knocked. This is tough. Absolutely tough in the situation like this. Delwyn now finds the trade back. 2 versus 2. Now only down to Cloris. Devastating. That should not have happened.
Should never have happened. I don't know why Tanvu moved either. He had such a nice off angle. That might have been the game losing play for the Expendables. Now they're the ones under a chokehold. Forest regain control of this situation. The Expendables only have that smoke to work with. Tanvu's been flushed. We're into a 2 versus 2 that KM99 and Baron have under wraps, or at least you would think. If there's anything we've learnt in this endgame, it could change in an instant. The P90 is so powerful in a situation like this as well. The Expendables have nothing. It is just those smokes. And Forest are hard staring at them. If they peek the right-hand side, it's Baron with the P90. If they run through or peek the left, it's KM99 prone with the AUG. They need an incredible knock, and they might have had one just then. Down to 9 HP, Baron survives. The blue is now his pressure. The Expendables are peeking in a line. They are peeking together, but they were not accounting for KM99. The prone man in the end is the one that finishes it off. It looked dodgy. It got dodgy. But in the end, Forest come out on top. What a game from them. 14 kills.
That was a nail biter. And all this aggression being displayed by Forest from the early game up to this point, that was not supposed to be their round 2 be won right there until that slip up happened from Tanvu. It created that chance, and it forces them to still going for that revive, to still have hopes to trade out. Some damage being done to Baron that could have potentially be their opener to be a 2 versus 1, and eventually relying down to smokes. They had nothing left in the tank. But what a fight we've got on our hands to close out that banger of a 4v4, 3v3 to be specific.
That was a crazy game at 𝐏𝐿. We had so much to enjoy. We opened up with that, and then, I mean, this is when Forest started to get a bunch of their kills. QC just fell apart. KM99 hit some really, really nice shots. Irina and Cerberus, I still have no idea what this was or how it transpired in the way it did, but there it is. And then, of course, Buram versus SGD. A nice shot from MML, but it didn't really amount to anything because he got grenaded by Mings. And, of course, that's what allowed Buram to make this push. Dynasty hits a nice, quick double kill. And, yeah, Paint could do nothing towards the end of it. 𝐏𝐿 taken down. Bleed, a worse game from them. But when you saw the position they were in towards the end, you can't really blame them. Day Trade did quite well, to be honest with you, taking down 10 with the help of Forest. But, yeah, suffered too many members, too much loss of time and resources for them to make the push into zone reality.
Yeah, we have even this interesting stir down in between, but we saw how costly some of all these mistakes could be, and of course, certain players out there in the field have definitely cracked under the pressure, but despite that, they're really putting up some really heavy-duty points to be able to really hold in this round of wild 𝐏𝐿 action. So I'm absolutely satisfied with what we've gotten, and this win for the side of Force Natural Gaming might actually put them into a very decent spot to actually chase up with the rest of the pack, despite, you know, them starting over onto that 12th position. With a chicken dinner, I think they would match up somewhere in between all these teams right now, potentially breaching into a top 8 even. So maybe, that's kudos to them. But T-Recon 5, they fall out on 3rd position. We absolutely forgot about them. They have been remaining to be very, very consistent. So it's going to be tough for all these teams to really play catch up against them.
I think definitely Forest will get into the top 8. It's just how far did they actually go off the back of that many kills, right? Off the back of that many points. So definitely top 8. But yeah, how deep did they actually land? Do they put themselves in the pack that are contesting for top 4? That would be insane. What a storyline for Forest that would be off the back of this win. They were fighting for their lives in the play-in stage. They were almost out of it. I believe they fell out of it at one point, and then they fought their way back in, all the way through to qualifying for PGS 5 and 6. I mean, that is tangible improvement coming out of Forest. And this is a game as well. If you could have said anyone was going to win this game off of a feed, it was obviously going to be the Expendables, right? They had that compound the whole time. It was difficult for people to push them. All they had to do was walk out of that compound and kind of into the end game, and that's kind of their win, right? They caught 8, maybe 7, 8, right? They didn't catch 9, but certainly an easier win from them. But then comes Forest, 14 kills and the win. They fought for it. They were holding the edge. They held it masterfully. They controlled their space. They took down Day Trade as well in a very disciplined manner, I thought, in that moment. And so it's a very well-earned win from Forest. I'd love to see that coming out of them as well. KM99, 9 kills? I didn't even realize that in the moment, but what a demon. What an absolute beast. Almost 900 damage too. So yeah, I mean, what a standout performance from him.
an absolute Chad. Like overall, he has been really holding firm into that south end of the position, and on top of that, there were plenty of all these supplies for Forest to really keep up the tempo of all these aggression being displayed by all these other teams. And I love the showing of confidence where multiple members were also holding on to those all the way till the end game. And we'll just take a look at the destruction that they've offered to the rest of the pack. 14 kills. So that is absurd on what they've been able to accomplish in this round. And most of the heroics definitely came from KM99.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Couldn't hit the 10 kill mark, but who cares at that point? 9 kills is still something incredible, and it's hard to get in a lobby like this. 14 kills in a lobby like this is no joke. It's oftentimes we see that game leaderboard, and it's quite close towards the top. You know, there's only a few points separating some of those teams, but this is probably going to be a situation for Forest where they are out in front by quite some margin, and that's difficult to do in a lobby that is as competitive as it is. 9 smokes, 12 nades used, no Molotovs used for Forest, but I don't really blame them. Using Molotovs inside of terrain, inside of hills, inside of forests is obviously less reliable than if you were doing it with inside compounds. And yeah, there is a pretty big gap between first and second. 10 points to be exact. Take Me Please come in through for that second place. The Expendables, who actually finished second, only got 10 points total that game. Definitely would have been wanting more, but as you said, another consistent performance from T5 as well.
Yeah, it's good to also see both T5 as well as TE to be putting in all these points all together, but T5 will still be pretty much up ahead them, so we won't be expecting too many of a drastic difference coming into the top 2, but I'm going to be keeping my eyes closely onto third position onwards, because this is what we're getting right now. They trade now ties in with Cerberus Esports with 109 points, 1 point behind. It's SGD, and we saw SGD, they didn't really have that same form of impact. They got no points this round, but they are still within the top 5. So still gonna be a little bit of a hurdle. And indeed, Forest with that win now moves into the top 8. Another chicken like that will actually see them match up to even TE.
From 11th through to, say, 3rd is still incredibly competitive. It's 19 points, and as we've learned in this lobby, anyone can do that. Buram sitting there on the cusp. It's insane to say that 11th place is on the cusp. But I mean, that's just crazy to think. But yeah, Day Trade Cerberus moved themselves into the top 4, which means now it's top 6 qualified through to PGS 5 and 6. And right now, FW and SGD occupied those spots. Team Bliss 2 points out. Forest 5 points out. Almost. So, I mean, incredibly competitive, incredibly insane to view that kind of a scoreboard. E-Arena and QC still down there in 15th and 16th. Man, I did not expect to see that coming into the final stage. That is crazy. But it just shows you how strong this entire lobby has been. Whether you are on paper strong or on paper weak, it doesn't matter. This is, I thought it was one of the most stacked lobbies we've ever seen for APAC, and that's coming true.
Indeed it is. Like, overall, the quality of gameplay round after round, these names absolutely delivered. And we've seen so many different names popping off in each respective match. We're getting 2 chickeners from Vietnam so far, 1 from Elite Esports, though they did drop the ball in these mid rounds. But going back into Miramar, maybe teams will feel a little bit more comfortable having those early game rotations to be sorted. So that being said, we go for a couple of minutes break, and we'll come back for our final 2 matches of day 3.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear. Grab the new Survivor Pass and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We're getting ready for the penultimate round of day 3 of the finals. You are currently watching the APAC qualifiers for phase 2. And there can only be 4 teams to be joining alongside with 2 partner teams to be playing in the PGS 5 as well as 6. And of course, they're also gathering all these PGC points for the grand event to be happening by the end of the year. So everything's on the line, and we are getting the most competitive PUBG action here in APAC since a very long time ago, where you know, these teams, it could be anyone's to take, but at the moment, T5, they're currently holding that #1 position. We'll see how much longer can they hold on to it.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to hold on to it for potentially the rest of the tournament. They have been consistent, whereas other teams have not been as consistent. They haven't been explosively consistent, at least. T5 have come out here. They came out yesterday with 2 wins. They're coming to today being consistent. Some of the teams today that are in that competing pack just haven't been as consistent, right? They just haven't been... They just haven't been as good, I suppose. They're hot and cold, like the Expendables, for example, although they do find themselves high up on that leaderboard now. So yeah, T5 looking like they're gonna take this one. I don't want to call it too early though. There is what, like a 15-point gap between them and second and third, so it is still very competitive. Don't get me wrong, but they've looked the best. They've looked the most consistent. So they're certainly my favorites right now. But yeah, anyone's game. I'm wondering when I should start calling the teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard as just out and not in contention anymore. Like, I'm seriously considering, when do I stop giving eArena more chances? When do I stop thinking that 𝐿 is going to come out of nowhere and start performing? If they both have, or if one of those guys has like a 10+ kill win, that's 25 points. All that does is bridge the gap between them and the group that they're fighting to get into. And then they have to do more work after that. And getting a 15 kill win it's doable, but it's not easy, right? And so, yeah, I'm wondering when I'm going to call those kind of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard out of this race altogether. Again, still money to fight for still, even all the way down there, there's still PGC points that you are going to want to fight for. But yeah, I'm seriously considering at what point is just it, you know, it's over for you guys. I don't think we're there yet. again, still plenty of well, maybe not plenty. I would have said that yesterday. Definitely not plenty of games to go, but there's enough to go where if you're consistently good, you could still make the top 4.
It's a tough call. I mean, now that you also brought up that certain teams also do hold some PGC points, how do we actually make that comparison? Maybe by the end of the run for tonight, we might be able to get a glimpse of how the PGC points have stacked up. For us to truly call, is 𝐴𝐴RENA totally out? Is QC not going to vie for that chance? But so long as they are here and they still have a total of 8 rounds to play, they'll give us our best. I mean, give us the best shot that they have. So here we are into our penultimate round of day 3 as we head right into Miramar. So we have seen a lot of all these different teams thrive in these rounds, and of course a lot of successes coming in for even the Thai region as well as the Expendables on the block. So I'm definitely keeping my eyes peeled out for Team Bliss SGD to also make a big bounce back into these rounds. Hopefully they still have some gas left in the tank, because we're getting towards the later stages of the night. So sometimes, you know, some players will have their energies being depleted, pressure piling upon them, and that might actually shake things up a little bit. But here we are, as we do have a decent spread from the northwest all the way down to the southern edge of Resort. 𝐴𝐴RENA will be the last one to drop out to move into Puerto Paraíso.
Yeah, gas in the tank. Whether you like it or not, you've got to still compete for at least 2 more games. 𝐴𝐴RENA, yeah, Puerto Paraíso, but they've got a Take Me Please player. Very close. Very, very, very close. Probably going for a hard spawn. He's the only Take Me Please player down there towards Puerto as well. Oh,
wow.
My. Well, if 𝐴𝐴RENA wanted to make an incredible comeback into this tournament, there's no better way to start it out than an incredible Phase 1 feed. You still have to convert this and hope that the next 8 circles are generous to you, but what a way to start it out. Hopefully 𝐴𝐴RENA don't get caught off guard taking too long to choose prior positions, because this is still a lobby that isn't afraid to dive center very quickly. It's not afraid to send players towards the center very quickly. Yeah, some of these teams like to loot late, but not always. We've seen a very central heavy lobby for most, if not all, of these games. So 𝐴𝐴RENA should be careful. They should be keeping their eyes up, and they should be making sure that they're disciplined and quick to take those priority positions. Bliss are completely unaware that Hwang is getting as close as he is. They should know Reluctant Squad dropped close by, or at least one member, but they don't seem to be aware Hwang is getting as close as he is. It would be very devastating for Bliss to go out on Taego the way they did last game, and then to lose a member early. A couple moments like that, a couple things like that can really start to weigh on your mental. It can really start to hurt. The Discord channel can get a bit quiet, but hopefully that's not the case, even if they do lose one member here, because they are far too in the thick of it to lose their heads now.
Yeah, and overall, if I were to take a close look into what's really going on in Los Leones, it's a little bit of a widespread coming from Team Bliss inside of Los Leo, especially over the south side, where they're hoping to get a little bit of a control over onto the hillside, maybe some outskirts of region for them to loot up from the warehouses. Speaking of which, 𝐴𝐴RENA now spots 𝐏𝐿. Some blows have been traded. It was Tigger that was successful in connecting a couple of shots. But 𝐏𝐿's got to be absolutely careful with this one, as no members of Team Bliss is around the area to even give him a helping hand for now. So you gotta stay put, but seeing from the minimap, I believe that Team Bliss members are on wheels, so they might actually send a couple of teammates to try to flush out Tigger, but Miramar United is also doing the same. T5, though, they are having a firm control over the northern side. They can actually wrap around to enter from Impala later on, if that's going to be part of their game plan. But this game, it is rough for those that drop in very early into areas like Alcantara. It's a long rotation, but it's good to actually see at least there's like 4 or 5 teams on board in the first phase of the circle. So for now, of course, a lot of space to wiggle around with. Day Trade will be joining in, of course, and Cerberus Esports. should be well on their way from Kano.
I was looking at the maps during that whole time because I was so engrossed by what Team Bliss was going to do up against 𝐷𝐀𝐀𝐒 from 𝐸 because he was alone in that compound completely. And I think 𝐾𝐆 knew that as well as soon as he rocked up. But the backup from Team Bliss, they decided not to just breach straight onto it. But we go straight to Take Me Please versus SSG. We can talk about all that good stuff later. 𝐷𝐷𝐿 is in a lot of trouble. Good defensive grenades though. Flash is out. 𝐻𝐒 grenade is out. There's a smoke in the bottom floor that he uses to get out of there like a magician. Straight down the hallway into the other side of the long building. But there's a lot of pressure he's got to deal with. Shots out the window. Ming's close range with an M16 that you are almost certain is on burst fire mode. Molly on the stairs forces 𝐷𝐷𝐿 to stay at the top floor. He's on fire even. This is looking like an impossible situation to escape from, and it is. A well-placed nade by Mings catches him out completely. They wait for the fire. They'll go up and get their reward. And SGD have successfully taken control of 𝐷𝐷𝐿's compound. He was alone completely. He was the one who dropped separate to the rest of Take Me Please, so even if he wanted backup, it was nowhere near him, so far away. It's just unfortunate that he ended up where he was, and SGD are as aggressive as they are. But yeah, SGD will happily take that.
Yeah, I'm just really impressed on how every single time we get a glimpse of SGD fights, they were swift and their executions were almost flawless. And here comes the rest of Reluctant Squad, or should I say TE, dropping into the warehouse as they're looking for a full collapse against members of 𝐸 to be forced to actually hightail out of the situation, falling all the way to the back, asking for perhaps some assistance coming from 𝐿𝑒𝑟yx, which they will arrive through the hillside. Might be able to catch a glimpse of some of the members of the Expendables, but it's going to be a long shot to take. Not going to be an easy one, especially with a sandstorm coming into this area of play. That will deny some vision. Perhaps this could cover up Duck's Juice real good. Speaking of which, 𝐿𝑒𝑟yx lose that vision in a very unfortunate timing.
Yeah. It's good for both teams, I suppose. Probably better for 𝐸 to just get out of there. Feels like 𝐸 are a little bit uncomfortable in the positions that they've chosen. Granted, one of them has been breached by a foreman of the Expendables, but they didn't have their car ready to leave, and the cover on high was seemingly not enough to dissuade the Expendables from moving in. 𝐷𝐀𝐻 has now left the area completely. He's crossed the road. 𝐷𝐿 put down to 1 HP. Jacob is the man who was caught by that breach. He remains steadfast by those rocks. 𝐷𝐿 catches him out though completely. Jacob tried to make that run back up. He thought there was a timing, thought there was an LOS. There just wasn't. 𝐷𝐿 though under pressure, put down very low by 𝐷𝐀𝐻 and finished off as well. We trade even here between the Expendables and 𝐸. Can they res Jacob though? The Expendables have no means to actually get that flush. It's just a bit of a bait for the Expendables. And how greedy do they want to get? How tempted are they to secure 1 point? Duckjuice might be able to send himself across the road and get the angle onto Jacob, but Jacob should be able to LOS. This is 𝐸 playing as disciplined and as stoic as they can. And the Expendables can't really do much but take the opportunities that come to them. It's just unfortunate the 𝐸 have so many lines of sight. The Expendables are now the ones stuck inside this building.
Yeah, they don't really have that same form of advantage playing from that lower ground. They just really have to hold out inside of the housing estate at the moment. Try to go for that reset, play for that position, because they got a whole lot more to lose as compared to 𝐸 right now, placed into 15. Still trying to catch up against the rest of Tier 5, and the more members they lose, that is going to be way out of reach real quickly. Whereas the rest of the squads are just hugging around the outskirts of Los Leones. That could potentially be areas of play heading into certain late stages of the game. Or could potentially also close up all the way into Puerto Party. So teams are definitely liking their chances. They're not forcefully making certain drastic maneuvers. While we have quick confirmed here with 𝐿𝐿 over the top end, spots out that member inside of TMP. No heavy commitment just yet. The rest of QC should be able to at least send a member to help out in that position. 𝐏𝐿𝐿 is also cutting very closely further up towards the hillside, having a little bit more of that cover to work with. 𝐿𝐿𝐻 hasn't really spotted that out, but Unique, He tries to drive on reverse, and now with shots being fired from the side of 𝐏𝐆𝐒, they will now get that full intel over on 2. But 𝐿𝑋𝐻 just reverse all the way back and gets out safely. Not for 𝐏𝐿𝐒 though.
No, unfortunately not. Found out, flushed out. Take me, please go down to 2 members. And being this close to a 4-man strong 𝐿𝐷𝐾onfirm is dangerous for them. There's a push through that valley that they could make later on if they wanted to. Latte tries his best to stop 𝐏𝐿𝐻 from getting flushed, but it was destined. Team Bliss find themselves center of zone. Tem Entertainment, solid spot for them as well. They can definitely play down that road if it comes to it. Worst case scenario for most of these teams is it shifts inside of Los Leones. That would be very hard to deal with. Massive walls on either side the teams have to navigate through, and those thin roads, basically the only entrance into the city. Gets me very nervous thinking about that kind of a zone, but we're not there just yet. Boram trying to shepherd day trade away, and doing it successfully so. Theraton 5. Also, another team put on notice by 𝐿𝐾onfirm. They tried to extend up, look towards QC, and while they do good damage towards Petret, there's even better fire back from Noadra to stop them from getting any more. Flucky vaults out the window and back down towards those warehouses. T5 had more problems to deal with, but Ranger X down there on the road could have some sort of impact. Opons, his direct counter across the other side. Both teams basically playing this to have the flanks covered off and then have a little bit of a DMR fight between all the other members. Ranger X decides he's had enough though. He gets out of there, gives QC more space to work with, and this is T5 trying to look for a way into this zone.
Yeah, it's a tough squeeze right now with so many teams really hugging that direct center. 𝐿𝐾onfirm really holding down the members of Theraton 5, and this could actually shake up the leaderboard if they are successful in doing so to catch up all 4. Of course, right now, it's not gonna be an easy task for even the likes of QC. We do see a little bit of a glider action, still trying to scout out a hit. They play from the far south, which they should be able to at least gather a certain intel for them to go in for a deeper rotate. Not exactly an easy passage coming in from the south side, especially with BRU gaining certain entry points. But Team Bliss, at least they're not too far off. If there's anything, perhaps these two might come into a duel to open up a little bit of that spacing between day trade and the rest of the pack. So right now, as it stands, 4 players taken off the list. Other than that, all 16 teams are still looking very competitive in this lobby. I'm not too sure if this is going to be a good round for the side of Team Bliss. They are hunkering down over on the direct center with a 2-2 split. Very decent formation, but with more teams also looking for certain areas of play, they could also be easily overwhelmed.
Yeah, but staying stoic in that kind of a moment, not giving up a compound that could get fed is exactly what Bliss need to do. Caught just outside of the top 5 at the moment, top 4. Well, I guess it is actually top 5 because Day Trade are within that top 4. Cerberus just outside. T5 have found their rotation in. Wasn't like it was going to be a free ride into the circle though. AGG have been here for quite some time, and T5 now find themselves fighting up against at least 𝐶𝐸 and 𝐶𝐸 on that, or 𝐷𝐀ECH, sorry, on the low side of that road. 𝐶𝐸 is up high, FAP's even deeper in the circle. He's got a foothold as well. T5, if they wanted to take this fight and win it, the smart play would be to isolate 𝐶𝐸 and 𝐷𝐀ECH. That is easier said than done though. But they're close enough to the road and without hard cover that it's certainly doable, but T5 aren't playing this super aggressively. They're going to let AGG go by, and that might be a mistake. If they can park themselves up in that warehouse that FAP controls, that's the hard cover AGG need to defend up against T5 on this side of the circle. They might do it successfully too. Reversing up the road. They should live through this. That makes T5's job even harder. This zone, very kind to AGG in that context. They have the edge of the zone. Theraton 5 don't have any room outside of it to play. They're going to have to go super, super close or hit another wrap. But hitting a wrap this late into the game adds its own level of risk. Arena shooting at Thanadol. I mean, gliders on gliders, man. We've seen them so much throughout this final stage. Good to see that they are more and more part of the meta. Saw it at the international events that happened recently as well. Dynasty taken down immediately by Duckmire. That was some nice mini shooting. Should get rezzed. But Cerberus have taken control of the spot that Team Bliss used to own. They've now vacated that area and moved into a spot as 4 just outside of Loss.
𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 with a beautiful tap to the head of Jacob. That is a really tough position to be at. And Belmov quickly came in from another angle. We are starting to see a little bit of third-party action going on and perhaps even more to go. Belmov, he was all alone inside of the edge of Porto Paris, so I'm not too sure how he managed to even seek that one out. But I believe that Daytrade really wants in as they are sending the full squad charging towards the location of the arena. Not an easy one to breach, but certainly they could be able to overwhelm them once they do arrive much closer. Really down to Tigger to see if they could wither down some of all these units of Daytrade that's on the approach. But it doesn't really require a full commit coming from Daytrade as well. If they really want to play for a little bit more of that zone control, they could still wiggle their way into the edge of the circle. Scappy now getting picked off, but will be assisted by Olympus.
Oh no.
The rest of Bleed Esports are actually looking to eventually flush them as well, as they are right now charging up the hillside. Still by the spine of it, Trick finds Baron.
That's a necessary opener. This should be Forest dead. Bleed now have a lot more space to work with. There's no more anchor for Forest, so Bleed can just peek over these ridges for free. They haven't spotted that res just yet. They also haven't spotted the far man for Forest. That is 𝐏𝐆𝐒99. Olympus has a knock of his own. Maybe this could work for Forest. It shouldn't, but it might be able to. Bleed are almost guaranteed to lose one. Trick's angle has to be the game changer in this scenario. Ted pushes forward. He's at that rock, but he's put down low. Trick is obliterated by Forest. Olympus with that nade. I don't know how Bleed fumbled this one, but Forest fight back and they make it work. Now one member up for Bleed, and he is getting out of there. Rotating almost at the same time as FW. I have no idea how Forest get out of that one alive. That is insane.
It's absolutely insane coming out of Scappy. You saw what he's just done to the rest of these members of Bleed Esports. He just snapped always towards the back. You were just mentioning Trick needed to get this job done, and that was just a perfect clip coming from Scappy. He gets that double, and he just clears off that spacing. Bleed Esports, an absolute fumble. I mean, I guess I could cut them a little bit of slack because they were just hastily rushing into that corner after getting that double knock. You should be feeling a little bit of confidence, but that wasn't coordinated at all coming in from, of course, the top dogs of Indonesia. They've been looking so good for the past couple of days, and day 3 on perhaps one of the most important days. This is not the best outlook for the squad that's hoping to also cut into the top 4, top 6, depending on how everything plays out. Meanwhile, MS as well as Duckmire quickly secure his glories, and oh boy, on bottom the flip directly charging through. And what are we looking at? He almost survived, but it's just too nasty. The sprays went through. Daytrade now spotted out. Let's get goes in for a perfect a massive spray. Oh! Triple, baby. As he will clean house, and Tiraton 5 barely surviving out of that ordeal.
That was sick from Rossiterton. What a flank. Unreal. I don't know what happened in that ridge, and then we quickly switched to Rossiterton, and he just does that. Unbelievable. I don't know what we're witnessing right now. It seems like there's a lot of chaos happening down there in those ridges. They are very sought after territory. I mean, you can see just by how many teams are in and amongst this side of the zone. Everyone wants to get to that piece of terrain. That piece of terrain is where you play the rest of the game. It's how you play this game out on foot. It's how you rack up a bunch of kills and potentially fight for that win. FW want it as well, but TEM are the ones that currently occupy it. Buram as well. just behind Tem Entertainment, putting on a decent performance themselves. I don't know how Dynasty got away with what he did in that scenario, but he did. It's Dynasty. What do you expect? FW now trying to make that push. Tem Entertainment can't fight forward because 𝐏𝐆𝐒's got a knock onto 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿. The kill feed starts to fill up. Everything is going down on this side of the zone. Bliss licking their lips. 𝐴𝐺𝐺 want to get involved. FW falls short. 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿, 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿, they all combined. Tem Entertainment wish they could have got involved in that, but they can't. 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿's knock delayed them all that time. 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿's got it secured in the bag. Down goes 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿. Thunders is now knocked. Tem Entertainment have to pick up the pieces, but look who's behind them. Buriram, hungrier than ever. Dynasty on a roll. He's got momentum he doesn't want to let go of.
Will never let go. Just look at them just charging right through. It's absolute panic moment here on the south side. Oh! Go! 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿 still finds another. Same goes to 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝐿. And this is just them putting through the valley of death. And it's Cerberus, the Hellhound, to take the fight out of everybody else. 4 is down and out. And we know there's even more names on that list eventually. BRU now wants in up against Tem. Might actually spot out few members of the Tem squad, but this lurk either go really well or really bad to get that first pick. Going for another one. Oh! 80 unstoppable.
Dude, that is so dirty. That is so dirty. I'm at a loss for words. The amount of individual talent on display right now is insane. Cerberus up to 10 kills. Chaos over here on the west, and Buriram taking full advantage of it. They might not have the highest kill count for themselves right now, but they've survived out of everyone else. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 hits that tap. Down goes Eddie. Dynasty now 1 versus 1 over the region. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's got it. I thought Buriram were on a tear. It was actually Cerberus. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 adds their number now to 12. Opons and Chexing combined. Down goes Take Me Please. This has been one of the most insane periods of about 5 minutes I've ever lived through in my life. What am I watching?
Back to back individual performance. That's what it is. High stakes game requires all the effort coming in from all these crazy individuals. I'm waiting for the highlights of the end of the match. We got plenty here to cover, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's going to be a 30-minute highlight reel.
Yeah, give us that. I mean, I guess we'll just sit here for a bit longer. I don't mind it.
Yeah, we're not going to go to break. The next game will start by the time the highlights are over.
Meanwhile, Tigger's got no space to work with. This should be a free pointer for AG Global. You know, I thought that AG Global's been in a decent spot, but they barely have gotten that many points as compared to everyone else because Cerberus have stashed everything away to their own pockets.
Yeah. Well, down goes the last of the warriors from the fights that occurred. SGD haven't really had much to do but watch their kill feed. Watch as everyone goes at it on that southern side, wishing that some of those kills would be their own, but not to be. Q confirm, 4-man strong. Reluctant squad, 4-man strong. 𝐴𝐺𝐺, 4-man strong. It's just Tigger in that shack that is the solo alive. And then we get down to our top 4, all of which, as I said, 4-man alive.
And the entire time while all those fights were taking place, I think that the team that felt the most confident in their position has to be SGD. They never really had to move. As I talked about fights, here comes another one. Chexing finally gets involved. Someone so far looking for a whole lot more. Oh, he just squeezes that against Huang. Looking pretty illegal at that as well. Now here comes Pain. SGD seeks out their position, but not exactly hitting the mark just yet. Huang as well as Jun unfortunately could not make the cut. RS bows out. Well, actually just 2 members. They're still in the game. Tigger is not thinking out like a sore thumb just yet. Tycon has a rough idea. He's just trying to zoom in just to confirm, but maybe too little too late for that.
Tigger denies. And we enter our top 4. Reluctant squad, though, since have lost 2. 𝐴𝐺𝐺 have a big ridge to work with, the same ridge that QC have to work with, and everyone else will be looking towards SGD in that compound, but maybe not until they've dealt with each other. Reluctant Squad comes sending it in. Van Nye the first to... Oh no, they're both on that bike. They both make it into that bowl. They also are both inside the zone. Reluctant Squad is in a weird situation because they can't really capitalize on any of the fights that are about to happen because there is a massive open field between them and any sort of hard cover. So they can do nothing but sit there and hope that they can reach the top 2 or top 3. And then also, considering that, we might not even get a fight between AGG and 𝐿 or SGD, for that matter. They might not even fight. They might just wait for a Reluctant Squad to be out of the zone and then fight. So a weird situation. They also still have that bike. But even then, if they were to send it across that open field on that bike, it would be arguably more free for SGD to mow them down. And, of course, it would signal that Reluctant Squad are making that move. So, yeah, a weird situation for them. One that I don't envy. And I think AGG, SGD, 𝐿, they're just going to wait. No reason to make a move or take a fight when the circle could end up feeding you, and you might just have to wait for the game to come to you.
It'll be tough for SGD if they lose control of that compound. But overall, we expected them to still be within the upcoming phase, which now phase 7. We'll see them hold out. AGG now has to make a decision whether if they really want to take over the current stronghold that SGD currently has. Reluctant Squad working with the foldables. Limited angles for the rest of SGD, but they certainly do have those angles up against Reluctant Squad, as we saw prior, where they only managed to hit out inside the bowl. Here comes 𝐿𝐿 though. They finally get a catch over on the Petred, and this might actually unfold a big battle between these two squads. And another great angle to the head as 𝐿𝐿 gets that double. This could be a whole lot more as now comes Opons trading back. It's just hitting for the hit, and 𝐿𝐿 gets clipped.
Opons with good cover. A headshot onto 𝐿𝐿. Oh, but Opons cops a headshot of his own. Sapao pushes forward. It's a mistake. 𝐿𝐿 is there to take him down, and FAP wasn't there for the trade. Opons now more cover to do. SGD looking to take advantage of this kind of a situation. The nade flushes Nawadra, but it doesn't kill 𝐿𝐿, and that's what it should have done. Because he extends out, takes down FAP. AGG now just down to one member. It's 𝐿𝐿 by himself. Far too far away from the action to do anything. 𝐿𝐿 will flash out their knocks, but they have no idea SGD has done what they've done. With Reluctant Squad being out of the picture, SGD are allowed complete freedom of movement. The ridge, it's good enough for 𝐿𝐿 to take the fight to them and win the game, but not good enough for 𝐿𝐿. They've got that man disadvantage. Also, 𝐿𝐿 flashed out with a Molotov. Well, he flashed himself out, I suppose, with the Molotov. Didn't really fully catch that in the kill feed, but that's what he looks like he did. And now we enter our 4 versus 3. 𝐿𝐿, as I said, they've got that ridge, but SGD have the man advantage.
SGD, despite that man advantage, there's some wide angles to cover as well. Which I say it's just flat grounds for SGD to slowly seek out the rest of QC. The reason why they spread the way that they did is because eventually QC might need to push directly into the top end of the kill, and that's where they do get a little bit of a glimpse against all these Thai players right across these corners. SGD playing it very conservatively, just waiting for QC to make a mistake, while they manage to spot Mings over at the top. Tries to perfectly align it, but it's not that easy with the SLR. Now they could still try to cut over the south side closely to take the fight up against MML. And within this region, they should have just about decent enough cover. Good headshot, actually connecting over onto Mings. Down to Sophia. This could be a very pivotal role for him to see if he could just open up perhaps the first contact. And now he got ample space to just charge through. QC losing the grip of position, but they might be able to overwhelm Mingsy. As we speak of it, here comes the battle.
𝐿𝐿's got one. MVP at the play-in stage showing off right now. His teammate can't do it, but he can step up. SGD go down to 2 members now. Paint on the other side has found Opons. we enter a 1 versus 2. It's the MVP of the play-ins versus 2. He's got 3 in this fight so far. He'll nail his flushes and look to take this 1v1. Such a pivotal 1v1 for 𝐏𝐶. Bottom of the leaderboard, needing to fight back. 𝐏𝐶 has 6 kills so far, and he's going for that res. 𝐿𝐵𝐻 knows though. 𝐿𝐵𝐻 knows they're going for that res. Pain has to push forward. He can't let them get this into a 2 versus 1. He has let them do it, and 𝐏𝐶's got all of them. He steps up in the end game, puts 𝐏𝐶 towards 12 kills, and secures them the dub. What a performance by 𝐏𝐶. MVP level plays and a 4K to boot. I love it. I'm a big fan.
And this round was really about individual plays. 𝐏𝐶 was the king of it all, overcoming that form of an onslaught where you saw SGD members were trying to pile up against them. The trades were looking decent, but I believe that maybe SGD, they just spread themselves too far out wide to the point that when these trades happened, that last remaining member was a little too far off in order to capitalize on that very final moment, despite being fed with information coming from 𝐿𝐵𝐻. We have to go through these highlights. It has been an incredible run here in Miramar.
I was at a loss for words most of this Miramar. I don't know what was in the water before this game, but everyone was just taking some of the weirdest fights in the weirdest situations. Some of this stuff I had never seen in my life. And then you get to the ridge fight across the road with Buram involved and T5 involved, and I believe Forest was there. Too many teams got involved in that for me to even keep track of, and it was insanity. Can you explain to me what's happening here? Because I can't. At some point, they both hop in the car in that situation, by the way. They both go for the car seat swap thing, and they both hop in, and that's super awkward. And then Rondo just comes out and gets a 3K, and I'm just sitting here trying to cast this, but I don't know what I'm casting.
Yeah, and then we have this rampage going on coming from Cerberus Esports, and then 𝐸𝐷 has his very own moment. It's just too much to really digest what really happened in those particular plays. But of course, it was splendid to witness. We got Kaisaki, we've got Pedred even. The names just kept appearing with a lot of incredible plays. And to be fair, even Tycon looked for a decent double. That could really dent the hopes of 𝐏𝐶 really moving in for this chicken dinner of their own. But 𝐏𝐶, he was out here having a field day, takes out all these other squads, and that includes SGD, to secure that chicken dinner. And this was what I was talking about. Pain was a little too far off. If he was given maybe 1 second more of a space, that could have been something different entirely for the chicken dinner. But yeah, you know, I'm just surprised. You know, I've seen for the whole time, SGD has been in that circle the whole time. They didn't manage to get those numbers. It was those guys over the south side that's claiming crazy double digits.
Yeah, a lot of the kills that people could have gotten were exterminated in that chaos that we saw. It's almost surprising then that 𝐿𝐶 managed to wrap up 12 kills. They were kind of pseudo a part of that chaos, if I recall correctly. But yeah, insane performance by 𝐏𝐶. He's the one that we should be highlighting. He should, hopefully by the end of this, be the MVP of that match. If he's not, then he was absolutely robbed. But what a performance by him. I said that he was the MVP of the play-in stage, or one of the MVPs of the play-in stage, and he's showing us why in this moment. Nawadra and him have stepped up massively in the final stage, and it's fantastic to see that the 𝐏𝐶 we know is still there. You know, 4 kills, all 4 towards the end, completely saving 𝐿𝐶's game. I said before this game started, when do we start to consider 𝐿𝐶 out of the competition? When do we start to consider them not in the running to make top 4 anymore? After this win, they're not necessarily in the running, but they're not out of it either. They actually put themselves in a position where if they continue to perform well, if they continue to have these MVP level performances, then they are in the fight. They can actually put themselves up there. They can reach triple digits. They can fight with the best in the lobby so far. We know they can do it. We just saw them tear apart 12 players in that game. We absolutely know they have the firepower in them. It's just whether they can find that in the moment, and thankfully they did in that game.
Yeah, like the way that they really have their composure heading into such a chaotic Miramar run. I just couldn't really brain a lot of all these individual plays, but of course the cleanest of all has got to be 𝐏𝐶 to really close off this one. We saw how he isolates each respective fight, and he knows which angles to eventually hold out, and expecting a form of push after that revive to also snap towards the top side. He definitely deserves the MVP, though. Even if he doesn't, if it's suddenly, I don't know, some random name of all these battles coming from 𝐿𝐷, coming in from, I honestly can't even remember every name because there's just so many individual plays. But you know, like we will definitely still highlight that QC is not out of they're not out of the woods, but they're not out of the game. For sure, for them to really contest. But to reenact rounds like this, back to back, heading to the final day, would be a tall task.
It's hard. It's very hard. That's why they have to be the best version of themselves that they can be for multiple games going forward. Crunch time is well and gone, right? Like now we're entering the stages where you're either performing or you're not. You're either up there in the fight for it or you're not. Thankfully, after that game, like I said, 𝐿𝐴 put themselves up there, and yeah, it's very difficult to do that back to back. It's very difficult to even have another game like that in the first or in the upcoming few games. But if 𝐿𝐴 can do it, I mean, that's such important momentum. That's such a big mental boost for them. That is such like a it's like we're still here, you know. You know, we're still the same version of ourselves that we know from performances gone by. It's good to know that. It is good to have that confidence instilled in yourself moving forward into these upcoming games, because confidence is such a massive part of competitive PUBG. You need confidence to be able to perform. Okay, good. Thank God. Thank God it's 𝐏𝐶. If he wasn't the MVP, I don't think anyone else in that game deserves
We'll start
it.
a riot if it wasn't him.
Exactly. 8 kills, 930 damage. If you just saw this screen without the context, then yeah, it just looks like a good game. But then you consider that he just took out all 4 members of SGD in that end game, solo saving the game for 𝐿𝐴, and he absolutely deserves the MVP. That box is fully filled out with red.
Yeah. I'm just still trying to really get my head around all these incredible plays. 𝐿𝐴 once again shows why he is one of Thai's very finest. As we add all the numbers together, they managed to achieve a total of 22 points, where it's good to actually see them going back on track. Is it too late? Of course, that's up to you guys to, of course, figure it out. But overall, this is definitely a lot of hope being sent back to the team that has really been working hard to find this rhythm. And I'm glad that, you know, they have something to celebrate about with such a incredible win out of the Magic contenders that we had. This one was really the one that highlights not only the individual player, but the team effort overall coming from QC.
You know what makes me happy about that win? And maybe it's a bit spiteful, but only 4 𝐻𝐿 grenades being used. I loved the time in PUBG when 𝐻𝐿 grenades weren't so prevalent and it was just gunfights that would win you games, right? Like if you were better at aiming, if you were better at recoil control, then you won those fights, and team fights were more exciting because of that. And so I love that 𝐿𝐴 only used 4 grenades then and relied on just individual prowess to get it over the line. Cerberus come in with a respectable 13 points for second. SGD, they finished second, but they only get 9 points. Though consistency is the name of the game at this point in the competition, and Cerberus and SGD are doing just that. Same with T5, Boomerang, both of those teams up there fighting for the top 4. AGG not quite there just yet, close to it though. A couple of the teams that are up there right now fall short. Daytrade again on the cusp of that top 4, weren't in it that game and certainly won't be in it after that game. It'll be interesting to see how far 𝐿𝐴 made it up the leaderboard after that win.
Yeah, I really want to check that out. And of course, that being said, Cerberus Esports now should be moving past a few names out there, and that is going to be SGD sliding into the 4th position, while CES claims that 3rd spot. The top 2 seemingly unmoved, but look at how close Cerberus have gotten. They only got 1 placement point in this game, and the rest of those points were from kills alone. That's crazy to actually think about it. And then you still have this teams who are currently battling for that number 6 or even perhaps a top 4 position, all the way down to now what, 11th place. Still very viable. They need a game like QC.
Yeah, they do. Well, for QC, it puts them up there in 13th, which doesn't sound like a lot, but another good game like that, and then they're fighting for it. it's obviously we're holding on to hope here when it comes to 𝐏𝐄, when it comes to Reluctant Squad, but of course, if they can pull that off, no reason they can't do it again, then they'll be fighting for it. And I think that's the part that makes this realistic for me, and the part that makes me want to continue to give them props is the fact that they are one more win away, and it doesn't have to be a big win this time around, just one more win away, and then they're fighting for top 4. And that's what keeps it realistic for me. We got one more Miramar to go though.
Oh yeah, if last round was just absolute pandemonium, this is going to be full-blown mayhem, I assure you this. So, I'm just hoping to be wowed or blown off the edge of my seat. So, that being said, we gotta give these guys a little bit of breathing space. So, don't go anywhere, we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
World updates to 𝐏𝐿, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of 𝐏𝐿. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into 𝐏𝐿. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Here we are down to our final game of Day 3's action. You're currently watching the PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers Phase 2. And oh boy, what a run this has been for all the teams vying for a slot to the PGS 5 and 6. And of course, the coveted PGC slot with they can't accumulate enough points. It just gets more and more dramatic, Stream. Like, we take a close look back in the charts, like, everybody's neck and neck. We'll probably say this every other round, and it continues to be the case. And what's also interesting to note for the fact that now with servers as well as Daytrade, who are partner teams to be within the top 4, top 5 region, this slot currently, as it stands, it extends all the way to the 6th position. So this is heavy contest for everybody on the line.
Yeah. In one world, it's more lenient. In another world, it's more competitive. I cannot believe that as time has gone on throughout this competition, it's become more insane, more crazy. I suppose that's bound to happen when you get towards the end of a competition, but the way it's transpired has left me kind of shocked, to be honest with you. There was that one screenshot with 7 teams on 90 points. It's like, how does that even occur over the course of this many games? It's insanity. And yeah, now we're getting down to the last few games being played. There's this one at the end of tonight, and there's only 6 more tomorrow. As we said, crunch time is well and truly gone. Now we can start to focus on the left side of the leaderboard. Now we can start to focus on who's competing at the top, who's going through to PGS 5 and 6. It'll be the sole focus for us tomorrow. PGC points, yeah, but when you take into account PGS has yet to be, or PGS 5 and 6 have yet to be played, it can muddy the water, make it confusing. I'd rather just focus on who's going through to PGS 5 and 6 for the moment. And that race is entertaining enough. That race is incredibly exciting. That last Miramar game was by far one of the most insane Miramars I have ever seen in my life. Like, I cannot think of a more intense Miramar, a more just crazy Miramar that I've ever watched. It almost had everything. It had insane stuff with cars. You had players pulling off individual plays. The game ended with what was essentially a 1 versus 4. Chexing doing it all by himself. I mean, crazy. I don't even know what to say. I'm just happy that I got to view it, I suppose. Happy that I get to cast it, because yeah, that was one of the most entertaining rounds of PUBG in recent memory.
Yeah, and of course, just to even wrap our head around the chaos that they had to go through and really creating legendary scenes. We got Chixing securing that impressive chicken dinner. That definitely will be one of the biggest clips that we've had for tonight.
Yeah.
High Master Lawsy, and we are already in
game. Let's go.
Yep. So of course, just to fill you guys in on how the flight path goes, if it actually matters, cutting through from Valdemar all the way to Tirabanca. So it's just maybe a better access over the northern side, and I'm taking a close look into the phase 1 circle. It is currently covering the north, which will be from Power Grid all the way down to Oasis.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I'm not sure anything can beat last game. So all of the action that happens this game is just going to be muted, unless we get a more insane game. But I'm not sure that's going to happen. Unfortunate for SGD towards the end of that last game. Obviously, that game should have been theirs on paper, probably objectively. That game should have been theirs. The thing that QC had in their favor was, of course, that ridge, right? And that gave them a power position to work with. That gives them better peaks up against SGD, who have more flat ground. And obviously that means that they're going to be exposed. But we didn't really end up or QC didn't really end up using that ridge as the advantage. SGD kind of pushed themselves towards the terrain that QC was using, and so we ended up getting fights that were happening in much closer range than I thought we'd get. And SGD, it's a blow to the mental for sure to throw away that kind of a game. But they have been quite good across this tournament. So even though that one should have been theirs, nothing too crazy to worry about. No reason to be super down. Nothing insane happened to you. I guess they did have that team nade earlier on in the night. So maybe things are wearing thin a little bit, but I mean they're at the top. Like I said with Bliss earlier on, with everyone fighting towards the top 6, you can't afford to lose your head, even if the worst things happen to you. Even if you nade a teammate, even if you have the most unlucky circle, or you get double Panzerfausted, or you flip your car and you die because of it, you run someone over, like, you still cannot afford to lose your composure. Because if you do, I mean, that's just going to result in worse results, I suppose. So hopefully, no team up there does that. It's going to result in better PUBG for us as well. 𝐏𝐿 tasked with a very quick 1v2.
Yeah, in these tight quarters, this is definitely going to be a tough task. But he's still having a lot of space across this compound, so should be able to call in the cavalry well. Tycon's also coming with a wraparound. slowly getting overwhelmed as shots are being traded back. We see QC on the far corner. Let's see if they really want in to also come in as vultures of the third party. Well, I don't really see much help from the side of Tem Entertainment to eventually close in the distance to form up against the rest of AG Global. Speaking of which, now shots now from above the hills catches over on Zapao as Rope comes into the corner of the walls. Finds a quick tap and will quickly turns down Tycon. Let's go to the first two takedowns. It seems like it's going to be a one piece for now. Or it could be somebody else that got caught off of this current field of view that we do have. But you can see how cautious these two teams are picking up this fight. Well, advantage seemingly in favor of AG Global, it seems, with that flank angle coming from Surti.
Yeah, Tem Entertainment seem a bit stuck, don't they? AGG not without their own pressures, though. But this fight's hit a bit of a standstill. No one making any more moves to move the fight forward. In fact, now AGG are just going to want to leave it. Surely they're going to get caught out, though. Surely Rogue's got a sick angle onto this. Of course he does. Tem Entertainment was so close. There was almost no chance AGG were getting out of that without suffering a loss. Surti tried to provide some cover, but Rogue had that fence on his right side to work with. Petret also making it difficult to rotate through that car, but in the end it is Tem who take full advantage of it. They secure that compound. They do lose one in the process. And it becomes a bit awkward between the two teams. Oh, Lyrix. Okay, a quick double. Day Trader gone.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't really get the full glimpse of it, but we have a rough idea of how that went.
Is that a camp, maybe?
Looks like a camp to me. Through these valleys, so this is the passage somewhere from Valdemar heading into the direction of Alcantara. That long highway, you could just camp like a couple of spots, and these guys are absolutely funneled through the valley. So tough luck. I mean, of all places to cut through, Irina got that one going.
Damn. Okay. Didn't expect that to happen this early. I suppose we're approaching the time of the tournament where we're gonna see more action. Oh my goodness. Okay. We're gonna see more action. We're gonna see more team fights. It's not necessarily becoming looser, but some teams need more points than they did previously. And some teams are looking to take out other teams that they don't want qualifying through to PGS 5-6, that they don't want to do so well in this lobby. And so we get a glimpse of it now. We get a bit of a tease of it now, but come tomorrow, that pace from the early game that we've seen throughout this entire tournament is going to be completely changed. At least I hope so. Lots more early action, lots more early team fighting, lots more fights for positions, and probably more chaos. But yeah, just a tease of it for the moment. No, nothing too crazy. That said, we did lose an entire team of Day Trade, which is, I suppose, crazy by itself.
Yeah, I was about to highlight on the opportunities open up. Now that Day Trade has been taken out,
yeah,
this is perfect opportunity for FW Esports as well as AGG to also get closer in position or at least go for an overtake. Of course, plenty more room and space for all the teams that are still on board to play out for. I'm not too sure if, AGG could actually get much done despite, some of all the other players were taken out from their end due to the pressure coming in from the QC member. And looking back at that situation as well, Tem, they were held back at the very same time, not wanting to overcommit. I absolutely do understand. And AGG, they were thinking that if they stay put a lot longer, they might lose a lot more than just these two members. So they had to make a firm decision, though it still causes a loss. They could still play for a little bit more with that duo, I do hope, but it wasn't exactly the best showing that we've got coming in from, AGG or I would even argue, Tem Entertainment, which they could have actually aggressed a little bit more.
Yeah, it definitely was a bit of a weird one. The way that started, and then the positions of all the other players made it kind of awkward. It wasn't a direct fight. It wasn't just a straight 4v4. It was kind of staggered in that nature. But you're right, they do end up with positions that they can work off of. Does this one go? Oh, well, that's not fair at all, is it? Reluctant Squad are going to hop off that emergency pickup probably quite quickly. North side or south side of San Martin is untaken for the moment. SGD is dashing their way up here, but Reluctant Squad are coming in from the sky. Unplayables for the taking, and that compound as well. SGD are going to have to back off. You can see the other two members on the minimap right now. They're inside San Martin. So a good emergency pickup for Reluctant Squad. That's why you time it at the timing that Reluctant Squad did, so you can capitalize on whatever phase 2 shift occurs. And a lot of teams now scrambling to try and get into this one. Scrambling so much that they start to flip their cars. Is this fully flipped? It is. They're going to need a pickup.
I hope that there's a few more vehicles around the streets if they still need more. Wait a minute. Cal got himself a freebie, it seems.
Okay.
So that is Game 6 shenanigans. It's been a long day.
Oh, yeah.
For everyone's on board in this matchup. Of course, the ones who have been performing well throughout the course of the evening, definitely still holding decent momentum, but for those who aren't, yeah, you'll see some of all these drop-off in performance happen from time to time. To no one's fault, of course. Like, sometimes it's just a very coarse run in Miramar. I
don't know what you're talking about, bro. Just caffeinate yourself. Drink an energy drink. You'll be right.
If they have the time to brew themselves one.
Yeah, true. Yep. Well, the expendables arrive. Emergency pickup as well. San Martin's getting quite full. Reluctant Squad will be able to shoot down there, but everyone's going to be sitting inside of buildings. 2 members up here on top of this unplayable. It's fantastic for them if this remains in the zone towards the late game. Of course, the one caveat of being this high up on unplayable rocks is that you don't get knocked and you save your ammo until you can actually use it. And unfortunately, throughout the play-ins and throughout the final stage, we've seen a lot of players get knocked on top of unplayables that haven't been able to get rezzed. So if you're not disciplined enough, if you're not careful enough, then no matter how many times you tell your IGL that you didn't know you were exposed to that angle, it doesn't matter. You were undisciplined. Finally, Tem Entertainment actually come across and make that push. I thought they were down to 3. I thought they lost 1. But 𝐏𝐔𝐿 found himself away from that fight. The other 3 members managed to finish it off themselves. And AGG, though, their situation hasn't changed. They are still 2, and they are still under pressure.
Well, this time, it's a little bit different with Thunders overlooking onto the unplayables as well. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 now dealing with the situation alone. Scattered across from the likes of Surti, holding on to the back end of the wall. They're definitely taking this one really, really slow for some reason.
Ooh.
And eventually, we're looking to seal the deal. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 got caught in the head. Down to 1 for AGG. Could have been a good run for them to really haul points, but it's just difficult circumstances since the early game. And this is inevitable. Tem Entertainment finally seals the deal. So that's going to be that perfect 4-pointer for them, but the zone will close further away from where they need to be. So they're off the hooks just yet. They have to find a deeper run into the fields of San Martin, which can get hectic rather quickly in just a couple of seconds.
Not as clean as what he did with the 2x last game, but he is shooting inside a car at a very thin line of sight. MML does get across the road. T5 now control that northern side. That's a lot of stress taken off of their shoulders. They don't have to worry about noisy neighbors anymore. They can just focus on themselves. We're caught on the edge. They've also got Hacienda. A really nice 2-2 split for them. Controlling a lot. They've also got a bunch of information, but not sure how many teams will actually end up going towards that side of the zone. Team Blisco rotating through. Plenty of ridges for them to play with, probably all of them at the mercy of Reluctant Squad, but seems like 𝐏𝐼𝐼 also wants to annoy Reluctant Squad from a distance. Takes one shot, lands that shot. Team Bliss yet to find a home inside of this zone. It's going to be difficult. Nowhere as nice as a compound inside of this zone. 𝐏𝐼𝐼 has hit a headshot. It's also silenced, so Reluctant Squad have no idea where he's shooting from, or at least they might not have the best idea. Luckily for them, he's got other problems. Cerberus have called that it's time to rotate, and they will do just that.
And so long as Cerberus Esports continue to send those shots over onto Reluctant Squad, it opens up a lot more space for the teams that are coming in from the urban terrains of St. Martin. Slowly make the climb upwards. The Esports going for a chase up against Forest. There's not going to be much of a response, but for them to just quickly get out of the situation as they run over that fallen member and looks for more.
Oh my gosh.
Grab Force into action, and just like that, obliterates Force Natural Gaming. Oh, the timing was unreal. And here we go, as we see the full-on battle between the citizens of St. Martin to try to get into a safer spot. Nowhere is safe, apparently.
So I love that aggression from Bleed. That's what we want to see. That's necessary as well. Can't be letting opportunities like that slip away from you. Fantastic stuff from them. 𝐿𝐾 stuck on the back side of the soccer field here. Nades go out in defense. Doctors almost gets knocked to the blue zone grenade. He's got to fall back. Tanville also falls back. They're giving this one up. They don't want anything to do with it. 𝐿𝐾 allowed to live for the moment, but our Reluctant Squad going to allow them to get away with this. Nades go in as well. That one is just over the wall. It looked okay, but it bounced too far. Clory's full line of sight on those two 𝐿𝐾 members. They have a long and dangerous run in front of them. I'm not sure they have enough smokes to make it safely. The Expendables looking. Bleed might also look across. Reluctant Squad from on high, of course, will be staring at them. It is not looking good for those two members of QC.
Not at all. Hopefully they do have a little bit more region to work with. Now they get to cut across with all these smokes being popped up. They definitely will draw a little bit of attention of the citizens of St. Martin. They should be able to regroup with the rest of the pack that's currently hugging towards the edge of the southwest of the current circle. Whereas over north, this battle might take place between BRU and FW at any given moment. The moment that they try to take a dive into the city, but I think they're still going to be able to hold out decently if they want to take things a little slower. But over the south side, I believe Team Bliss will have to find a way to cut through Reluctant Squad, and that might just be another decent fight that we will be getting in a couple more moments. But look at how crowded this gets. An urban setting to close out day 3. I think I can't ask for more.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen a zone end inside San Martin in a while. I've seen it end outside of San Martin, but inside is one that I haven't seen for quite some time. Bleed prime position for them. Hopefully they don't lose too many members as people collapse inside the city. And it's about time that you commit to the city as well. It's no longer kind of a 50-50, whether it's going to go inside or outside. You will find the most cover inside the city. 𝐿𝐾 was put down low on that rotate. He hits the wall and knocks himself. Difficult to really criticize him for that one. Wasn't expecting to take shots on the arrival. That said, he did hit the wall. Oh, no, he hit the ridge! Oh, what? No, that's just Miramar things, man. That is the most unlucky thing for 𝐿𝐾. I am so sorry, my man. I excuse you of all fault. That is just pure unlucky. That, though, is incredible. Jervis 1, Pain the other. 𝐸 arrive, and at the same time, they lose 2 members. Insight knocked as well from Van Nye. Pain and the rest of SGD doing their best to defend the buildings that they own. Bliss have rocked up, and they've lost Insight as soon as they have. Wang claims him, but the other members seem to make it inside, but they don't make it inside safe. Tanvu's got 1. In the meantime, Jacob is still defending up against SGD. Finally traded out. 𝐸 now down to just 1.
Yeah, what more can Tigger actually do but to really hold out for himself? Can't exactly challenge SGD for a moment, but RS could. They've been holding over the top end for the longest of time, and they continue to just stay put. It could still shift a little bit more south, so RS, they're not willing to really give up this position just yet, so long as they could just pry onto all these open windows and maybe find a little something for themselves, they will continue to do so. Now, it's definitely an emergency pickup that we're going to be looking at, where for the rest of the ERN members, they find themselves directly over the center, but we'll definitely receive a little bit of challenge coming in from Pain. Now dropping in that big nade. Hopes to secure 𝐿𝑒𝑟𝑖X. Won't be able to hit it just yet. Tigger might be able to eventually retrieve his brother right across, so at least have a little bit of lifeline. I say that. I jinxed it.
I was going to say they should be spreading those nades out, but they had so much in the back pocket, they thought, okay, we'll throw 3 nades into this area, and then we've got 3 more that we can save for the other side of the fence. So well done from SGD. They do eventually deal with that threat, not without losing one, but when it's that chaotic, can you really blame them? Buriram on the outskirts still. They're the only team really who has not entered the city. Reluctant Squad the other one. Take Me Please, I suppose, on the outskirts as well. Temp Entertainment decide to push deeper inside, and they lose 𝐿𝑒𝐿 on that entry. FW kind of arriving at the same time as well, causes a lot of chaos on that northern side. Everyone's scrambling to get as many kills as they can onto the last remaining teams that will find themselves exposed outside of any hard cover. 𝐼𝐸 tempting fate, peeking into 𝐴𝐸, and no one loses any HP though. He's just trying to do his best to make sure that Cerberus can actually cross that road. Actually, Smokes your friend in this scenario, but if 𝐼𝐸 can get some damage onto 𝐴𝐸 or a knock would be even better, then that cross is almost guaranteed.
Ooh, big nades now dropping onto Ante, flushes his position. I've seen Cerberus really doing a chunk of damage throughout the course of the battle that are not really conveying anything to point just yet. Race to the top continues right now. Well, Rob United having to deal with the rest of TMP over on the outskirts to garner that control. Inside the city, though, looks to be a little bit more hectic further towards the west. It's about like 4 or 5 teams around that corner, needing to rush right through. SGD, they will sit tight for now. I don't think there's much to be done for them. Well, Cerberus, they managed to spot out the rest of the Esports. There's going to be a massive trade. Not really getting the angles right, just by the corner of the window pane. But Mingzi found a hit shot. Well, it's just so tough for them to navigate through buildings after buildings and remaining surviving 𝐿𝑒𝐿. Teddy now clips over onto QC. Now, this could be a push angle that Bleed Esports looking at.
So many teams on that northwestern side. So many of them, and not much space to play. Reluctant Squad still in the zone too. I thought this was definitely going to shift more towards the city, but it's, funnily enough, shifted kind of 50-50, and it shifts outside of the city. That is so dirty, but what a way to end it for Night 3 here. J-Die, TMP, they've got a space in the zone. Do they want to fight Buriram here? Do they want to lose members and potentially throw away what would otherwise be a decent game if they just play the zone? Honestly, maybe. If they get that opening knock, it's traded. There's one more player down low, then the rest of Buriram are far back. 𝐾𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, he steps up, but it's not the one to get the damage. I believe that was Eddie or Khan from afar. Take Me Please on the ropes. Buriram looking to push forward, but they can't. Flucky and the rest of T5 making that impossible. 𝐾𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 tries to step up, but he's immediately shut down. Take Me Please now recognize this is a bit more free than they initially anticipated.
Lucky's got some insane angles right there. That bolt that Buriram thought that was safe was fully exposed for the back. T5, they should be able to capitalize on this situation now with nade sent in coming from Ranger. As they try to take charge and take from control of the edges here. There's not much that BRU can do but to hide out in smokes as the nades come flying in. 88 out, just hiding by the edge, and Patampong finds it. Very clean run coming in from the side of T5 as they continue to sit pretty at the top now with the 3-pointers. SGD also causing a whole lot of pain in the field, whereas these angles, as they spot everything going on over the bottom.
Oh my. Talk about a shooting gallery. And Jun hits that little fadeaway shot. Did he hit that player through the gap in the fence? No. Just can't do it, but this is no stress for Reluctant Squad. They've hit the PUBG player's dream. You said it was clean from T5. I agree. Up until 10 rocks up. 2 now knocked on T5. Take Me Please. They left that engagement. T5 thought they'd have more to deal with, but It's not Take Me Please in this scenario, it's Tem. And Tem run through them. Thunder's now down. Last up for Tem Entertainment, but they've done their work. They've got their kills. They did their job. They destroyed T5's hopes in this game. And went out along... Well, not alongside them just yet, but almost. Maybe that one member of T5 can survive, but unlikely. And Jun still up high, taking a bunch of damage. Petret, to give him credit, is hitting the shots. Are they enough? Jun just can't get it. Can't get it done, but from afar, it's the Expendables. Down go QC. No more stress now for Reluctant Squad. They can turn their attention elsewhere.
Plenty of points being going away from the side of Reluctant Squad. Those are really good angles, but it didn't seem like there's a good enough area to really hold out where there's also instant responses coming into this compound. Duck2 looking for that quick wraparound with a 180, but not quite enough. Awkward Ross is seen saving the day for Chimoy. Oh boy. I don't think he really has the time. Perhaps he could still do something about it. Oh, dude. Just by the edge of the Whopper. Perfect.
Blessed to be able to get that revive. SGD find themselves inside that warehouse. Take Me Please. Access to the hill. It is an open run. Unless they can take the unless they can go all the way around the edge, I guess. If they can do that, then they should be okay. But if they can't, then Take Me Please are also in trouble. If they enter that warehouse, SGD will be waiting for them. And then there's the story of everyone else across the other side of the road. Cerberus, 4-man strong. Banana One, does he have a shotgun? No. Well, there's no hope for him then, unfortunately. He will fall almost immediately. Nah, I'm kidding. He can still do some damage to Cerberus here. But a DBS would be better. Without that shotgun, though, Banana One immediately down to Duckmai. The Expendables show up as well. Orca and knocked as they leave that double building. They are immediately destroyed. Chimoy now on the edge of the fence. Reluctant Squad have full line of sight on him. He's going for that res. I respect the attempt, honestly, but I'm not sure it's going to be for much more than just to deny that point. Clories finds himself stuck inside of this double. Nades come in. Bleed fall in the meantime. They both go down to the blue, denying anyone any points. How much can Clories get done from the top floor? He'll delay, excuse me, and immediately headshot by Hymas as soon as he hops out. So Cerberus running rampant on this side of the road. That said, they only have 2 kills, and they now have to make this cross. We're into our top 4, and they're the only ones not on the other side of the road. Can they make this cleanly? Can they make this without losing any members?
It's going to be really tough. They'll be sitting ducks as long as SGD as well as the Reluctant Squad keeps an eye on the target. To which, here comes the trading blows. It's Jude versus Saisaki. He clips ahead. Perfectly timed out. Solozzi outside of the play zone. I think they're going for point denials for certain. As this fight, honestly, is just between RS as well as SGD, who has been able to really path their way through. Speaking of SGD, there will be an invade with TMP members wrapping over on back. So it's not going to be an easy exit for the rest of SGD to move out that compound. And now Hongef will draw the attention onto those over on the right side of the hill. Could still probably go TMP's way depending on how this plays out. But how much does SGD wants to get involved in this skirmish?
That's the thing, right? I don't think they've got a guaranteed second place, but they could book it if they're passive enough. Take Me Please, just a sliver of the zone. Keep in mind as well, this was a Reluctant Squad that emergency parachuted before Zone 2 pop and then just found themselves all of this free real estate on that Zone 2 pop. They didn't even have to go that far on the emergency pickup. They just kind of fell into this territory. And the circle has blessed them magnificently. Up to 6 kills. Take Me Please and SGD now left to find. Honestly, it's been kind of impossible to count the kill feed. I feel like if you're a Reluctant Squad, so much has gone down in the city. They have had the freedom to do so. They've had no stresses from anywhere else. They haven't been pushed from behind. They haven't been fought from anywhere else. So I guess no easier time to watch the kill feed than now, but still probably quite difficult. That's why you see Zayu and Jun, or Jun at least was looking below him to see if he could find any extra players, but if they've been counting kill feed perfectly, which again I don't expect them to have done, then they know that at least TMP is 3-man up on this side. SGD is the only unknown, because they've been quiet for quite some time. And they are still silent, not making any moves.
As they should be. While Reluctant Squad they can just really wait it out. Circle absolutely in their favor throughout the whole game, and like you said, that decision with that emergency pickup have really done them a whole lot of great work here in the course of the battle. And now only down to the 2 members of TMP for Reluctant Squad to claim, and this could be very well their chicken dinner, as GD was unable to even get out of that safely. While 𝐿 is going to go for that huge wraparound over on the southern end. Who knows, that might just be a certain angle that he can squeeze through, but speaking of which, it's going to be Jun that will mark over onto 𝐿. It's not looking all too good right now for TMP.
Yeah, it's looking almost impossible, isn't it? Low ground, man disadvantage. 𝐿 almost knocked. Takes too much damage to that molly. Down he goes. It's just Latte. And he has had some incredible highlights in tournaments gone by. But this might be too much to ask. They'd have to expose themselves to him one by one. And I don't think that's going to happen. They are diligently clearing the crevices of these rocks. Flashes out to make sure that even if Hwang has to take a 1v1, it is a calm, cool, collected one at that. And that's exactly what it is. Reluctant Squad secure it. A 9-kill win. And look at the celebration coming out from whoever that is in the top left. Love it. The celebrations are fantastic. But no, I mean, a well-deserved win from Reluctant Squad. They definitely fell into a fantastic spot in the zone. But again, they converted the win.
Yeah, it's really how they've been able to convert this with that form of advantage, where you have mentioned they could also overpeak at any given moment and be picked up by, you saw members of servers that was tapping them from afar, and there's many more names that been putting a little bit of pressure here and there. But for most part, it's basically a situation where the teams that are inside the city were absolutely locked out to deal with all the other players that surrounds them, which make things perhaps a little bit more simpler for the rest of the Reluctant Squad to eventually close this one out. But we saw some high-kill chase, we saw some bad accidents for Exit Fallujah, and so many more things in this game 6 shenanigan. But overall, I'm content. We got this urban ending where, okay, we actually got this clip. He runs onto his own teammate's vehicle.
He just hits the ridge. Yeah, it's really unlucky, but it is what it is. It's worse when it happens in a game like this, but that is just Miramar terrain in a nutshell. But yeah, I mean, urban ending, it was fun to spectate. Unfortunately, not as entertaining as last game, but I'm not sure anything's going to be at this point. It was very interesting, though, to see how teams wanted to play it. And the fact that the circle shifted all the way to the south as well made it more chaotic towards the late game. This was probably the most entertaining side of the zone to watch. There was a lot on the line here, and if Take Me Please didn't come out on top or decide to back away from this one, then we could have seen a very different team in their position in the late game. And you said it in the moment, but this was very clean from T5 as they rocked up to that fight. I thought maybe Buram were going to put up a bit more of a fight, but no sir, T5 did it very cleanly.
Yeah, on top of that, we also have plenty of epic battles coming in from Bleak Esports as they try to make a run into the zone, but by then, there's just nobody that could escape the wrath of what Reluctant Squad has to offer with perfect LOS. Everybody unable to reach them at the top sees them to be the king of the hills to close out our very final game of the night. So now with a lot of exchange of hands of the teams who may not have the biggest of stakes who are closing into the top 5. Now that makes things a little bit more interesting, especially with the urban ending with a lot of different types of takes of battles taking place on all corners. I feel like this is a big question mark onto who really is the biggest winners coming into the top half of the field, because it's unclear to me.
Yeah, I honestly have completely lost track of what that leaderboard looked like by the time we were finished with that game. I know that obviously T5 are on top. I think Expendables will probably still be in second. But everyone below them, I'd completely lost track of it. There was a lot of stuff happening in these previous 2 games that I was much more interested in just the micro action, I suppose, than looking at the leaderboard. But we'll get that in a second. We'll see the situation heading into the final day, and that is by far the most interesting storyline to follow at this point, is how close are the teams? Are Cerberus and Daytrade within that top 4. Does that push the qualification slots down to the 5th and 6th? That's obviously one of the massive things that we're looking at. And how close are some of the teams? 𝐿 massive game 5, fell short in game 6. Is that it? Is it too late for them? I don't think so. Reluctant Squad getting that win. Actually, they were in the same position that 𝐿 were in before we went into that game 6. And so they might now actually be fighting for a slot in that that top pack. They probably will be around the mid pack, not 110 points or anything crazy like that, but they have a chance tomorrow absolutely to close it out if they have a really, really good day. And if you're a Reluctant Squad, then considering your previous performances in the final stage, that's what you want. That's probably why we saw the celebration. There was either a bit of a joke or it was a legitimate celebration, because that actually puts them in the running to potentially reach that top 4.
I think it definitely is immense effort that they've been able to display to us, really converting this into a very successful run, putting a glimmer of hope at the very least for them to perhaps squeeze through maybe by the end of tomorrow. But Hwang F has been our MVP as he continues to chip away players after players in order to seek out those 5 corners. So of course, kudos everyone from the side of Reluctant Squad to be able to have probably one of the cleanest runs that they've had so far in the finals. Whereas definitely going to be keeping my eyes on to how much damage they've been doing. 2.7? Okay, pretty ridiculous, honestly.
Look at
it could have been a
Jun.
whole lot more.
He got 1 kill for 1,000 damage? Oh my gosh. I mean, that's what happens when you're gifted that kind of a high ground and you have an SLR and you're just given free reign. Like, you have no other responsibilities in that game other than to shoot and see how many knocks and kills you can get on everyone down there in San Martin. That's absurd. That is seriously absurd. 1 smoke used, 9 nades used, probably towards the end of the game, and 2 Molotovs. So, I mean, 2,700 damage is unfathomable, but in that kind of a position, it makes sense.
Yeah, I was really thinking, like, how did he not really convert those? And I remember, oh, he was picking off guys over the quarter wall, the teams that makes it halfway through until they have to climb over onto that other side of the wall. Like, I guess that's where it explains, okay, he only got that 1 clean kill. Other than that, it's been multiple revives, perhaps, that he's dealing with. That's what I would assume.
Yeah, he could get the knocks, but they were probably stolen away. A lot of them would have been stolen away because he gets a knock within the city, but then there's a player right next to that knock that is able to steal it away. So, yeah, unfortunate. 19 points. Yeah, I mean, they were above 𝐿 heading into that last game, and those were the only 2 teams that had a chance to maybe enter the fight. And so I think Reluctant Squad have definitely put themselves in a good position. The Expendables, respectable 12 points. That should keep them up there in 2nd. And again, consistency from SGD. Insane to see how consistent they have been throughout the night. Cerberus as well, although to a lesser extent, only 6 points this game. But yeah, good stuff from SGD.
Yeah, real good stuff where, the whole time they were also sharing close proximity up against the rest of Reluctant Squad. It's just that they don't really have those great angles to actually deal with them. And once we add all the points together, take a look at how this has actually shaped up. T5 will be having a good gap up against the rest of the Expendables, and that is 151 points. 128 tied between Cerberus as well as SGD. In this round, I think Cerberus had pretty much similar luck to that player that did a lot of damage, but not really converting points. So they're currently having this kind of position right now, and there's also a tie between our 5th and 6th position, and that's FW Esports and Daytrade. Now, it gets interesting because Cerberus and Daytrade now being pushed down. Does that mean that if Team Bliss tomorrow comes up huge, then there's literally just that 4th spot plus the invited teams with the partnership?
I mean, Bliss, AGG, Bleed, Forest, Reluctant Squad, and Buriram, both on the cusp. Oh, both? I just named 5 teams. I said both. They are all on the cusp. They are within punching distance for certain. Especially if Daytrade puts themselves up there in that top 4, then yeah, it extends it to 6th place, and that makes it even more likely. That is your road to PGS 5 and 6 so far. It is incredibly competitive. FW just slightly up there in the top 4 through the tiebreaker, but yeah, I mean, so far, insanity, absolute insanity. It is, again, one of the most competitive lobbies I've seen in a long time.
It definitely is, and I just can't wait to see how tomorrow plays out for all of our teams on board. Where if we take a look at the road to PGS points accumulated from the past phase up till now, you can see it's just 1.2 points. It's madness. Like, that's literally a game of like you getting maybe 1 or 2 better kills compared to your opponents, and that could very well be the difference by tomorrow's end game. Like that,
legit.
We will definitely have to check out how they will play out by then. But overall, this was a massive day 3, and I am just super satisfied of what we've gotten so far. Final 6 game extreme, we're almost there.
We are almost there, and I echo that sentiment. I think today was absurd in so many different ways, from Erangel, where we started out, to Rondo, where we got an early hot drop and a bunch more action that game, to 𝐏𝐿𝐒, where we saw gliders galore and a bunch of insane stuff happen, to that Miramar game that I feel like I won't forget for months, maybe years to come, and then to game 6 that was kind of lackluster, but I mean, we had good pockets of action. We saw an urban ending for the most part, which we haven't seen, or at least I haven't seen in quite some time within San Martin. So this day had it all, man. This day truly did have it all. I don't know if tomorrow's going to top it, but with how competitive the lobby is, it doesn't really matter what the action is then in the games, right? Like, if it's a fight down to the top 4, then I mean, the action is going to make it as competitive as can be. And if you want more PUBG action, 𝐿𝐿𝐒 is coming up soon. If not, if it's probably already started. So yeah, definitely go ahead and watch 𝐿𝐿𝐒 after we're done. I don't think 𝐿𝐿𝐒 is going to be able to top that game 5 Miramar. Nah, probably not. Nah, I'm kidding. 𝐿𝐿𝐒 is always a good time, so definitely go ahead and watch that once we're done here. But I mean, yeah, what a stellar day.
It has been an absolute stellar day, and of course, you guys can tune into tomorrow's action. If there's anything important, you can ditch that because you want to witness history in the making. So with that said, be here, hit that sub as well as like, and we'll see you for the final day of our finals of the APAC qualifier phase 2. Till then, of course, have a great evening and have a great night.